What are we doing here? What are we doing here? That's like been the catchphrase for 2020, as in like the decade of 2020. Like, what are we doing here? Because, okay, let's just get started. Because I have 5 pages of notes here that I'm just gonna run through. Okay, because I cannot be asked to do an entire script on this show when I got other stuff I would rather do, not just things that I have to do, things I would rather do, okay? But there was just this bio fascination with this show. So, let's start with episode 1 because I have 2 pages of notes on just episode 1 alone. Lord Jesus. Okay. So, first off, can't even get past like the exposition card at the beginning because they just say there's been centuries without war, which is just like, out of the entire galaxy, somehow you managed to not have war. Do you understand how big of a galaxy, like, do you understand how big a galaxy is? For there to be no war for centuries in a galaxy? I know George Lucas apparently did it too in the prequels. You know, before the prequels, there were like a bunch of time without, like, it was this great piece and all that. But that shit's stupid too. So anyway, right out the gate, the cringe assassin does this move that just looks absolutely just, it's so cringy. It's like the type of shit like your friend would do. Like your friend that you had that like, was it super into anime? And like they would pretend that they were like they would pretend that they were like have all the techniques as like the anime character. Yeah, that's what this looks like. And everyone laughs at her after she does that. And it's the appropriate response. Like, that's the equivalent of like a 12-year-old that watched a bunch of Inuyasha walking up to an MMA fighter and challenging them to a fight while they're doing some cringe like anime shit. Like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Anyway, so the cringe assassin just starts beating up everybody in the bar, right? And Jedi Master Trinity just watches as this woman is beating everyone up. Like, hello, it's drop in, drop out co-op, my guy. Like, come on, jump in, come on, help out. Like, what's going on here? So then Jedi Master Trinity blocks the cringe assassin's attack with the Force. Like, if you can block attacks with the Force, why don't you just break all of her limbs? Because when you block an attack, this is how you know the person that directed this shit has never been in a fight, okay? When you block an attack, you don't just like, just sit there, right? There's energy that has to be put behind the blocking limb in order to stop it from just doing that, right? Whenever you block, you have to hit back with an equal amount of force to stop them from hitting you. So that means if you can use the Force to block an attack, that means your Force has to be really fucking strong, okay? That means you could just absolutely ass blast somebody with a whole cannonball of Force if it's strong enough to block an attack. It'd be like the equivalent of getting punched in the face by a gorilla, my guy. Like, what the fuck?
The Force will be with you. Always.
Why are we just playing around, Jedi Master Trinity? Anyway, so there's this part where Jedi Master Trinity notifies the rest of the Jedi, which, by the way, this little part where she brings up her little communicator and says that there's an unidentified Force user, yeah, that doesn't ever come back up again. But anyway, she says that as if the Jedi have a monopoly on the Force. I don't know much outside of like the first 6 movies, so maybe I'm wrong. But when have the Jedi ever behaved as if they had a monopoly on the Force? As if, like, if they're not a Jedi using the Force, then, like, something is fucking wrong. I don't know. Maybe it's some EU shit that I'm not familiar with, but whatever. Now, like, it seems to be a pattern where every Disney Star Wars show has one line that just, it's just like, who wrote this, right? Like, for example, in the Obi-Wan show, there's this part where Darth Vader follows Obi-Wan to a planet on his ship, gets off of the ship, walks up to Obi-Wan, and says,
"Have you come to destroy me, Obi-Wan?"
Usually that happens a bit later in the show, but we got this in the first 5 minutes, so you know shit's about to go downhill. So Jedi Master Trinity knows who is attacking her, right? And she's like, "Why are you here?" And then the cringe assassin says,
"I'm here to kill you."
No shit!
This is about 30 seconds into their fight, by the way. So at this point in the fight, I'm realizing that the cringe assassin is just spinning a lot. Her attacks, she's spinning consistently. And it's like, maybe Jedi Master Trinity wouldn't be blocking all of your attacks if you would stop fucking spinning for like 5 seconds. She wouldn't see your attacks coming from last year if you would stop spinning. Alright, so there's this part where the cringe assassin realizes that there's a bartender there. So like they both look at each other and everyone understands what's about to happen, right? The cringe assassin is about to attack the bartender, get Jedi Master Trinity to be distracted, right? So knowing what's about to happen, instead of Jedi Master Trinity just ass blasting her with the Force right on the spot, knocking the wind out of her, she waits for the cringe assassin to throw the dagger at the bartender so that she can catch it with the Force, and while she's distracted, the cringe assassin can throw a dagger into the heart of Jedi Master Trinity and kill her. Yep, that's right. Trinity, the actress that plays Trinity from The Matrix, they spent all that money just to kill her in the first fucking episode. Why? Why even cast her in that role? Why? You're just wasting money. But the more importantly, apparently lightsabers just don't fucking do anything now. Anybody can survive a lightsaber wound, but a dagger, a metal dagger, oh, your shit is cooked if you get hit by a metal dagger. It's over. It's over. That shit is a nuke. You're done. It's like space AIDS. All right. You're donezo. And then the weird part is that she kills Jedi Master Trinity, lightsaber gets dropped, and she just walks away. And it's like, maybe take that lightsaber. It might be useful. Me personally, if I was a Jedi killer and I was going up against Jedi where they have laser swords that can slice your head off easily by accident, I might want one of them. I might want to keep one. Just saying. And then, of course, because all these shows are super fucking predictable, the cringe assassin walks up to the bartender to finish the job. She's going to kill him, but then she sees that he has a kid, and she's like, I'll spare you this time because we can only write one character in 2024 now. This is the same shit they did with, like, Reva, where, like, the main bad guy, ends up getting redeemed for some fucking reason because, like I said in my April Fool's video, the antagonist always has to be relatable. They can never just be a complete monster who is irredeemable, because the only villain anyone knows how to write anymore is Loki. Okay, so we switched to the scene, and it's supposed to be like some misdirection about, like, the cringe assassin is now on the ship, and if you watch the trailers, you know that this is her sister, so it doesn't even fucking matter. But she wakes up on the ship, and then, like, she talks to her coworker, and I swear this coworker, this black guy, this is a genre of dudes, okay? Like, in media, for some reason, there's always this effeminate guy with a British accent that's black, and, like, just has this carefree attitude, and it's just like, can y'all make black dudes that are a different genre? So so this cringe assassin person who's, I'm just gonna get out of the way. This is her sister named Osha. No, not that Osha, but her name is Osha. All right, but she's a mechanic, which is basically a mechanic that, like, services ships. Why did you guys make up a word for something that already exists in Star Wars? They have mechanics and technicians already in Star Wars. You just made up the name Mechneck. Why? All right, so if you've been in any discourse with the Acolyte, you know in the first episode they have fire in space, okay? Yeah, no, that's not how fire... First of all, of course, that's not how fire works, but more importantly, this could have easily been avoidable if you just made it like space fire. Like, make it like purple or green or blue or something to show people that, like, it's not normal fire. Such an easy solution. Right there. It was simple. Make the fire some funky ass color to let the audience know that this is not normal fire. And that's not the only time that a solution for a problem like that was so fucking easy. Or like I've also heard that, like, just make the fire like a jet stream, you know, it's like a fire stream, you know. It's not just a campfire sitting in space. One of those two would have worked. So next, we got Yord, or who I like to call Zesty Killmonger, shows up on the cruiser, the Trade Federation cruiser, and he has his Padawan with him. And that Padawan has the ugliest and laziest design I've ever seen for an alien in Star Wars, bro. It's like a combination of like all these different alien races in Star Wars just mashed together in this ugly just mess. It's like legit one of the worst alien designs I've seen in a hot minute, guys. Okay, so this one's a long one. I gotta read this one verbatim. No wonder the Trade Federation and the rest of the Separatists left the Republic. This law that they have here...
The Republic has legislated that only droids may perform outer-ship repair.
It's stupid. It's idiotic. What if your ship gets hit with some kind of EMP or hack and all your droids go down? You're just not allowed to leave your ship and do repairs? Like, it's such a stupid law. No wonder they fucking left. It's stupid. And now here's we're starting to get into really interesting territory right here. The Jedi Knight Zesty Killmonger, he decides to strong-arm the Nemoidians with the threat of using the Force on them like a discount Asari commando. Like, he's gonna flay them alive. He's gonna peel their skin back using the fucking Force. Seriously, like, people were shocked that the Trade Federation left the Republic and joined the Separatists. Like, what the fuck? Now, here's one of my big problems here. Osha reveals that she used to be a Jedi, but she quit. I gotta read this one verbatim. What the fuck is up with recent Star Wars media nullifying the commitment aspect of the Jedi Order? It was one thing to quit being a Jedi to become Sith or Grey, but that was because of a clashing of ideas and morals. This just comes across as Osha quitting a job or dropping out of school rather than abandoning a serious commitment. It's the equivalent of renouncing a religion or church. It's not something to be taken as lightly as it is. And this is something I noticed when I started playing Jedi Fallen Order, and Seer is also a Jedi that quit. Out of all 6 of the movies, rarely was there ever a time where a Jedi just quit, right? You'd get Jedi that would quit and join the Sith, you know, over a clashing of ideas and a clashing of morals. But then you would also get a situation like Obi-Wan, where he threatened to quit the Jedi Order because the Council didn't want to honor Qui-Gon Jinn's dying wish to train Anakin Skywalker. But he wasn't just gonna quit and just sit there and be like a bartender or some shit. He was gonna quit to go train Anakin Skywalker by himself without the Jedi. So it wasn't until Disney Disney bought Star Wars that we just started getting all these Jedi that just quit. They just quit like it was a job. It was like, it just didn't work out for me, man. I just prefer the quiet life. Like, that's not something that is normal. It's the equivalent of like a Buddhist monk just quitting. That doesn't work. Okay? Being a Jedi is not just some fucking job, alright? So then Osha gets framed for the death of Jedi Master Trinity, and the bartender shows up and says, yep, that's her. But it's like, are there no cameras on this ship? Like, there are no cameras? Like, in this super sci-fi like fucking ship, there's no cameras. They got mag boots and fucking spaceships that can traverse star systems and shit, but security cameras? Nah. None. So then we go to the Jedi Council, like the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. Coruscant? croissant. We get the best character in the show, Saul. He's training some Padawans. And then Discount Green Nebula shows up. You cannot convince me this woman is not Nebula. She wants to talk to him about the fucking Jedi Master Trinity getting assassinated and shit. And then Saul dismisses the kids to go to lunch. He literally says lunch, and it's just one of them words that just like, that doesn't sound like a Star Wars word. Like, I don't know. But lunch is just one of them words that just don't sound right to me in Star Wars. It's completely subjective. It's not really something you could ding the show over. It just doesn't sound right, is all I'm saying. Okay, so one thing I pointed out at the end of that conversation is that Saul says that Osha was a devoted Padawan. You don't get to say she was a devoted Padawan when she fucking quit. So then they transport Osha on a prison ship, and it's a ship like just completely ran by droids. There's no living beings on this ship. The guard is a droid. The two like pilots are both the droids. Why would you transport a suspected Jedi killer without another Jedi to watch her? This woman supposedly killed a Jedi. And you just gonna let her just go on a ship full of robots and convicts? So not long before, like, you know, things get settled in on the fucking ship and the convicts are like, we're gonna fucking mutiny, we're gonna take over and have a jailbreak, we're gonna break free. And the big retarded alien loudly says this in front of the guard, and it's like, what are you doing? Why you now you're not going anywhere because they heard you, you stupid son of a bitch. So then one of the convicts gives a signal to another convict, and that convict has like a cyber deck in his fucking head from like Cyberpunk, and he hacks the ship. And it's like, why would you not disable his cybernetics? You locked him up with tech that could hack the droids that are taking him to jail? That's like arresting a violent criminal and letting him keep his guns. Or locking up a superhero who wears a suit that lets him shrink and not taking the fucking suit off. And the crazy part is that all this was set up just so we could see the droids transform back into chairs. That's the only reason this entire thing was set up, just so we're clear. Someone was super fucking proud about those droids turning back into chairs that they set this entire shebang up so that we could see the chairs transform. The droids transform into chairs like they're fucking Autobots. Now, I gotta give the show one bit of credit. I like the fact that Osha tries to use the Force to focus and use the Force to grab the pip droid, and it doesn't work. Because, you know, realistically, if you've been out of practice on some shit, you're not gonna rise to the occasion and just win, you know? You're gonna fall to your level of training, which at this point, she hasn't been a Jedi for several years, so that level of training is rock bottom, you know? Okay, so we got a new Padawan that comes in and talks to Saul, the best character in the show. And she bothers him about something that she had the answer to already. She's like, why do you have holograms of your old Padawan? And he's like, those who don't know the past. And then she finishes it and says, are doomed to repeat it. Why did you bother him? Why did you waste his time like that? Like you're 5 years old. Coming in to ask your dad the same question you asked 5 times already. Okay, so Saul goes into the rig, the basement, to where all the criminals that escaped the raft, like not raft, like this is Marvel, but all the criminals that escaped the prison ship, they got captured sometime off screen. I don't fucking know when that happened. And he uses a Jedi mind trick. It's not even really a Jedi mind trick. He just straight up like goes into his head and pulls the information out and makes him say what happened.
Quiet your mind and tell me what happened to the young woman.
She helped me, and I betrayed her and took the last escape pod.
And the prisoner says, I betrayed her after she saved my life. And it's like, why would he describe it that way? You know? Like, first of all, why would he describe it that way? Why would someone that, like, did that, why would they say that they betrayed somebody? Oftentimes when people betray somebody, they don't view it as a betrayal. They view it as a necessary evil, I guess, or whatever, right? But even then, when you actually look at what actually happened, he didn't betray her. She took the little parasite thing off his mouth, brought him out of the trance, and he didn't even look at her. He just ran. and got in the escape pod and left. So it's just wrong on both fronts. So Saul and the Padawan go onto the ship where Zesty Killmonger is ironing his robe, and he just has his shirt off, and they walk in on him, and the joke is that, haha, he doesn't have a shirt on, but it's literally the same joke from The Last Jedi. It's the same joke, which is doubly funny because you wouldn't do this fucking joke if it was a woman, would you? Imagine a female Jedi just standing there in her bra, no shirt on, ironing her robe, and people just walk in and go like, put your clothes on. Like, you wouldn't get that joke in 2024, would you? Yeah, interesting. Men don't exist to be nice on the eyes. What's funny is that also X20, like British X23 is the Padawan. Like, she just down talks Yord, like, for not having his shirt on when, like, you're a Padawan. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, you don't get to talk to the you don't get to talk to the masters and the knights like that. Like, what is this? Which is funny because earlier when she asked Soul about the hologram, she said,
permission to speak freely, Master Soul?
Right. So why did she flip the script and, like, in the ship when talking to a knight, someone who is above her, she starts shit talking him? Interesting. So we cut to Osha on the frozen planet, and at this point, she should just be fucking frozen. I really don't know what else to say about this scene, dude. So we go back to the team of Jedis, and Saul reveals that Osha had a twin sister. Apparently, Yord knew she had a sister, but not that this sister was a twin. So now the Jedi ship starts to land on the snow planet, and for some reason, Osha runs away when it's like, She was pretty confident that the Jedi were going to save her earlier, so I don't know why she's running away.
Yes, I have faith in the Jedi.
Like, she was a Jedi for several years. She should know what a Jedi ship looks like. So why is she running away? And apparently, whoever fucking wrote this doesn't know what it feels like to be in freezing weather, because the Jedi are just out there in their very thin burlap, like, robes. It's like, guys, you're going to freeze to death. Put a fucking coat on. All right, so this is the first instance of the show's biggest problem, all right? This show lacks self-awareness. Like, it severely lacks self-awareness. So, earlier in the episode, the cringe assassin, who is Osha's sister, May, I'm going to just get that out of the way because I'm not going to say cringe assassin for, like, the rest of the episode, right? May tells Jedi Master Trinity that a Jedi only ignites their lightsaber when they're going to kill somebody.
A Jedi doesn't pull her weapon unless prepared to kill.
But then later in the episode, Zesty Killmonger lights his lightsaber up to light up the cave. There's no self-awareness. There's none. There is zero. Like, it's like the person, like, the script is constantly going to be arguing with itself throughout the rest of this show, bro. That's the most frustrating thing about this show. It only gets worse. Wait till we get to episode 3, because it reaches its zenith in episode 3.
Or because some would consider our power dark, unnatural. We were on the brink of extinction!
So Osha walks to the edge of this cliff, and the Jedi come in behind her, and she knows that it's a cliff. She knows it's going to drop down and she's going to die if she falls down there. So she turns around and starts backing up towards the ledge when she sees the Jedi. And then she has the audacity to be surprised that she slipped and fell and Saul had to save her. Who the fuck wrote this? All right, so then Osha tells Saul that her sister May is still alive. And Saul tells Osha that he believes her. This doesn't fucking mean anything because Saul could just rip that information out of her fucking head. That doesn't mean anything. I believe you. It doesn't matter. You could just fucking use your Jedi mind tricks to get that information out of her head without her consent. So it doesn't fucking matter. So then Saul, like, saves Osha, and Zesty Killmonger and British X23, they're ready to, like, beat her the fuck up and arrest her. Why are the Jedi like this in this show? Like, out of all the 6 movies, like, especially in the prequels, the Jedi would always try to talk the situation down. Even in episode 3, when Obi-Wan saw that Anakin had fallen to the dark side, Obi-Wan tried to talk Anakin down, even after he strangled Padme. And the only reason he brought out his lightsaber because it was clear that Anakin was not about to be about that life. That Anakin and him had reached an impasse. The Jedi in this show, and you're going to see it again later, the Jedi in this show, they are so ready to just beat the shit out of anybody at a moment's notice for no fucking reason. So we finally reach the end of episode 1, and we get another line. We get another line that lacks complete self-awareness, as if the person that wrote the beginning of this episode did not write the second half of this episode, dude. So we get this dude, this Kylo Ren wannabe. People are calling him Smilo Ren, and after seeing his helmet, yeah, I get why they called him that. This is the actual quote that he says.
If you attack a Jedi with a weapon, you will fail. Steel or laser are no threat to them.
So we're just lying at the end of the episode. We're just lying. Like, someone dead ass put this in the editing room, put this together in the editing room, watched it from beginning to end, and let that line get in the final cut.
Steel or laser are no threat to them.
And then the worst part is that Smilo Ren, he ignites a lightsaber right after saying that. If weapons do not kill a Jedi, why the fuck are you using a lightsaber? And the thing is that, like, if you meant that killing the idea of the Jedi requires more than weapons, you have to be more specific than that. But we're going to find out in episode 2, no, he means this literally. All right, episode 2. I started out episode 2 realizing almost all the female characters in Star Wars are British now. There are so many female characters that are just British for no fucking reason. Like, why do they all have British accents? And I'm pretty sure the reason why I wrote this was that there was a kid that May paid to, like, distract the camera outside of the Jedi Temple, and she's British for some reason. Maybe give these characters different accents besides American and British. Like, shit, just for shits and giggles, just give them, like, an Australian accent. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil, mate. Like, fucking something more interesting than just British or American. Like, come on. So after this kid distracts the camera so that May can shut it down, she infiltrates the fucking Jedi Temple, and it's like she's the most conspicuous looking assassin I've ever seen. She, like, if you Google the word assassin, like, that's what she looks like. Like, I thought the idea was to be inconspicuous, not look like a Wish.com assassin. Like, what is this? Like, she's even wearing, like, a COVID mask. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? So now May has infiltrated the Jedi Temple, and I have a question. Because May is a Force user, wouldn't the other Jedi be able to sense her in the temple? They'd be like, that presence smells wrong. Something's not right. Like, they would be able to sense that she's in there because her essence, her presence, her Force aura would not be in line with everyone else's. They'd be like, something's not right. Something smells fishy. That was an accident. That was an accident. I didn't mean that. So I thought that May wasn't going to do that cringe shit she did in the first episode again, but no, she does it again. The fucking anime shit. She's like, please stop. Like, stop doing that. You don't look cool. You look goofy. And again, the fucking script is it keeps arguing with itself because May gets told that you can't kill a Jedi with a weapon, and the very next day she tries to commit homicide with a fucking weapon. It's a shame that these people have a job in Hollywood. They have a job writing shit. And then there's like thousands of writers that actually give a fuck about Star Wars that don't get to write shit. I'm not one of them. I don't give a fuck about Star Wars. I'm just frustrated with how bad this shit is written. Like, this shit is written so poorly. Like, this shit is embarrassing. All right, so the next day... Wait, I forgot. I gotta mention that this Jedi Master Forehead is what I call him. He's been meditating for like several years apparently without having to eat, sleep, shit, or piss. I don't know how, but it kind of reminds me of, we'll get to it. But yeah, she tried to assassinate him, but like there's like a force bubble around him and she just can't get through it. I don't know how, but whatever. So the next day she goes to this shop where Asian Ezra Miller seemingly killed a shop owner and replaced him. And it's like, no, that is a no-sell. The entire community would be like, you're not the guy that owns this place. What did you do to Harry? Like, do you think the entire community is just going to be okay with you just replacing this guy, my guy? Come on, my guy. Okay, so this is when I noticed that, like, Smilo Ren is, like, serious. Like, he says that May needs to kill these Jedi without a weapon because she specifically tells Asian Ezra Miller,
and I will kill one of them without a weapon and please the master.
He didn't mean it in like a philosophical, like metaphorical way. He literally says he wants you to kill a Jedi without a weapon. How? Okay, so there is a really cringy like moment, this little monologue that Asian Ezra Miller has. I'm gonna just play it right here because I can't remember all of it.
Jedi justify their galactic dominance in the name of peace. And peace
is a lie, I know.
Torben is not the serene and, as you say, impenetrable meditator. Like every Jedi, he only thinks he's found peace. What he really needs is something only you can give him. Absolution.
Okay, so that monologue, it really feels like the writer just inserted themselves into this character and used this character as a soapbox. I'm just going to read the note that I actually wrote here. It feels like the writer inserted themselves into this character and used this as a moment to really ram it down our throats that they hate the idea of the Jedi or any other applicable party finding peace, and that peace is an illusion and delusion, and that anyone who is looking for peace is secretly guilty of something. This is the kind of shit that makes me wish Star Wars was officially dead and we stopped getting new shit. So May enters the Jedi Temple again from this fucking ceiling, and they just, after they had a fucking security breach, they leave the gaping ass hole at the top of the fucking building. They leave it open. They leave it open. They don't even like fucking put like a guard up there. She just fucking slips in and fucking like it's just in there. And then we get like a Jedi Knight who's just fat, and it's just like, why are you fat? Like the whole point of the Jedi is that they're supposed to be hyper disciplined, right? They're supposed to be hyper disciplined in mind, body, and spirit. Being fat implies you are not disciplined in any of those. Do you understand that? You can't be fat and be disciplined. You can't. It's impossible. It's oxymoronic. Because if you were disciplined, you'd be going to the gym, working out, making sure your body is in peak form, and not overindulging. Alright, so give the show a little bit of credit here. I wrote this note. Interesting tidbit. Jedi Master Forehead's vow reminds me of the practice of Sokushinbutsu, or the practice of self-mummification, where basically like there's this like Buddhist tradition, or not tradition, but this Buddhist practice of trying to self-mummify, which is basically to mummify yourself while you are still alive. And it's supposed to be like a way to reach like ultimate nirvana or some shit like that. I don't know. Go watch the Wendigoon video. That shit's interesting. Alright, so Saul, Osha, Zesty Killmonger, and British X-23 show up, and they go through the palace, or the Jedi Temple, and Osha just breaks off by herself to go, like, I guess she sensed her sister, or what was it again? I think she saw her sister through the Force, or the thread. We'll get to that. So she follows the apparition of her sister, and then Zesty Killmonger follows her. Osha stumbles across the crime scene. I didn't even talk about the crime scene. I'll come back to that. She stumbles across a crime scene where Jedi Master Forehead is just dead, right? And she just starts fucking around with shit. Starts touching the body, touching the bottle that had the poison in it, just fucking around. Doesn't tell anybody what the fuck she sees. It's like, are you trying to incriminate yourself? Are you trying to look like you did this? And sure enough, Jedi Master Soul and British X-23 show up, and they're like, what did you do? But fortunately, this time, Zesty Killmonger was behind her, and she was behind Osha, and he's like, nah, she didn't do it. I followed her. She didn't do this shit. So it's like, if Zesty Killmonger wasn't diligent, Osha would have got framed for another fucking murder. So I didn't even, like, talk about how Jedi Master Forehead got killed, right? So May shows up with this poison, right? And she sits it in front of him, and she basically says, you did something bad. Drink this shit, because you know you're running from your goddamn demons. Drink this shit, and you will be forgiven. And he drinks it. So apparently he did something bad in the past that I guess the show is going to elaborate on another point. So we'll see where that goes, I guess. So once everyone finds out that Jedi Master Forehead was poisoned, some of the Jedi the Jedi and Jedi Knight Big Mac go to the Apocryphy shop, and Jedi Knight Big Mac points out that Asian Ezra Miller is not the normal guy that works there. He's not the guy that owns the place. It's almost as if that wasn't a good fucking idea in the first place, to kill the guy that owns that place and take his place and think people were going to be fucking okay with that. So Zesty Killmonger has the idea of surrounding the place and just basically beating up Asian Ezra Miller and arresting him. And it's like, again, why is he so suddenly like authoritarian and violent and just wanting to beat people up? Like, what the fuck? And then X-23 is like, here's a better idea. Let's bug Osha, right? And just send her in and get a confession. Yes, make Zesty Killmonger look like a fucking idiot for some fucking reason. I don't know, man. So then there's this odd tidbit where fucking like Saul is like, here, we're gonna give this gun to Osha, and then Zesty Killmonger is like, it's against the law to give a civilian a firearm. And it's like, what the fuck? Gun control in Star Wars? What the fuck is this? Since when? Since when? Doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense. That didn't make sense, dude. Gun control. Lord. And what makes it even weirder is that Zesty Killmonger knows that Osha used to be a Jedi. They were Padawans at the same time. So he knows that Osha can defend herself. She's capable of defending herself. So I don't know why the fuck he's being all uppity about Osha having some kind of weapon. So Osha goes into the Apocryphy shop pretending to be May, and she just completely forgets how to be a human, which is an annoyingly common trope when characters go undercover. They just forget how to be human and just start acting all weird and shit. Or like, I remember what exactly happened when she walks in. She says, hello. Then Asian Ezra Miller says, hello. And then Osha says, hi. And he's like, hi. And it's like, what are we doing? Why is it that every time a character goes undercover, they just forget how to be human? Why write it like that? Once they get a confession, Osha gets made right when they get a confession, right? The Jedi swoop in and fucking like, the moment he realizes that he's surrounded by Jedi, he just spills the fucking beans with hard specifics about May and the poison and all this shit. And it's like, damn, you folded like a cheap piece of fucking tissue paper, bro. And then here's a crazy part. I thought like Saul was like bluffing and he just said this to get Asian Ezra Miller to like, spill the beans. But no, he's serious when he says this. He tells Asian Ezra Miller that the Jedi will let him go with a warning if he cooperates.
If you cooperate, we will consider letting you go with a warning.
Bruh.
No, he is an accomplice for murder. He was an accessory to the murder of Jedi Master Forehead. He can't go. I think the fuck not. So then like a slightly, not even slightly, a very confusing scene happens, right? For the sake of a joke. I'm just going to tell you right now, this was for a joke, all right? So Saul asks, like, there's this I'll get to that. Saul asks Asian Ezra Miller, who is he? And then Asian Ezra Miller turns to Zesty Killmonger and he says, I thought he was with you guys. it took me a minute to go like, what the fuck are they talking about? What is this interaction? I had to rewind all the way to Osha and Asian Ezra Miller's conversation to realize that he said he during that conversation in reference to Smilo Ren. That sentence literally happened like, I had the time codes here. Like, it happened like literally like a minute prior. Him mentioning he or him, that was mentioned a minute before that joke.
Who is he?
I thought he was with you. He will be so pleased.
What the why? This is comedy now? This is comedy. This is what's funny these days. This is what these cats thinks is fucking funny, bro. So then they lay a trap because Ezra Miller, Asian Ezra Miller, tells them that, oh, May's coming back tonight, right? And he told the truth. He told the fucking truth. Like, she really was coming back that night. So the Jedi set up a perimeter, but they don't ask the local Jedi temple for fucking help. Why? They didn't ask for Jedi Knight Big Mac. They didn't ask for the other guy that's there. They didn't ask for no other help. It's just fucking 3 Jedi and some fucking grease monkey. I don't fucking know. Damn, I can't say grease monkey. She's black. So a fight happens between May and Soul. And during this fight, like, Soul just absolutely mollywops May using the Force alone. May escapes. Fucking, she hijacks a speeder. Osha and May meet eyes, so they now know that they're both fucking alive. And Osha tries to shoot May with the fucking stun blaster, and she fucking misses when they're like fucking like a yard apart. And then May gets away, and that's basically the end of the fucking episode, bro. Like, I got one more episode, man. There's one more, and man, this shit is a doozy, bro. All right, episode 3. Episode 3 starts with Osha and May as children, like 16 years prior to the events of episode 1, right? Of the show. It literally starts out the same way that like episode 5 of Echo did. Where like we get one of the kids just being a complete fucking psychopath that's like torturing a fucking animal using the Force.
Let it go, May. Stop!
Why does Disney keep writing these characters like this? Just these psychotic like animal abusers that are just like, I'm gonna force choke this fucking alien butterfly. Like, oh, May is not done being a complete fucking psychopath, by the way. Not even close. Strap in, buckos. This shit's about to get fucking wild. So I have a little tidbit here. I'm just going to read it like verbatim. I said, these twins don't even look alike. Now, if Osha and May looked different from each other as adults, we'd be cooking. But they are portrayed by the same person. The plot of the first 2 episodes hinges on the writer pulling a case of mistaken identity. A Sonic Adventure 2, if you will. Why get 2 twins that don't even look remotely similar if you couldn't pull it off? Or, alternatively, why not make adult Osha and May look different just like the kids do? So Osha and May have this little nursery rhyme, and it's just too fucking long, bro. It's long as hell. It's like 20 seconds. It feels like it takes forever for them to say that shit. So Osha and May get back to town after one of their mothers, fucking like scolds them for being out in the fucking forest. Soul is in the forest, you know, spying on them and shit. We'll get to that shit. They get back to town, and I didn't put this in my notes, but someone pointed this out on Twitter that fucking they have these little treats called spice creams.
May we have some spice creams?
Spice is a drug in Star Wars.
Spice was the name for a type of illicit substance or substances in demand throughout the galaxy. Spice was mined at the spice mines of Kessel, where slaves such as captured Wookiees were worked to death, turning mined medicinal spice mineral into a recreational drug.
And the kids want them. And one of the moms lets them have them. Spice is a drug. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that there's some kind of nefarious fucking scheme behind this, a nefarious agenda or some shit. I'm going to just be like, man, these motherfuckers don't know anything about Star Wars. That's the reality. If I'm not mistaken, the guy that directed this episode had not seen a single piece of Star Wars nothing. Oh, best believe. You're going to see signs of that shit all over this episode. So Osha and May's mothers, yes, mothers, are like talking in the shadows and shit. And then like one of her mothers caresses the chin of the other mother. But they don't kiss because Disney's a bunch of fucking cowards. And they'll never put an on-screen kiss in a fucking Star Wars movie, because then they gotta take it to China, and China's gonna be like, get that fake and gay shit out of here, because this show is literally fake and fucking gay. Star Wars is Disney fucking cowards. The fucking lesbian kiss and the Rise of Skywalker, they cut that shit the fuck out in the places that don't like gay people. Fucking, what are we doing here? We're just posturing. We're just pandering. Why even put that in there? And the worst part is that is literally the one time in the entire episode where their two mothers show any sort of fucking affection towards each other. The rest of the episode, they're acting like the... You know what, fucking, I'm gonna just say it. They're acting like... The statistics don't lie. Alright, back to the fucking show, because I went off the fucking rails for a second. So, Osha and May's mother are lecturing them about the Force before their little ceremony at the end of the night. That's supposed to be an ascension, which is when they get fucking like christened into the coven of witches, right? The coven of Force lesbian witches and shit, right? So she's giving this little lecture, and they call the Force the thread, right? Which, not a big deal, you know, not everyone calls it the Force, even though in the movies, nobody calls it anything besides the Force, but I don't watch anything besides the movies, really, so maybe in the Clone Wars they call it some shit besides the Force, but that, whatever, fuck it, that's not even really the big problem. The problem is the verbiage that Osha's mother has here, where she says,
some call it a force and claim to use it.
Some people call it the Force, as in calling it the Force is weird and strange and not normal. As if like there's just this weird offset of people calling it the Force. Some people call it the Force. Not the majority of people that use the Force call it the Force. Okay, so here's a big issue I have with Osha just throughout the entire show so far, in the first 3 episodes. Osha, it just lacks commitment in any and everything she does. Because in this episode, she's constantly showing like signs that she doesn't want to do the ascension. She doesn't want to become a lesbian Force witch, you know. But then she grows up and then she quits the Jedi, which is going to be an awfully like problematic decision once we get to the end of this episode and understand why she became a Jedi in the first place. It's going to be real fucking funny to watch. But she, like, as a main character, you cannot have a main character who is so weak when it comes to such a strong character trait such as commitment. You know, a character that has a lack of commitment cannot be the main character, because we want to watch someone like, I'm gonna get in a little bit of like, you know, psychology when it comes to the audience. The audience doesn't want to watch a fucking character that has such weak character traits such as like lacking commitment, being a liar for no fucking reason, right? Shit like that. You know, we don't want to watch a main character that's weak like that. We want to watch a main character who's like stronger than us, like who has like this defining trait that is just unbreakable, infallible, ineffable. And Osha doesn't have that trait. She doesn't have any trait like that. She's just this woman that just goes around just doing whatever the fuck she wants to do. She's gonna fucking, I don't want to be a fucking lesbian witch. I want to be a Jedi. And then fucking 16 years later, oh, I don't want to be a Jedi no more. I just want to repair ships and live the quiet life. Like, you can't be a main character and be fucking like laissez-faire like that. You can't do that. Not as a main character. I'm sorry. Okay, so Osha and May's mom, I forget what her name is, the black one, the human black one. The other one is like the Darth Maul looking chick. The human mom is like, she says this line where she says,
the galaxy is not a place that welcomes women like us.
I know what they meant by that. Fuck you. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh wait, no, I will say one thing. The galaxy is a place that does not welcome women such as us. Oh, you're gonna see why the galaxy doesn't welcome them.
You are on the brink of extinction.
So here's another point. I'm gonna bring this up later. Just take note of it. Osha's family consistently chastise her for wanting to be an individual, for wanting to live individually, not be a part of a collective. We will get to that. It's going to get kind of awkward because I'm going to have to get a little political here. All right, so this is the moment where like I just completely lost it because the show just abandons all semblance of self-awareness. It abandons the very concept of self-awareness, where during this speech, during the ascension, did y'all see that shit? My light flickered. That was fucking weird. But during the ascension ritual, fucking the human mom says the galaxy has banished us because they think we're dark and strange. And then literally, not even 10 seconds later, one of the women in the crowd of the coven just starts making bonobo noises.
You are on the brink of extinction.
She just starts chirping like a fucking monkey. Like, you don't get to be confused as to why the galaxy thinks you're weird and dark and strange when you're having fucking like night spirit rituals in the moonlight while you're chirping like bonobos in darkness, and then they start doing this interpretive dance and hooing and hawing like they're fucking like having orgasms and shit. Like, oh, this shit makes my nose itch. You don't get to play that card. You don't get to play the victim card when you guys are rightfully weird as shit. Let me summarize this. Let me summarize what this coven of witches is, right? This coven of force witches have been exiled from the galaxy at large because they are dark and weird. There is a degree of substance to this argument given the very bizarre behavior displayed during the ceremony. So because they are dark and weird, none of them can get laid and have children. They are all so down bad that it required the Force to get one of them pregnant. Yeah, I didn't even get to that part yet. We technically didn't fucking find out about that quite yet. We'll get to that. But the twins, yeah, they were conceived through the fucking Force. I'm gonna just rip the Band-Aid off now. They were conceived by the fucking Force. So fuck Anakin, I guess. He's just normal. He's just a normal... That shit's just normal. You try hard enough, have a fucking baby. It's just that simple. Fucking Force conceive. Force... Like... I need a fucking drink. You know, I never felt like a loser watching Star Wars when I was in, like, elementary school and middle school and high school. But I feel like more of a loser watching this shit, like, right now. Like, watching The Acolyte, I feel like more of a loser watching this shit than I did watching, like, Revenge of the Sith. Like, for real. Or Attack of the Clones. This shit is embarrassing. Now, I know I shit on Osha for being laissez-faire about commitment and shit, but conversely, I feel like the Ascension is a bit of a heavy commitment to just be throwing that shit at a child. And just being like, ah, yes, you... child, you will take over my blood rights once I die, and you will run this coven of witches till you die, and your children will take over for you because that is your duty. Like, you can't be throwing that shit at a 12-year-old. That's some heavy shit. I'm almost 30, and I think that shit's heavy for me. Come to find out, the fucking Jedi were snooping around the witches' homes and shit, and like before Osha can be inducted into the coven of lesbian force witches. May already got inducted. She has the little swirl on her head. But before Osha can get inducted into the coven of force witches, the Jedi show up and they hide the children in the crowd of the coven. They're supposed to be hiding while they're having this really stupid conversation, all right? Jedi Master Trinity calls for the kids to come out, the twins to come out, And Osha just walks through the crowd, and none of the witches stop her from walking up. They don't even try. Like, one of them, like, places, like, I got this empty can of, like, Monster right here, and I'm talking about this. This is how much force they apply to her shoulder. They don't even try. They don't even try to stop her. She's just walking forward, and it's like, the future of your coven is about to be compromised. Stop her. This is all under the assumption that, like, you know, this is logical, because what they should have done was the moment they heard Jedi take the children and move them somewhere else. Take them somewhere else. Get them the fuck out of here. Don't hide them so that they can be compromised. Say, I don't want you to find this little plant thing, right? Which would be more effective? Me putting it down here, or me taking it out of the fucking room? Which one is more likely to be fucking found? I'm not even going to get into the conversation there. Actually, I am. I have some notes on that. Jedi Master Trinity tells the fucking human mom, the leader of the coven, I have the quote right here. You cannot deny that Jedi have the right to test potential Padawans, with your permission, of course. That was a real line that someone wrote, directed, fucking spoke, watched in the editing room, and then released it.
You cannot deny that Jedi have the right to test potential Padawans. With your permission, of course.
My guy, if it's a right, you don't have to ask for permission. Like, if you have a right to freedom of speech, do I have to ask you to fucking say something? No. No. Because that's not how a right works. This shit is making me unhinged. Like, this shit is absolutely ridiculous. I'm trying really hard not to just walk out of this fucking screed I'm having right now. Like, I feel like I'm fucking having a manic episode trying to recall what the fuck I watched yesterday. I'm putting this fucking thing back up here, man. So, basically, the kid wants to get, like, Osha wants to get... Wait. I forgot. I didn't put this in the notes, but something fucking really wacky happens. Saul fucking, like, talks to Osha because Osha has compromised the coven, you know? And she talks to Saul, and Saul gives her his fucking lightsaber. Just gives it to her. My guy, that thing can melt through metal doors, and you just hand it to a child. This honestly reminds me of how way back in the gap before I was alive, the military would recruit like high schoolers by just handing them an M16 and being like, you can get one of these. As a matter of fact, I'll be right back. Hey kid, you want to join the Marines? Get you one of these right here, buddy. It's a real gun. Get you one of these nice M16s. If you join the Marines, you get that and no more, boy. I think that's how they talked back then. I don't know. I wasn't fucking alive. That's basically what it's fucking like. Just fucking, here's a weapon. Join us and you get one. Like, the fuck? So, the Jedi leave because they've agreed. I forgot, fucking some other crazy shit happens. Fucking the human fucking mom, she holds one of the Jedi hostage. Jedi Master Forehead, back when he was a Padawan, yeah, he just got fucking like mind imprisoned by the witches, and like fucking like the Jedi have every right to cut you down at this point, but whatever. In order to let him go, they agree to getting the girls tested for midichlorians and shit in the morning, and then they'll leave if the girls fail the test, right? So that night, the witches are fucking conversing and shit, and the Darth Maul looking ass lady just straight up says, who's gonna miss 4 Jedis? Let's just fucking kill them. And we're talking about 4 motherfuckers that can detect when they can sense when people die. They can sense when people die. Like, if you kill those 4 Jedi, the other Jedi all the way in Coruscant, they're gonna be like, damn, Jedi Master Trinity just fell off the face of the fucking galaxy. Let's go to her last position. Oh, these crazy lesbian force witches, they fucking killed her. Slaughter them all. We seek retribution in a holy war against the fucking witches. Who wrote this? Alright, so I did have a prediction here. I said that, I'm calling it now, Osha and May's story is going to be the reason why the Jedi have all these stipulations about why they have to have younger Jedi. They have to have younger Padawans. They can't be too old or else they're going to have attachments to their parents and all that shit. I guess that's okay, I guess, but it just feels like a giant middle finger. It feels like revisionism, you know? It just don't feel right, in my opinion. But that's just me. That's just me. After all the crazy shit that they've been trying to revise before this would just be like par for the fucking course, so whatever. This is when I realized that the information we get given in episode 1 makes episode 3 really fucking bad, because I'm just going to read what I said. The thing that makes episode 3 so fucking bad is that Osha goes through all this stressing about wanting to be a Jedi only for her to quit. She was training to be a Jedi for approximately 10 years, then she up and leaves. It makes this entire episode farcical. She made all this hubba over being a Jedi and not wanting to be a witch, and then she fucking quit being a Jedi anyway. It was all in vain. Her mother's and her sister and basically her entire family died for fucking nothing. What the fuck was even the point of this? So this was also when I realized that it seems like they got a little bit of an agenda here in this show, where they want to make the Jedi look as evil as possible. They want to make the Jedi look as fucked up and evil as possible. Where Yord is like he's like a cop that's ready to just beat the shit out of people and like do police brutality and just get a little bit of action and shit. He's always looking for some kind of excuse to fuck people up. And then in this episode where the Jedi act like they have a right to just test people's kids and take them, and it's like, what are y'all trying to do here? Why are y'all trying to make the Jedi look evil? And we'll get to some more shit. We'll get to some more shit. I forgot to mention there's apparently this old witch elder that just literally shows up for one scene and that's it. Like, she shows up in one scene to say some Captain Obvious shit, and then she just disappears after that. I don't know if she shows up later in a scene we'll get to later, but she literally shows up to just say,
"This test has 2 outcomes, a pass or a fail."
Yeah, that's how tests usually work, is that you either pass them or you fail them. That's okay. Yeah. And basically, the plan now was to get Osha and May to lie on the test and get all their answers wrong, basically. Which is dumb when you're talking about 4 motherfuckers that can read your goddamn minds. But whatever. Whatever. So the next day, I'm just starting to like recall shit from memory because my notes start getting more sparse here because I checked out. I was just passively watching this, but the next day, the witches go to the ship where the Jedi are, and they take the test. May lies. Osha fucking tries to lie. Soul, like, knows she's lying, so then tricks her into revealing that she's lying, which is, it's kind of stupid how they trick her into realizing that they trick her into showing that she's lying in the dumbest way.
How about this next one?
A mountain.
Correct.
That wasn't a
Basically, they have this conversation. Osha's like, I don't want to be a witch. I want to be a Jedi. And then fucking like, well then be a Jedi, but you gotta, I don't like this line either, but Soul is like,
but you must have the courage to say what you want.
Being a Jedi is not about doing what you want. It's not about having what you want when you're a Jedi. Because if being a Jedi was about having what you want, Anakin wouldn't have fell to the fucking dark side. Like, that's the whole reason why Anakin fell to the dark side, because he had something he wasn't supposed to fucking have while he was a Jedi. He had a wife. And because of that, he couldn't go to the Jedi when he had this issue with this thing he wasn't supposed to have in the first fucking place. Whoever fucking wrote this shit clearly has never watched any Star Wars, as I said before. So Osha fucking like leaves the ship. May figures out that she didn't lie on the test. They go home, they argue. Fucking Osha's human mom is like, oh, if you want to be a Jedi, just say so. And then fucking she says that only for her to be like, well, we'll keep that in mind when we have this conversation where we still might say no, even though you don't want to be a witch. Which, by the way, choosing to be a Jedi is just as big as a commitment as ascending to be an eternal lesbian witch, you know? I don't think children should be making this fucking choice. It's a really intense fucking choice, bro. Osha is like, I'm gonna be a Jedi, let me start packing my stuff. May shows up in the room and she's like, you better not leave. And then Osha's like, or what? And she's like, I'll fucking kill you.
You can't stop me. Yes, I can. How? I'll kill you.
Well, she didn't say fucking, but so she takes like her journal, lights it on fire, locks Osha in the fucking room, takes this lantern that looks like a bong and fucking throws it, and she just burns the entire fucking home down, apparently, even though the home's made of stone. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that happened. But then Osha, she takes like this fucking sonic screwdriver looking thing, and she unscrews this fucking panel and this door opens. Why that door is in there in the first place, I have no fucking idea. But it takes her to the main reactor. But while she's in this vent, all the witches just fucking spontaneously combust upstairs. All you hear are their screams as a fucking explosion goes off. Which I guess we'll learn what actually happened over there when we get the other side of this flashback in like episode 6 or whatever the fuck. Osha exits the vent. May shows up and she's like, Mom's dead. What did you do? And they literally like have this back and forth where like Osha says, what did you do? May says, what did you do? And then Osha says again, what did you do? And I'm asking, what did you do? Lucasfilm, did you hire a 5-year-old to write this shit? They were eating their fucking applesauce and chicken nuggies while they were writing episode 3 of the fucking Acolyte for Star Wars.
What have you done? What have you done? What have you done?
On Disney Plus. And this show cost like $100-something million. And you handing this shit off to a 5-year-old. This shit legit makes my nose itch, bro. Like, I'm getting heated because this shit's frustrating. So then, Saul just appears, which makes you wonder why the fuck was he here. Apparently, like, I guess we're going to get, like I said, we're going to get the other side of this fucking flashback in episode 5 or 6 or whatever. And it's going to be revealed that, oh yeah, the Jedi fucking just slaughtered everybody or whatever the fuck. I don't fucking know. But, Saul is here, and he fucking, like, he sees Osha and May, and they're about to fall, and instead of just using the Force to grab both of them, he runs towards the cliff, watches May, a 12-year-old child, fall to her fucking death, and just catches Osha with his hands when he has the Force, and then pulls her up. That was manufactured as shit. Like, this entire episode was manufactured bullshit, manufactured drama in order to get the result that they wanted. They wanted to get the setup of like, oh, Osha fucking like is the good child, and then May is like the one that fell to the dark side or whatever the fuck, and she doesn't like the Jedi, and the Jedi abandoned her and shit, and they did what they did, and now I'm out for revenge, bro. Like, so manufactured, bro. This shit's gay. I'm sorry, this shit's gay. It's fake and gay. This show is fake and gay. I might title the video this: The Acolyte is fake and gay. YouTube would probably not let me do that, but that's the unofficial title. Put it, Isabella, put it like right here. Put it right here, Isabella. Thank you. So Saul takes Osha out of the fucking coven, and like all their bodies are just laying on the ground. They're all fucking dead. But none of them are burned. There's no like explosion. Like they're not burned. They all just, it all looks like their brains just like shut off. They all had an aneurysm and just fucking died. They just flopped on the ground. They escaped the fucking the coven lair, the witch lair, and Why am I holding this? Saul takes Osha to the Jedi ship, and she wakes up, and just like fucking Echo, Osha wakes up and she just completely forgets what the fuck happened. She just forgets that she saw her mom's dead body.
Mama?
And she's like, where's my mom? You saw her dead body. It's just like Echo. It's the same weird mistakes from Echo, bro. Why are they writing shit like this? Who are they? Who is teaching these people? Who is teaching these people how to cook, bro? I really don't know why this shit is making me so frustrated. My nose is itching like it's bizarre. Apparently, Jedi Master Forehead has a scar now, so clearly something fucking happened. Something fucking happened. And we don't know we don't know the other side of this shit. But then it's shown that May survived, and that's the end of the episode. Oh yeah, I forgot. Saul makes like a really ridiculous promise to Osha where he's like,
You will never feel like this, okay? I promise.
You can't promise her that. Like, that's like, it's actually worse than Doctor Strange in Multiverse of Madness promising that America Chavez is going to see her parents again. That's such a reckless promise. This one's even worse. Telling a child, you're never going to have this emotional distress ever again. And it's like, you don't know that. You can't promise her that. So, yeah, that's God, I'm ready to go to sleep. That was the first 3 episodes of The Acolyte. I don't know if I'm going to make another video like this, but overall, this shit is a train wreck, dude. And it's just weird how, like, there's even, like, this political messaging under here that just makes me really uncomfortable, dude. And it has to do with the Coven of Witches, where there's this, like, connotation that the witches are the good guys, but, and I do not use this term lightly, the Coven of Witches come across as very Marxist. And it's so blatant, too. It's not like I'm making this up. It's very blatant. The Coven of Witches is all about the collective unit rather than the individual. Like, you even get shit like fucking, like, May saying that we are the same person.
It isn't fair. I share everything with you, and you hide things from me or run off alone. I want to have my own things. Why? Because I want to do everything together all the time. But why? Because we're not the same. Of course we are.
How come you won't share your stuff with me? And then they chastise Osha for wanting to be her own individual, for having her own stuff. She wants to be an individual.
You think you want something different than life in this coven. But that is because you are young. Osha wants to do it.
Osha is a child.
She is old enough to know what she wants.
I told him I wanted to be a Jedi because I do.
You don't mean that.
I do. I want my own life.
And the Coven, like, chastises her for not showing interest in what everyone else is interested in. It's very weird and collectivist. It's very bizarre. I don't really like that undertone, you know? That the Jedi are bad because they're offering Osha her own destiny. Which I don't even want to talk about, like, the weird shit behind the thread and all that, because it's inconsistent as hell. They're offering Osha her own destiny, and the rest of the Coven is chastising her for wanting to be an individual, and I don't really like that. Because they don't, the big problem is that, like, if they would give us a reason why she should be committing to the Ascension, it would make this a little bit easier to digest. It's like, okay, this is her duty. Like, if it's her duty, it's her, like, you know, it's her responsibility. Like, you know, if she doesn't take this up, then the Coven of Witches, her religion dies, you know, or something like that. That'd be something. But they don't give us a reason for why she needs to stay as a witch. She needs to stay in the Coven. They don't explain that. It's just, you need to be in the Coven because we say so. Our dark and weird Coven where we fucking, like, impregnate each other with the thread, the magic force. Fucking space lesbians. It's so bad that I had to bring up politics. That's how bad it was. I didn't want to bring up politics, but they made me. Because that's what I saw. That's what I saw. I actually brought this up on Twitter that I don't like the Acolyte has also like it's ignited this conversation about the Jedi, you know, their alignment, and we have been on a slippery slope, my guy. The prequels started the conversation about how the Jedi were not perfect, because mind you, here's the mindset of what people saw the Jedi as before the prequels, is that before the prequels the Jedi were the stuff of legends. They were myths. They didn't technically fucking exist in the original trilogy, right? Because Obi-Wan was the only Jedi that was alive. And then he dies in episode 4, and now Luke is the future of the Jedi. Well, Yoda also, I forgot. But Yoda also dies in Return of the Jedi. So they're the old guard. Those two are the old guard, and they both fucking die by the end of the original trilogy. They were the only examples we had of the Jedi. So they were the stuff of legends. They were myths. So seeing the prequels where we see that the Jedi are... We've seen more Jedi than in all 3 of the original trilogy combined. There are more Jedi in The Phantom Menace than all 3 of the original trilogy movies, right? So we get to see what the Jedi were actually like, and we realize they were bloated by bureaucracy, right? They were flawed. Yeah, they were flawed. Right? But then the sequels came around. Well, first, the prequels were like, they were flawed, but in the end, they were still inherently good. They were still a necessary good in the galaxy. Then the sequels come around, and The Last Jedi straight up says, no, the Jedi were fucking flawed, like, from the ground up.
If you strip away the myth and look at their deeds, the legacy of the Jedi is failure.
And Luke just straight up gives up on the Jedi. And he just says, nah, the Jedi were just not it. So we went from the Jedi are flawed but good. I said this on Twitter, but the Jedi are flawed but good. Then we went to the Jedi are just flawed inherently, and their system is flawed. There's nothing, you can't save this system. The system is just fucking flawed. And now the Acolyte is just trying to paint the Jedi as just like fucking evil. As if they are like they're like corrupt police, you know? That they are a corrupt system. And it's like, it's a perversion of what this shit originally was. And it seems to be working, because there are people on Twitter just straight up saying the Jedi are just fucking evil. They were always evil. They were never good. They were garbage. And it's just like, you're talking about a religion that teaches people to be balanced, to ground oneself, to be disciplined, right? And they're the bad guys? I'm not going to say that they're saying that the Sith are good guys, but you're considering the Jedi bad guys when what they teach is sound. You know, it's shit you could take from and use in the real world. But look, here's what I think is probably going to happen after episode 3. We're going to find out that the Jedi fucked around in the space witch, you know, the space witch coven of lesbians that lick each other's armpits and shit. And howl like bonobos and shit.
You were on the brink of extinction!
You know, they fucked around with them, and they ended up getting into a scuffle, and they fucking accidentally killed all the witches. Because that would explain why Saul is there, and where Jedi Master fucking Forehead got his scar from. And then Osha's gonna be like, I was wrong about you, and then she's not gonna join the Jedi. She's gonna do her own thing like she was already fucking doing. And it's going to be revealed, and I'm betting money that it's going to be revealed that Smilo Ren is actually the Darth Maul lady that didn't like the Jedi and shit. I forgot to mention, they use bow and arrows. The lesbian space witches are using bow and arrows against the Jedi, and it's like, you could have easily made it look more spacey, more sci-fi by like putting like some lights on the arrows, like, you know, make them like glow green or some shit. You could have easily made it look like they were not normal bows and arrows. Make the bow like glow purple or some shit. Make the tip of the arrow, the arrowhead, make it glow green like the Night Sisters had in the fucking Clone Wars show. These solutions are fucking easy. You know, I had a pretty ridiculous week. not gonna get into everything because it's a little too detailed what happened to me this week. All right, but some of the stuff, Windows 10, I completely trashed that OS on my PC. Had to install Windows 11. Age of Extinction is safe. It's safe. We're good. It's hot. Like, things are going crazy right now. So I think just taking a moment to just completely thrash the Acolyte might be a little bit therapeutic for me. Okay. Right now I'm going to be drinking some Tortuga. From St. Lucia. If you ever had this, you understand how dangerous this is. This is dangerous, all right? Be careful. This is candy. Candy in liquid form. It is sweet, barely a tinge of alcohol. So a lot has happened since my last Acolyte video. I'm used to my camera being... I'm not going to move it. I'm going to just move myself. Whatever. A lot has happened since... I'm also going to enjoy a cigar. It's been a long week. I can't even get into it. It's just been a long week. A lot has happened since I last covered the Acolyte, all right? We had 3 episodes. One of them that just created a war on Twitter, all right? I'll get to that later, because that's just... How long have we been recording? 2 minutes? Okay, that's fucking bizarre. All right, that shit was insane. All over Ki-Adi-Mundi, by the way. But we'll get to, like I said, we will get to that. Like, we got what is apparently like the best this series is going to be, which in episode 5, that's going to be the best this series has to offer, apparently, because I don't know if you can get any better. I don't know if the series can get any better than that. And then I just watched episode 6 today and just, man, the people behind this are troubled. So let's go ahead and light this puppy. What is this? It's a Fausto Estelli. Also, I rode my motorcycle today for the first time in a while. It was therapeutic, man. I'm telling you, riding a motorcycle lowers your blood pressure. It's therapeutic, man. It feels good. Oh, that is earthly. Very earthy. Very, very dark. So anyway, let's get cracking. Let's stop stalling. Let's go ahead and rip this apart because I need this, therapeutically speaking. So, episode 4 starts with, in the aftermath of episode 3, the aftermath of episode 2. May got away on that planet where Jedi Master Forehead was, right? So now they're back at the Jedi Temple, and OSHA and British X-23 are saying their goodbyes and shit. And first thing I noticed was that, like, the dialogue, I'm gonna just warn you right now, the dialogue in this episode is bizarre. Like, I don't know what the fuck planet these people are on writing this, because it's really weird. So the first instance of this is that OSHA thanks X-23 for proving her innocence, and it's like X-23 didn't give a shit about you being innocent or not. She just wanted to find out who the murderer was. She never cared about your innocence. And then, like, there's this weird, like, camaraderie between the two, and it's like, that was totally unearned. I don't know where that came from. Okay, so the next one, I mentioned this in my episode 3 summary, but OSHA, like, triples down on her lack of commitment, where not only did she refuse to commit to the Ascension, not only did she refuse to commit to being a Jedi, she also refuses to commit to her sister's safety, to making sure that her sister is safe. She just says it's the Jedi's problem now. It's like, how is this supposed to be our main character, the vehicle through this narrative? How is this character has nothing. All right, this character is a nothing character. And episode 6 is really going to just fucking baffle you when we get to that. You'll see the choices they are making by the time we get to episode 6, baffling. Just, I can't even explain it. Oh, that's wrong. That's just sugar. Here's where things get a little fucky-wucky with the time, all right? Okay, I forgot for a second what the fuck this note was. But, so, May and Asian Ezra Miller, they arrive on the planet that Jedi Master Wookiee is on, and I think it was May that said this, that they only have 3 hours of sunlight left. But then you look at the sky and it's like, it looks like it's noon. So then Jedi Master Discount Nebula is talking to her little underground, like, backwater council of Jedi, which, Ki-Adi-Mundi is here. Don't know why. He's, like, alive 40 years before he's supposed to be, but we've already had this discussion for, like, almost a month now, so I'm not even going to jump on that right now. In this scene, they have, like, a visual of all the Jedi that May is targeting, and then, like, the 2 she's killed are red. Like, they get red. They turn red because it's to signify, oh, yeah, she's killed them, and it's like, it shows this is a show written by 5-year-olds for 5-year-olds, despite what the fuck you're gonna see in episode 6. Okay, so Jedi Master Discount Nebula tells Master Holden, who's I think she's the black lady, to extract Jedi Master Wookiee and intercept May. And then Master Holden is like, what would happen if May doesn't come peacefully? And then Discount Nebula is like, it won't come to that. And it's like, why the fuck would you expect otherwise? Why would you expect the Jedi murderer to just come in peacefully, to just be like, arrest me? Wait a minute, that's exactly what the fuck May does, but we'll get to that. That's not even half right. May is a fucking mess, just watch. So there's a scene where May and Asian Ezra Miller are talking, right? And they're on the way to Jedi Master Wookiee, and they start talking about something, but the thing that really just threw me off was like this moment where May, or the actress playing May, what's her name? Amandla something. I don't remember. She has like the worst fucking acting I've seen in a while, where like she moves her face like a BioWare character from the mid 2010s, all right? Like from Mass Effect 2, where like her face like clearly changes emotions. There's no nuance to it.
Can't believe my sister's Jedi scum. What was she like when you spoke to her?
Okay, so what my note says is, holy shit, what is this acting and writing? It is raw, utilitarian dialogue that is uncouth in its ordinance. That's how you know I was fucking pissed watching this, because it was just bad. The goal is to show May's contempt for the Jedi, but also show her compassion for her sister. There are less ham-fisted ways to show this. Okay, so this is when I realized that the dialogue was just completely incorrigible, all right? Like, just, I'm gonna play the clip.
I need you to come with me on this mission.
You want me to rejoin the Jedi?
I have no idea where the fuck Osha got this idea that, like, if she went on this mission, that Sol was gonna ask her to be a Jedi again. Like, she was on a mission with the Jedi previously, and they didn't offer her to be a Jedi, so why the fuck would she assume she's gonna be a Jedi going on this mission? And then again, I said that this dialogue was nakedly utilitarian, because it's obvious that Osha is supposed to show longing to rejoin the Jedi, but again, it's ham-fisted and offensively uncouth. And when I say uncouth, it's because, how do I put it? It's clunky, and like, it's the equivalent of coming over to somebody's house and their house is like a mess and they're just in their underwear. Like, you walk in and they look like Indiana Jones from the Dial of Destiny, sitting there in his underwear looking disheveled and shit. It's uncouth. And then Osha says that she doesn't want to help Sol after he said he wasn't going to make her a Jedi, and it's like, make up your mind. What do you fucking want? What do you want? Like, I don't get this character. And then a motherfucker shows up that looks like Plo Koon, and I was like, please don't tell me that not only do we have Ki-Adi-Mundi, but they might have Plo Koon, but as you'll see in episode 5, it's not Plo Koon. At least for all we know. For all we know, it was Plo Koon. For all we fucking know. Alright, so they're on the ship now, and Osha is wearing like this white... Osha decides to go on the mission, by the way, so I don't know why did she decline in the first place, but she's wearing this white outfit that's like civilian gear, or civilian robes, or whatever the fuck they called it, and Zesty Killmonger calls Osha a civilian, and it doesn't really feel Jedi-like.
Any questions, civilian?
Because you had Obi-Wan in Attack of the Clones talking to the Death Sticks guy in the bar, and he didn't call him a civilian. And then you have Qui-Gon Jinn talking to Shmi Skywalker, and he didn't call her a civilian. So where the fuck is this whole civilian thing coming from? Like, and then Saul calls her a civilian later in the episode, and it's like, or it was the next episode. I don't remember. Saul calls her a civilian, and it's like, y'all are really trying to like make this Jedi or cops thing like happen, and it's not. It's like fetch. It's not happening. Stop trying to make it happen. So they land on the planet where Jedi Master Wookiee is, and X-23 has this box that is a translator, and I thought that was very interesting because it's like usually in sci-fi they have like a little patch in their neck or like in their ear that automatically translates. You know, it translates stuff for, you know, other species, but then in this show they just have a big ass, like it's like a box. I can't unplug my hard drive, but it's like the size of like a portable hard drive, and she's just holding it like, hey, can you explain what the fuck is going on? Like, it looks really weird. Okay, so Osha has the stun blaster that she had from episode 2, and Zesty Killmonger just has like this fucking raging hate boner for this girl, and she's like, give me that shit back, and she's like, nah, I think I'm good. No, I don't think I will. Old Joe Biden like Captain America meme, you know. They just like have a back and forth, and then Saul comes in and breaks them apart, or doesn't break them apart. He does a pattern interrupt, and it was like, what the fuck was the point of that? Why does Zesty Killmonger hate her so much that she's not allowed to have? She's already proven her innocence twice over now, so I don't know why she's not allowed to hold a weapon to defend herself. Again, as we saw in episode 2, apparently there's a law, there's gun control in the Star Wars universe now, so I don't know, man. So next comes this really fucking strange moment that has got to be the result of reshoots, where British X-23 walks over to Saul and the rest of the Jedi and says, oh, the locals say that he walked off into the Jedi Master Wookiee walked off into the forest and he never came out. Then Saul walks to this ledge and then looks at the forest and says,
Kanaka is in there.
I mean, yeah, like X-23 just said.
The locals say he ventured off into the forest and never came back.
That's what she literally just said. The locals just said. So, what the fuck is the deal with this dialogue, man? Did nobody catch how redundant that was? And then a funny moment happens later where Osha asks Zesty Killmonger to kill May if Saul and Osha can't take her down. And it's like, as if this dude would have any kind of problem just beating this woman up and killing her, because he's been chomping at the bit to fuck somebody up since episode 1. They walk through the forest, right? And they get to this like darker area, and there's like these big black mucusy growths on these trees, right? And the first thing Osha does is that she looks at this big black mucusy growth on this tree, and she just fucking... This thing could have space COVIDs. It could have the clap, and you're just touching it. What the fuck are you doing? And it's just a recurring thing, because in episode 2, she touched the little vial picks up the empty vial that had poison in it, and it's like, you're incriminating evidence. And now you're just touching some random beast in the forest, not even thinking about what the fuck you're doing. And then as we find out, oh, it's a fucking alive, and it climbs up the tree. Good job. Fantastic. You fucking idiot. And then I pointed out, I was like, is it because the idea was to make Osha the inquisitive and curious one? Again, there are ways to do this besides making some nonsensical shit happen, or making characters do nonsensical shit. Okay, so then she walks away from the tree, and like I said, the big bulbous growth is alive, and it climbs up the tree. Osha turns around and just doesn't realize that the tree she just walked past and touched looks different. And she just walks on like, no, it's okay. Like, I get, like I said, a 5-year-old probably fucking wrote this. But I'm pretty sure a 5-year-old would remember that a tree with a big black, like, monster thing on it looks different. Like, not even 10 seconds later. This tastes like a baked potato. So then the bug monster thing comes alive, and it flies around, and it's about to kill somebody, and then like fucking Saul turns his lightsaber on and slices it in half. Fucking, they're like, oh, the monster thing, the big monster bug thing is attracted to light. Can you guess why they're introducing that concept? Osha inadvertently puts the entire group in danger because she can't keep her fucking hands to herself. There's this weird moment that happens where British X-23 is talking to Osha because Osha feels a little bad about getting the monster thing killed. British X-23 says something fucking weird. I'm gonna just have her say it right here.
It's always an honor to get to witness anything or anyone transform into the Force.
What she basically said is that you should be honored and fucking happy that you got to see someone die and rejoin the Force. That's a really fucking strange line, and in episode 6 you're gonna see that it doesn't, like, not all Jedi see it this way. Okay, so this is a long note. I'm gonna just read it. I just realized that time is fucky wucky in this episode, as I said earlier. This is when I realized it, though, in this part of the episode. Although faster than light travel makes jumping star systems less time consuming, it still takes hours to traverse. When May and Asian Ezra Miller landed on Kofar, she said they had 3 hours of sunlight. She said that while Osha and the Jedi were still on Coruscant. So now, Osha and the team probably only had an hour and a half of sunlight when they finally entered the forest. It should be sundown by now, but it isn't. Mind you, other sci-fi movies and video games and TV shows, they understand that even though faster than light travel allows you to traverse the stars way quicker than you would without it, it still takes time. Like, mind you, if you ever play Mass Effect, you understand. When you enter the Omega 4 relay in Mass Effect 2, it takes you 2 hours to get to the collector base.
You got it, Commander. Plotting a course for the Omega 4 relay. ETA about 2 hours. I'll let you know when we arrive.
Joker is finalizing preparations now. The trip should take a few hours.
That was like the whole point. That was the whole point of Interstellar, by the way. Is that, like, it took them several years just to get to Jupiter. And faster than light travel would have made that like 30 minutes. But it still would have took time. It's not instantaneous. Have you noticed I can't really snap my fingers? British X-23 says this line.
We're not defined by what we lose. We're defined by what we survive.
Fix this fucking line. It's broken. It implies that everything you gain from surviving something is what defines you, when the reality is that surviving traumatic events can actually cause you to pull the wrong lesson from them. Think about what the fuck she said. It doesn't make any fucking sense. So then we get to this part where May and Asian Ezra Miller are like talking about their master, and May is just like realizing, I can't fucking do this. The master wants me to kill a Jedi without a weapon. This shit's impossible. And I'm like, you're damn right it's impossible. Like, you're retarded for even thinking it was possible. So then May sets a trap that gets Asian Ezra Miller fucking caught in it, and he's like hamstrung up in the sky and shit. And May just suddenly has this change of heart where she's like, I'm gonna turn myself into the Jedi so I can see my sister again. And even though she was loyal as fuck and willing to kill 4 Jedi without weapons before yesterday. So where the fuck did this come from? And then she also still has contempt for the Jedi. What about the rest of your coven? Your entire family besides your sister's fucking dead, and you thought it was the Jedi that did it. So why the fuck are you just like, oh, my sister's alive now, so now I'm gonna turn myself into the Jedi. Take me, please. See how like fucking like the writing is like, they're giving characters information earlier in the episode that they wouldn't fucking have. How Jedi Master Discount Nebula was like, oh, it won't come to that. She'll come in peacefully. You can arrest her. It won't come to that. You won't have to fight her. Apparently, she knew this was going to happen somehow. And I said, so not even halfway through the show, May has started her redemption arc. Which, they fumble that shit too. You'll see in episode 6. Fucking, it shows a train wreck, dude. Just watch. Osha has this moment where she realizes that, like, she reconnected to the Force. How? When? You haven't really messed with the Force in like years. How have you reconnected to the Force? Okay, so she's talking, I remember now. She's talking to Saul, right? Saul. I said Saul like 60 times in the previous video, but Saul. She's talking to Saul and she's like, I'm going to face my sister. I have the courage. Things are different now because I've reconnected to the Force. A, when did you reconnect to the Force? B, why does reconnecting to the Force give you the courage to face your sister? Like, what triggered this? None of this is like connecting. It's not meshing. it doesn't make sense. It makes does not. All right. Like, okay, so Soul says something pretty damning here, is that he says they're both going to face their past. So Soul definitely lied about what the fuck happened on Brendok in episode 3. Okay, so May ran from Agent Ezra Miller to Jedi Master Wookiee, opens the door, and he's just sitting there. He literally looks like, you know, that man is dead. Why is he dead? I don't fucking know, but you know he's dead. Why the fuck else would he be sitting like that? Why the fuck would they set up the shot like that? He's dead. You're not fooling nobody. There's no suspense behind this. We know he's dead already. So May turns she walks around to see the front of Jedi Master Wookiee. One of them. She sees the front of him. And there's this big lightsaber slash on his chest. So it's like lightsabers suddenly kill people again. Like they suddenly kill important characters. Finally. Again. Nice. Kosher. Kino. Perfect. And yeah, that was the first live action Jedi Wookiee. He just dies off screen. Like he dies off screen. So the pieces weren't coming together for me right here. But it was kind of obvious who Smilo Ren is at this point. It's kind of obvious because it's like, who else knows that May is here? There's only one person. There's only one person that knows that May is here, that would want to kill Jedi Master Wookiee. So May is inside the house. I forgot to mention that the Jedi have this tracker, and his name is Basil, and he looks like a fucking gopher. And holy shit, episode 6. Let's just say Basil is like way smarter than a Jedi Master. We're just gonna say that. So Basil like finds May. He's been tracking the Wookiee and May, and he finds them. Then the Jedi are outside. He's like, come. They start reading fucking Miranda rights like they're fucking cops or some shit. They're like, come out with your hands up, or we won't shoot, or blah blah blah, whatever. And they just why are you pushing the Jedi or cops angle so fucking hard? It's really weird because the Jedi didn't behave like this in episodes 1, 2, or 3. Okay, so May is like standing at the door, and the show wants to frame it as if May has a hard choice, when it's like, the choice is fucking easy. Either go with the Jedi who will arrest you and you will live, or go with Smilo Ren and he'll chop your dumb fucking head off. It's obvious which one you would pick. Pick the fucking Jedi. And wasn't this the whole reason why you came here in the first place after you betrayed Agent Ezra Miller? You came here to surrender to the Jedi anyway, so walk outside and surrender to them. That was the whole fucking point. Why is it's not a hard choice anymore? So some nonsense happens where the Jedi surround the house, and fucking, what's her name? Osha is in the background, and then in the background, out of focus, you see this black figure just slide down. He's floating down in the background, and it's Smilo Ren. He's on this planet, right? And he gets up in Osha's face, red lightsaber, and then Soul tells Osha to run away. Smilo Ren just flicks Osha out of the way, and with the Force, and then he used Smilo Ren uses Force push to push like 9 Jedi Masters, Knights, and Padawans on their asses, and the episode ends. The crazy part is, why the fuck didn't Jedi Master Trinity do that in episode 1 the moment she realized that May was going to go after the fucking bartender? Why didn't you Force push her right at that fucking moment? Holy shit. So that's episode 5. My last note for episode 5. The dialogue in this episode was absolute garbage, a new low for the Acolyte. There are so many moments where the dialogue seems to come apart at the seams and reveal the nasty insides of how this story is supposed to work. The acting from May/Osha, who is the same person, by the way, played by the same person, is abysmal, and Zesty Killmonger has a giant stick up his ass, and he's waiting for an excuse to pull it out and beat people to death with it. Also, really weird side thing. Apparently, what's her name? Daphne Keane, the person that plays the woman that plays British X-23. Her name in the show is Jackie. She played Jackie as if she had a crush on Osha, which is a really fucking weird thing to do for a character that's introduced in episode 1 as being a Padawan that wants to stick to the book. but then she like has feelings for Osha. That scared the shit out of me. I've never heard Steam make that noise. That's what the fuck. But yeah, why would you write this character to question Saul in the first episode for having a hologram of Osha because it attachments and shit? But then she like plays this character as if she has feelings for another character as a Jedi that's not supposed to have feelings. But also, before anyone tells me, oh, Obi-Wan in the Clone Wars, he had feelings for Satine, and fuck that. Shit was dumb too. And we're gonna get to some of the defenses of this show at the end of the fucking video, all right? We're gonna get to some of these ridiculous defenses. All right, so episode 5 starts, and Osha wakes up, and the fucking fight started off screen. Smilo Ren is attacking. He's fighting the Jedi, and the fight started off screen. What the fuck? Like, I'm about to say something fucking crazy, all right? Y'all not ready for this. Disney Star Wars fans are certainly not ready for what the fuck I'm about to say. All right, we're muting you. This shit is just as bad as Transformers: The Last Night. Yep, I said it. Because Transformers: The Last Night does the same fucking thing. Where fights just start off screen. Like, all of a sudden, like, especially the most egregious example in that movie is Bumblebee and Optimus's fight right before the third act, where like the previous scene, Bumblebee is talking to Cade, and then the next scene, Bumblebee's throwing a fucking hammer at Optimus Prime. When did the fight start? There's another example in Age of Extinction. I'll talk about that when the Age of Extinction video comes out, but like, I hate when fights do that, where like you don't see how the fight started. You don't see the opponents approach each other. It just starts. It's really lazy. It's really fucking lazy. I don't like seeing that. It's dumb. So, this note right here. I said, Smilo Ren headbutted a fucking lightsaber and that turned them off. Holy shit, someone just shoot me. Alright, now, episode 6 explains what that is, but that actually doesn't fix any of this shit. Doesn't fix any of this shit. Alright? And I'm gonna just spoil it right now. It's a metal called cortosis, right? It's some EU shit, which is funny how Disney likes to pick and choose what is canon from the EU and what isn't. They erased it in like before the Force Awakens came out, and then they decide we're gonna pick and choose what the fuck we can use from the EU. Again, we're gonna talk about the defenses for this fuck ass show at the end of this video. All right, so there's this part where Smilo Ren takes his lightsaber and he stabs one of the Jedi. Then he uses force pull on another Jedi and pulls the Jedi into the lightsaber that's already stabbed somebody else. So there's two stupid motherfuckers stabbed on a lightsaber at the same time. The Jedi that got force pulled into the lightsaber is a fucking idiot boy.
Idiot boy.
Oh yeah, and apparently I guess yellow, like everyone in this fucking fight, like at least 5 people, I think like 5 people in this fight have yellow lightsabers, and they all just die like chumps. So I guess it doesn't really, yellow lightsabers don't really fucking mean anything. So then Osha uses the stun blaster on Smilo Ren, and it just doesn't fucking do anything. It's not useless, as you'll see later. It's not fucking useless. You'll see. So May is still inside the house, right? She's still inside the house with Jedi Master Wookiee's body. And his lightsaber is still sitting in front of him. Smilo Ren made the same mistake. Oh, what's her name? May at the beginning of the show made. Why would you leave his lightsaber there? Why not take it? Use it for yourself, make sure nobody else can use it. Like, why the fuck did you leave that? All I know is that if I'm in the middle of a fight, or like, you know, I have enemies that are like life and death enemies in the vicinity, I'm not gonna leave a fucking weapon that they could use just on the table for them to just pick up and use. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so during the fight, after Osha shoots Smilo Ren with the stun blaster, Smilo Ren starts chasing her through a dark forest, right? And she's just hauling ass through the forest, and so a moment she thinks she lost him. For a moment she thinks he lost him. So what does she do? She turns on her fucking flashlight. Whoever you thought you lost, you didn't lose them anymore, because now they know where the fuck you are, you stupid bastard. Okay, so this is one thing I noticed, is that in the EU, they had lightsaber throws in a lot of stuff, especially the video games. Like there's this 2003 Star Wars Star Wars The Clone Wars video game, and you had the ability to throw your lightsaber, right? And then, of course, in Battlefront 2, the classic Battlefront 2, you know, the heroes, like Jedi heroes, could throw their lightsabers. It's kind of weird that we haven't really seen a lot of that since then. And this is like the first time we've seen that move in a hot minute. I always wondered why that move just wasn't in the movies. It's kind of weird to not have it in the movies, but it's here, and that's something. But okay, so I didn't mention this for the previous episode. Smilo Ren had like this puppet kind of like aura about him, where like it seemed like he was possessed, and like, you know, he moved with like this kind of like possessed, like ventriloquist, like he's being controlled by a ventriloquist. He had that aura in the previous episode when he shows up in front of Osha, but that's just gone now. That kind of aura is just gone by the time that you get to this part of the episode, which was like, it was really weird because it kind of gave him a more unique presence in the show besides being boring and just there, and now it's gone. So there you go. Okay, so Sol and what's his name? Smilo Ren. Sol and Smilo Ren are about to fight, and we know this man's soul is not gonna die because he has to. We have to see Osha and May confront him about what happened on Brendok, so we know he's not gonna die because he still holds the secret to what the fuck happened on that planet. He's the one Jedi Master left from that planet, so he's got to stay alive. So we know this. We know the second half of the story. Also, there's like several points in this fight where Sol just disappears. He just disappears. I don't know where the fuck he goes. He just disappears. Oh, and then Sol has this line, God bless this man who's playing Sol, because this man learned English for this role, so he doesn't understand how stupid of a fucking line they had him have him like recite, where he says,
"You carry a Jedi weapon, but you are no Jedi."
And it's like, no fucking shit. Duh. Okay, so this is part where May finally gets the balls to leave Jedi Master Wookiee's home, and then X-23 like spots her and fucking like drop kicks her for some fucking reason. Like, you have the Force, use it, you dumbass. The fuck are you doing? Okay, so again, May's objective and her motivation just fucking made a hard 90-degree turn here, where in the previous episode she said, oh, I'm gonna surrender to the Jedi and so I can be with my sister, right? The moment she sees X-23, like, it's on sight, they just start fighting. She doesn't even try to explain herself. She's not like, no, wait, please wait, right? She doesn't say, wait, stop. She doesn't surrender. She just starts fighting. And it's like, you were going to surrender to them. Did you forget that? Where is that? Okay, so in the fight, British X-23 like has one handcuff on May's arm, and she's struggling to put the other one on because May's fighting back, and she's like, British X-23 is reading May her fucking Miranda rights. Let me repeat that. British X-23 is reading May her fucking Miranda rights.
You're under arrest for the murder of Master Indara, the murder of...
When she hasn't even fully arrested her, she's more concerned about not getting sued when she returns to Coruscant than she is about actually arresting this motherfucker. There is such a disgusting agenda to make the Jedi look like you know, corrupt cops in this show, and it's fucking it's so egregious. It's so it's so heavy-handed. It's so transparent. And as I said for the previous episode, very uncouth. Okay, so there's this moment where British X-23 mentions the fire on Brendok, and it appears to like piss off May, and it's clear that there's more to that situation, so we just gotta wait for that. That's the one, as you'll see by the end of this episode, that's the one mystery we're gonna have left. What the fuck happened on Brendok? That's the one mystery we're gonna have left. I guess we'll just have to wait, because we're not gonna find out what the fuck happened on Brendok in episode 6. You're not gonna find out what happened in that shit in this video. You're gonna have to wait for the next video. Spoiler alert. You are gonna find out who Smilo Ren is, though, so just stay tuned for that. Okay, so in this fight, May and British X-23 just start doing fisticuffs, and it's like, these characters keep forgetting that they can use the Force, and it's not exclusive to this fight. The Smilo Ren fight that's happening parallel to this fight, the Jedi forget they can use the Force too. Like, everyone just forgets that they have the Force until the plot needs to move in a specific direction so we can get to a plot point, right? Oh yeah, I forgot. Smilo Ren mentions that his helmet, his Cortosis helmet, can also stop the Jedi from reading his mind and can block Jedi mind tricks, and he can't sense his, like, you know, emotions and shit. And it's like, again, where the fuck was this material in the other 9 movies? Seems like it's a material that, like, every fucking stormtrooper and clone trooper and basically everyone who's not a fucking Jedi should have. Alright, so Zesty, Killmonger, and Osha are heading back to the ship, and they have this conversation that somehow leads to Osha's mom, like her mother's, and that made me realize, okay, Smilo Ren is probably not Mother Coral, but chances are Mother Coral may be the person that's training him. They wouldn't mention her mothers again after episode 3 otherwise, you know? Like, they, as you'll see, if the show introduces something, it's there for a reason. It's not, they're not just mentioning it, you know? It's there for a naked and, like, disgustingly obvious reason. And this is when I noticed that Smilo Ren has 2 pieces of armor that can turn off lightsabers. Like I said, why doesn't the rest of this galaxy have this? Okay, so Smilo Ren has this line that completely gives away who the fuck he is, right? So, what's her name? British X-23, like sees Soul is in danger, or somebody's in danger, and she stops arresting May in order to fight Smilo Ren. Smilo Ren locks lightsabers with British X-23, and he looks over to May and says,
May, you can learn from this Padawan. She's a loyal pupil.
Okay, so you just confirmed it's Asian Ezra Miller under there, because the timeline of events doesn't make sense otherwise. It can't be anyone but him at this point, because it's like he's the only person May has betrayed in this show is Asian Ezra Miller, so it's gotta be him. We go back to Zesty, Killmonger, and Osha, and they're in the part of the forest where the black bug things are, and for some reason, Yord completely forgot that these bug things are there. So Osha's like, turn off your lightsaber, and he's like, why? And she's like, they can see it. And it's like, why are you speaking so, like, vaguely? Just explain what the fuck is in this forest. She just speaks with this fucking vagueness that is meant to force a sense of dread, as if we don't already know what the fuck is in this forest. Like, just play the clip.
Turn off your saber. Do it. The light attracts them.
Attracts what?
Like, we already know there's big nasty black bugs in here. So why are you pretending as if we don't know what the fuck is in this forest? You're trying to make it seem like, oh, it's a mysterious threat in this forest. It's gonna eat me. Like, fucking, we already know what's in here. I'm not 5 years old. You may be 5 years old, but I'm not 5 years old. I fucking remember what the fuck happened in that last episode. Okay, so here's one moment that really establishes the power scaling in this show. Smilo Ren apparently is as strong, if not stronger, than Master Trinity. Maybe stronger, but at the very least, he's just as strong as Master Trinity, because he can straight up use the Force to stop May from moving. So he's got to be pretty strong in the Force to be able to do that. Which, I'm bringing that up for a very specific reason. We'll talk about it at the end of the video. Just stay tuned for that. And then we go back to Zesty, Killmonger, and Osha, and she has her flashlight, and she's like, follow me, as she lures the bugs with her, and it's like, there the fuck it is. The bugs were introduced as a way to stop Smilo Ren. The bugs were introduced as a way to stop Smilo Ren because none of the characters would be able to defeat him normally. Even though Soul could defeat him, as you'll see later, he can defeat him. And then so British X-23 fights Smilo Ren, and she manages to punch his helmet off. Like, just straight up punch his helmet off, and his helmet breaks apart, and fucking Smilo Ren breaks his lightsaber apart. All you get is the shot from behind British X-23, and you just see, boom, doom, and it's like, and the way her body jiggles is just, oh man, how do you make a character's death funny, bro? Otherwise, I would if she didn't die in a funny ass way, I wouldn't have cared either. I wouldn't have cared. I don't care, but because of the way they executed it, I don't care about her death, and it's funny. It's funny as fuck. Okay, so it's now revealed that Asian Ezra Miller is actually Sith Asian Ezra Miller, because Asian Ezra Miller takes May hostage, holds a lightsaber to her head, and Soul is like, "What is your name? Who are you?" And then he's like,
I have no name, but the Jedi like you might call me Sith.
So he is Sith. Boy, oh boy, it'd be really fucking weird if Soul just didn't make it back to the Jedi Temple, or like he just conveniently didn't fucking tell anybody that he came across a fucking Sith, someone who is supposed to be gone, vanished, extinct, effectively, like fucking. Because you know what makes it so fucking frustrating is that you know that there are only two options. There's only two options at this point. Is that either Soul conveniently doesn't tell anyone that this motherfucker is a Sith, or they completely fuck up the canon even further. Those are the only two options at this point. And then the worst part is just to put the icing on the top of this shit cake is that Asian Ezra Miller makes a fucking joke.
Why risk discovery?
Well, I did wear a mask.
I need more drink. Unfortunately, we're going to see in the next episode that they don't understand that building tension is a good thing. Just to allow the tension to just... I'll talk about this in depth later, but long story short, Disney as a whole just has a really hard time just letting tension just sit. Just let the tension sit there, you know? This show is notorious for having moments that are supposed to have tension just be like, gone. There's no more tension now because you just wanted to put a joke in here for some fucking reason. Although it's a lot more subdued than what you'd usually get in like Marvel, which I just realized we haven't had like a Marvel movie in like 6 months, dude. It's been a while.
I don't make the rules. The Jedi do. And the Jedi say I can't exist.
And again, when have the Jedi ever believed they had a monopoly on the Force? That's like not a thing. I don't know where they came up with that. That's just not a thing. And I saw a few comments on my previous video that I wasn't tripping. The Jedi have never believed they had a monopoly on the Force. This is just something new that they added to the Acolyte. I almost dropped the shit out of this. This cigar, paired with this Tortuga, it's kind of like, it's like a baked potato with some peaches on the side. It's really weird. Where was I? I got distracted. Okay, so I had a note here that Asian Ezra Miller was like, oh yeah, that's right. He said that I gotta kill all of you because you've seen my face, basically is what he says, right? And it's like, the Jedi are gonna hunt you down for this. You know that, right? Like, they will hunt you down to the ends of the galaxy for this shit. You're not getting away from this. You've made your appearance, like, because you, before the events of the show, you weren't out here just slaughtering Jedi. Now that like a bunch of Jedi are dead, they're gonna find you. They're gonna look for you, bro. You've officially entered the arena. You can't go back. All right, so now Zesty Killmonger and Osha arrive, and Zesty Killmonger tries to fight Smilo Ren, or something like that. I forget. May gets freed first. I forgot. May gets freed first. Then Zesty Killmonger like tries to fight Smilo Ren, and Smilo Ren just like snaps his neck. Like fresh celery, just like dead. And it's the goofiest looking neck snap I've ever seen. I think General Zod's neck snap in Man of Steel looked better than this, because it literally just looked like he just rubbed his hand on his throat, and like it didn't look like he died. It didn't look convincing at all. People on Twitter were like, "Oh, this is the most violent death we've seen in Star Wars," and it's like, have you seen Episode 3? Like, Anakin's like dismemberment and subsequent like burning is more graphic than than this, and he didn't even die. Okay, fucking Count Dooku's death has entered the fucking chat, bro. You forget about that shit. That shit was fucking nuts. I remember I was a kid. I saw this shit. I was in disbelief that my mom allowed me to see this shit. Oh man. All right. So once May gets free, she fucking hightails it for like the third time in the fucking episode. It's like, why does May keep thinking she can run? It's not gonna work. Sith Ezra Miller can catch up to you. Stop fucking running. You're not making it out of this alive, bro. Well, no. She is going to make it out alive because of convenient bullshit. We'll get to it. Okay, and then Osha shows up and blindsides May somehow, even though the way the scene happens is that May runs away, and then Osha somehow, like, maneuvers around her to manage to shoot her in the side with the stun blaster. And it's like... how the fuck did you do that? And then on top of that, the stun blaster works now, and it knocked May off her fucking ass. And it's like, so it works now. Why didn't it work on Smilo Ren? Because you could cope and be like, oh, he's a Sith, so fucking it didn't do anything. Blasters still work on Force users. They still work on Force users. So I don't know why a stun blaster wouldn't fucking work. Because the stun blaster ring didn't like just hit his helmet, it hit his whole body and it didn't do anything. I don't know, because as Order 66 showed, you can shoot a Jedi. You can shoot a Force user. You can. It's just really fucking hard. You got to get them when they're not looking. You got to get them when they're not aware of you being there, or you've got to fucking overwhelm them with undeniably insane odds. You've got to have basically a 50-man squad all shooting at one Jedi at the same time in order to kill a Jedi with a blaster. They just decided, yeah, he can just tank it. So now Soul and Smilo Ren are fighting, and throughout the entire fight, I was just screaming like, use the fucking Force. I don't know why these lightsaber fights, especially since like, I'd say the Rise of Skywalker, these lightsaber fights, they just don't use the Force as much as they really should. It's really weird. They should use the Force a lot. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, in the throne room fight in The Last Jedi, I don't think they used the Force that much. Kylo and Rey didn't really use the Force that much, if I'm not mistaken. So something absolutely fucking baffling happens. Soul actually manages to defeat Smilo Ren, right? Manages to defeat him. Osha stops him from killing him. Soul! Why? He is pure evil. He said he's going to kill everyone that has seen his face. Why are you stopping him? That's like a guy in your apartment building that you live in, and he's screaming. He's like dead center in the middle of the building. He's screaming, I'm going to blow up this whole building, right? I'm going to blow up this building. I'm going to kill everybody in this building, right? And the police officers come in, and you know, the guy that's got a bomb, apparently, he's going to shoot the police officers. You tell the police officers, don't shoot him. This man can't live. He can't. He said he's going to blow up the entire building. He's got a rifle. He's going to shoot us. He can't live. That's the same thing. Smilo Ren cannot live. He said he was going to kill everyone. He's already killed the majority of the people that have seen his face. He's got to die. And for some reason, Osha just stops him. And I'm just the gears just started turning in my head. The writer needed Soul to not kill Smilo Ren in order for the bullshit we see in episode 6 to happen. I just realized that. I spent way more time talking about episode 5, and apparently this is the best one out of the 6 that have been released so far. We just scraping the bottom of the barrel tonight, guys. All right, so here's a big one. I said, now Asian Sith Ezra Miller says some shit that someone who has watched Star Wars wouldn't write. He says,
I've accepted my darkness. What have you done with yours?
Darkness is not supposed to be some generic concept. Darkness in Star Wars is the summation of many different traits. greed, anger, hatred, lust, possessiveness, bloodlust, etc. Asian Sith Ezra Miller describes it as if darkness is some nebulous force that sits within all of us. He's describing darkness as we do in the real world, not how it is used in Star Wars. So now May and Osha have caught up to each other, and May just abandoned her plan to surrender to the Jedi. Like that shit is just gone. We're just not talking about that anymore. It's just not a thing. They just pretend that just was not a plot point from the previous episode, as if this entire shit wasn't started because she decided to betray Smilo Ren and Asian Ezra Miller and go surrender to the Jedi. They just pretend that doesn't happen. It's like gaslighting. This show is gaslighting. It's pretending as if that wasn't a thing. It's crazy. Bizarre. Absolutely fucking bizarre. Okay, so May says some like sentimental shit here. I'm gonna just play it right here.
I love you. Don't choose them again.
What's weird is that she says that when the last time they spoke, she said she wanted to kill Osha.
I'll kill you.
Did the writers forget this? Okay, so some stuff happened. I forget if May knocks out Osha before this moment or after. I don't remember. It's not really relevant to my point. May decides to finally pick up a lightsaber. Probably should have picked one up when you killed Master Trinity. She probably should have just picked up her lightsaber. It would have been useful. I don't know why you didn't, but okay, whatever. Would have been something if they, said, oh, Smilo Ren said I can't pick up a lightsaber. I can't take their lightsaber. I have to kill them without a lightsaber I have to kill them without a weapon in order to earn my lightsaber. Why didn't you just have that? Easy solution. And then May does this really cringe thing where she takes the lightsaber. Oh my god, May is such a try-hard fucking character, dude. She takes the lightsaber. She like bends forward, puts the lightsaber right here, ignites. She doesn't turn it on, then put it down here. She takes it right here. It's not on. It turns on behind her hair. Then she like, not only does she swipe forward, she flings her head back. So it just creates this cornucopia of Play the clip, Isabella. May is such a try-hard fucking character, dude. Like, they are trying so hard to make May seem like a cool character. From the cringy anime poses from the first 2 episodes. The thing about anime poses is that they don't translate well to real life, because in anime you can, like, play around with the character's proportions a little bit, the camera angles, and, like, make a stylized character design or stylized animation style or art style, so that the pose works in animation. But in live action, that shit doesn't look great. It looks really fucking cringe. And this is another one of those moments where I'm about to say something pretty fucking crazy. May is more tryhard than Infinite from Sonic Forces. She tries so hard to be fucking cool, and it always ends up making her look goofy as hell. The way she, like, has this flat, like, she always walks around, like, and it just makes her look like she's trying so hard to be cool. I don't know if I should blame the director or the actress. Either way, neither of y'all should ever cook again. I'm gonna just be real with you. This shit's ass. So, basically, what happens here is that May takes Osha's place, impersonates Osha by taking her clothes and cutting her hair. That's why she cut her hair, so that she impersonates Osha. Then, oh yeah, I forgot, Smilo Ren got carried away by the bugs because he pulled out his lightsaber and the light attracted the bugs and the bugs carried him away. He didn't die, he just cut himself free, and then he finds Osha, and then he says this line.
Even in the revelation of our triumph, you see the depth of our despair.
What the fuck does that even mean? What does that even mean? Oh, excuse me. The revelation of our triumph? What does that mean? Fuck the rest of the sentence. What does that one part mean? Revelation of our triumph. Does he mean like, hold on, let me just right click this, define revelation. Which one is he using? A surprising and previously unknown fact? Probably not. The divine or supernatural disclosure to humans of something relating to human existence or the world. Probably not that either. Like, did he mean, okay, so did he mean revel, like revel? Like revel? Like revel in the, enjoy oneself in a lively and noisy way? But the thing is that revelation is not, that's not a word when it comes to that definition. Like revel and revelation are not, they're not the same fucking word. They don't mean the same thing. So not only did this motherfucker make a new word, because revelation is not a fucking word. Revelation is not a word, right? So not only did he make up a word, but it still doesn't make sense. You see the depth of our despair? So motherfuckers getting drunk, hooping and hollering, throwing their hands in the air. Oh, look, we did it. We saved the day. We blew up the Death Star. They really inside, they deep inside dying, wanting to like fucking like commit self-deletion or some shit. This doesn't make any fucking sense. The dialogue. They can't do anything right in this fucking show. Motherfucker tried to say something that sounded profound and it just didn't work. It just fucking cringe dialogue.exe has stopped working, my guy. Like, this shit doesn't make any sense. All right, let's just move on to episode 6 before I fucking have a conniption, dude. I cannot believe there are 3 more episodes after 5. There's 2. We've seen episode 6. There are 2 more episodes after this. Bro, I can't take this. I can't take this. Oh my god. I need more liquor for this. In order to get through this, I need more liquor. Can't do this. Oh, just breathe. Just breathe. Oh, God. Alright. Episode 6. My first note for episode 6 was that I just realized that the Star Wars jingle thing, title card thing, yeah, that comes up before the Lucasfilm logo for some reason. That seems backwards, doesn't it? Like, it's the equivalent of seeing, like, the BioWare logo after the Mass Effect logo. That's kind of fucking weird. Like it looks like this. That don't seem right, does it? That's weird. Alright, so the episode starts with Osha waking up in Sith Agent Ezra Miller's lair, and she has different clothes on. Did he change her clothes while she was unconscious? Seems a little sus, seems a little problematic, seems a little predatory. Ooh, hashtag me too, man. That's a little weird. Interesting who the director of this show is, the showrunner, and who she used to work for. Old habits die hard, don't they? Oh man, what did Gary say on Nerdrotic? Write what you fucking know, Leslie Headland. Write what you fucking know. Alright, so Osha wakes up, she picks up a bottle and smells the contents, probably to confirm whether it's poison or if it's just water or some shit, and it's like, there are poisons that are odorless and tasteless in the real world. Not probably, of course, they're probably in Star Wars, but in the real world, there are poisons that are odorless and tasteless, which is extra fucking funny because Leslie Headland said, "Oh, we used Breaking Bad as an inspiration for this show." Guess what the fuck is in Breaking Bad? Ricin, a fucking odorless and tasteless poison. So, either A, you didn't watch Breaking Bad, or B, you fucking didn't actually use Breaking Bad as an inspiration. You just saying shit. Because anybody who saw Breaking Bad knows that that was a big-ass plot point. The Ricin subplot was a big-ass plot point. I don't know how the fuck you forgot that. Okay, so next, Osha walks outside, and I shit you not, we get a wide shot, an establishing shot of where she is, and text on the screen shows up that says, unknown planet. Are you fucking serious? Are you... You want to know how to make a planet unknown? Just don't fucking tell the audience. Just don't tell Osha. When she asks, what planet are we on? It doesn't matter. There you go. Now we don't know what planet it is. That's it. Why did you have a title? Why did you have a title? A whole, like, let me move right, like right there. This much of the screen gets covered with a useless ass subtitle. That's just as bad as when Luke said, play the clip, Isabella.
You think that I came to the most unfindable place in the galaxy for no reason at all?
It's just as bad. It's just as bad. Like, fucking hell. Like, who raised this shit? Well, someone who has daddy problems, I'll tell you that right now. Someone that's got some serious motherfucking daddy issues, as we'll see in this episode. Alright, so now we check back with May disguised as Osha on Soul's ship, and we get a shot of the fucking gopher motherfucker, Basil. We get a shot of him, and that was when I realized we're not seeing this bastard for no reason. He's here for a reason. And the reason is that he's probably going to be the one that, like, realizes that May is Osha. May is pretending to be Osha before Soul, the Jedi Master who can read your fucking thoughts. Basil's gonna realize that Osha is being impersonated by May before the Jedi Master does. Alright, so then something happens that, like, utterly broke me. It just defied all fucking logic when you have a decent understanding of how the Jedi can sense people in the movies. Like, this scene broke me, dude. So May is sneaking up on Soul in the cockpit because she's gonna try to kill him, right? But then Soul senses May's presence and tells her to go do something, right? And it's like, so you can sense May's presence, but you can't sense that she's not Osha? You couldn't sense that she was about to fucking kill you? You couldn't sense the hatred in her heart for the Jedi? You couldn't sense that? Again, we're talking about motherfuckers that can sense when people die. Yoda did it in episode 3, and Obi-Wan did it in episode 4. They can sense when people die, but Soul can't tell that the person that he boarded the ship with is trying to fucking kill him. He can't sense that she hates him. Can't sense it. Let alone the fact that her Force aura is probably completely different from Osha's because she's full of hatred and Osha isn't. So I don't know. I don't know. This low-key broke everything we understand about the way Jedi sense people. When you really, like, pick it apart, it breaks everything when you really, like, analyze it. We're not even, like, 5 minutes into this episode, by the way. This is, like, the first 5 minutes of this episode. Okay, so Soul goes down to, like, this communicator relay thing in the lower half of the ship, and he gets, like, frustrated when he just, like, really, when the event set in and he realizes that everyone in his team died, right? He gets upset. But that contradicts what British X-23 said, where she was like, it's an honor to see someone rejoin the Force. Shouldn't he be celebrating like all these Jedi rejoined the Force? Like, my guy, like, you did a good job. You're a great master. You led these people to a place where they could rejoin the Force swiftly. You should be celebrating, according to British X-23. She rejoined the Force too. God damn. Record time. Padawan joined the motherfucking Force. Next thing you know, she gonna be a fucking Force ghost standing next to Qui-Gon Jinn and Tatooine during the Obi-Wan show. Fuck me. Why did I say that? Alright, so we go back to Osha and Sith Agent Ezra Miller. I don't know if I'm gonna keep calling him that. I don't think I can keep doing that. And she's at the beach kind of just like, you know, taking in her surroundings. She sees, I'm going to just say Sith Ezra Miller, right? I mean, Ezra Miller's already kind of Sith, so Sith, we're just going to call him Sith. We see the Sith guy. He walks past her, which I guess he didn't see her, as we're going to find out later. He didn't know she was there. You'll see. He walks down the beach. She creeps up behind him and is like tailing him. He like disrobes at the shore and just goes skinny dipping in the pond. Right? So this man is just butt ass naked. Osha sneaks up and grabs his lightsaber, and you can see the moment on his face where he senses Osha. He legitimately didn't know Osha was there until she grabbed his lightsaber. You can see it in his face. Watch. Here's the clip. Play it, Isabella.
How does it feel?
He didn't know she was there, but he clearly has the ability to sense her, which means he didn't sense her until she grabbed the lightsaber. It's the worst of both worlds. And I wrote a tangent here. Why the fuck are female writers so damn horny all the time? Again, a male character is being sexually objectified and it's supposed to be acceptable, but swap his gender and suddenly it's not. And anecdotal evidence. Something's wrong with y'all girls, man, because every time I talk to, like, women in my life, one of the first things they ask me when I tell them I'm a writer, they say, "Do you write sex scenes? Do you have sex scenes?" And it's like, no, I don't, because I think they're kind of fucking awkward. And then they start coming up with these fucking weird mental gymnastics, like fucking, oh, it shows the passion between two characters, and fucking, like, oh, it shows that they really care about each other. It's like, that shit's awkward. I don't want to read about two people fucking. I don't want to watch two people fuck. I don't want to see some naked motherfucker. Why the fuck would I want to see that when I'm trying to pay attention to the fucking story? Kind of shows you that this is who they're making Star Wars for. People that don't give a fuck about the story. They just want to drool over some man's abs. I mean, granted, this dude's built as a motherfucker. He's got a nice body. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to keep it $150. He's got a nice body. But that's not why I'm here. I'm trying to pay attention to the fucking story. And then they have this whole thing. They have this whole thing where he slowly walks out of the water and the camera is like, right here. The camera cuts to like right here. So it makes it blatantly obvious that he's butt fucking naked. And Osha even looks at his fucking dick.
If it's honorable to kill me like this.
The show is written for 5-year-olds, but then it has weird shit like this. Fuck are we doing here, man? In less than 10 years, we've had 3 different instances of men just being put on screen to be ogled over. We had Kylo Ren in The Last Jedi. Then we had, Zesty Killmonger in episode, 2? Or was that 1? No, that was 1. Episode 1 of this show. And now Sith guy is being lusted over. This is who they're making this shit for. People that don't give a fuck about the lore. Like, oh, Ki-Adi-Mundi being here doesn't break the canon. Oh, it doesn't break the canon, but look at his man breasts. His man pecs. I like his man pecs. I like that. Because it's okay to objectify men because they look good. But don't look at a woman's titties. Lucasfilm deserves this. They deserve this. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them. Alright, so this is when I started putting the pieces together about where the next few episodes are about to go. Because I noticed that May is wearing white on the ship with Soul, and Osha's wearing grayish black on that planet with Sith guy. So what's about to happen is that May is going to start seeing the light. She's going to start redeeming herself. Osha's going to travel down the dark side. It's so unsubtle. It's not subtle at all. And then what's crazy is that Sith Agent Ezra Miller, he wore something different to the shore. And then when he leaves the shore, he wears a white robe. Because, as I wrote here, Sith Agent Ezra Miller also wears white after leaving the water, supposedly symbolizing a sense of moral legitimacy. Like, it's sophomoric. This shit is fucking childish. Like it's something that someone writes thinking that they're deep as fuck when it's like we've seen better writing from first time writers. Like there's better writing and shit like The Incredibles, bro. The first Incredibles, not the second one. So then we go back to May and Soul on the ship, and May is acting so suspicious. Like she's not acting like OSHA, like at all. I don't know why Soul doesn't see this shit. Fuck sensing it. You can look at her and tell she's not acting like OSHA at all.
Do you want to take a look?
Give me a couple minutes.
Like, it's disgusting. It's just as bad as when OSHA was pretending to be May and like she just forgot how to be a person in episode 2. That shit was bizarre. It is weird. It's like they don't, like these people that write this shit, they don't understand the concept of, well, I didn't know what kayfabe was until somebody explained to me. Mildred explained to me what kayfabe was. I didn't know what it was, but kayfabe, these people don't understand that shit. Pretending to be someone else, having a persona, it's simple. Like I talk like this, right? I could pretend to be some hood dude, start talking in Guapanese, like pretending to be somebody else. Like, hey man, what's up, bro? Like, nah, get this shit out of my face, bro. Like, nah, bro, nah, fuck that shit, bro. Nah, bro. Hey man, get this shit out of here, bro. Nah, bro. Like, I can do that. It's simple. Pretend to be somebody else. Mechanically, there's just so much fucking wrong with this show. There's just so much shit wrong with this shit. But yeah, this is when I realized like this plot point of like May pretending to be OSHA, it doesn't work for a multitude of reasons. It just doesn't work. She doesn't behave like OSHA. Like her force aura shouldn't be the same as OSHA's. Like fucking like even with her like Rick James hairstyle, you should be able to see the little white tattoo thing that she has on her forehead. Like even in between the locks, you should be able to see it. Like it just doesn't work. None of this works. So then we go back to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. Croissant. My dog wants to come out, and she can't come out because she's gonna make a bunch of noise. But so we go back to Coruscant, and Discount Nebula is there, and she meets with this Jedi Padawan, and bro, Zesty Killmonger died, and all his zest got transferred into this other guy who already had a bunch of zest. Like this dude is Jedi Padawan twink, bro. Like this dude is a massive twink.
We received a distress call from Master Soul. Apparently he's on a mission in the Outer Rim.
All right, so this is when I predicted what Jedi Master Discount Nebula's story was going to be, is that she was going to like hide all this shit from the Jedi High Council, and that was going to be her downfall. These kids need to shut the fuck up. These kids waited until the fucking sun went down to go outside and start playing. Like, so we go back to the ship with Soul and May. This liquor is making me tired. Fucking apparently, not only does the gopher motherfucker know that May isn't OSHA, the pip droid does too. So Jedi Master Soul is the only person that doesn't know that May isn't OSHA. The motherfucker who can read minds, that can pull information out of motherfuckers' heads. He can sense when you feel shit, but he can't tell that this is fucking May. This weird slapstick moment where Basil stomps on May's foot, and then the pip droid spits on May. Comedy? Okay. Anyway, May takes the pip droid and factory resets it, which is, that is such a contemporary term. That just don't sound right. It's like lunch. Like I was talking about in the last video, lunch is one of those words that doesn't feel like it fits in Star Wars. Factory settings feels like it doesn't fit in Star Wars either. And then the worst part is that not only did she use the term factory settings, apparently they don't know what the fuck that means. Because she resets the pip droid to its factory settings, and then she tells the pip droid to check the ship's power system for any faults.
Can you run a check on the power system?
No! When you factory reset something, it wipes all the data off of it. Meaning this droid does not have the schematics for this ship anymore. When you wipe your phone, do your contacts stay on it? No. Your Google Drive information, your accounts, your pictures, your videos, your apps, all your information is fucking gone. So why the fuck, after a factory reset, does this droid still have this information on it? You don't even know what the fuck words mean. Man, let me just get a little bit more of this, man. So then we go back to Osha and Sith Ezra Miller. And there's these weird little elephant penguin birds that are like nestling with each other. And it's like, this genuinely makes me a little sick to my stomach. Are they about to set up a fucking like romance with Osha and Sith Asian Ezra Miller? And then I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit. Sith Asian Ezra Miller talks about how the dark side involves these emotions, and like when he says desire, he looks at Osha with like this look.
Below the surface of consciousness are powerful emotions. Anger, fear, loss, desire.
Y'all got daddy issues, bro. The women that wrote this shit have daddy issues. For real. Y'all got fucking problems. Like, damn. This is 50 Shades of Gay, bro. Like, oh, fuck. Sith Asian Ezra Miller, he's cooking dinner and shit. And, like, they're trying to make him look so fucking cool. Just like May. They're trying to make these two characters look cool. Like, they're trying to make the dark side characters look cool and edgy. Because the Sith Asian Ezra Miller guy, he fucking, like, while he's cooking, he's like fucking, like, he's taking this little fucking piece of the food and he just takes a bite out of it and he's casually eating while explaining the dark side to Osha.
That's the path to the dark side.
Semantics.
And, like, it's like, oh, look, Kamir's eating casually while he's explaining the dark side. He's so fucking cool, bro. He's like so edgy and dark. And it's like, ah! Here's a little hint on how to write cool characters. Stop fucking trying. Like, the moment, like, for example, the moment Shadow the Hedgehog started to not be cool was when Sega was trying to make him cool. Shadow was cool as shit in Sonic Adventure 2 without even trying. He stopped being cool in Shadow the Hedgehog because they started trying too hard. Giving him guns and motorcycles, making him curse and shit. Tried way too hard, right? And then they started reeling him back a little bit, and then now people think he's cool again. But there was a whole, like, fucking, like, 5-year period when people thought Shadow was kind of nerdy because he was trying too hard to be cool. And that stuck with him for a while, even though it was one game. That's what they're doing here, only they genuinely think this shit is cool. And they think you'll think it's cool. When it's not. It's corny. So then, Sith Asian Ezra Miller approaches Osha, and he's, like, trying to convince her to join the dark side, and Osha's like, I'm not as easy to corrupt as my sister. And then it's like, bitch, your sister was rotten to the core from day one.
You can't stop me. Yes, I can. How? I'll kill you.
Did you forget that? She wasn't corrupted. She was just fucked up from the beginning. What do you mean I'm not easily corrupted? Like, fucking, like, May was not corrupted. She was just fucked up from the beginning. Right, Osha tries to leave, and then what's his name? Kamir. I'm gonna just call him Kamir, because that's what he was before he revealed he was a Sith. So Kamir follows her, and says, "Hey, you forgot to do something." And he walks up to the lightsaber. He says, "Do it, kill me." And Osha says, "A Jedi doesn't attack the unarmed." And Kamir asks a very valid question. I'm gonna have him ask it.
Why do you still think of yourself as a Jedi?
Yeah, it's a very valid question. You're not a Jedi, so why the fuck are you following their rules? And then there was this split moment where I thought the show was going to do something interesting. Where I thought Osha was, like, deadass was about to kill Sith Ezra Miller. But she doesn't. You know, that would have took balls, and Disney and Lucasfilm, they don't have fucking balls, so they weren't going to kill this guy. They think he's too cool, just like Maya Lopez. Like, fucking, oh my god. So they have this conversation where Kamir talks about how, like, hey, you didn't stay with the Jedi. Why's that? They didn't want you anymore. She's like, no, I left. It was like, then why didn't you finish? And blah, blah, blah. And then basically, I was just waiting for him to say, we're not so different, you and I. I was waiting for it. They were so close to saying it. They were so close. They probably removed it because they thought they were going to get made fun of for using it. Which, fair enough, you were going to get made fun of if you used it. So then, we bought back to the Jedi Temple, and fucking, there's this weird comedy bit where, like, they joke about the fact that, like, Jedi Master Discount Nebula has space sickness or seasickness or some shit, where she doesn't like going into hyperdrive because it makes her sick, or hyper jump or whatever the fuck it's called. Why is this here? Like, we're supposed to be building tension, you know? Like, Osha is with the Sith, and we don't know what's about to happen. Like, she might get corrupted. May is on the ship plotting to kill Sol, and you interrupt it with a fucking joke. To be frank, it's the only bit of character any of these characters have ever gotten. It's a little detail that Discount Nebula has space sickness. It's like one little detail, and it's like, yeah, the key to making characters is that you gotta give all your characters details like that. You know? Small details, like a little bit of a class here. You want to give your characters little details like that, and it makes them feel a little bit more alive, but you got to give them like big stuff like motives, motivation, their core. I made a whole video. What the fuck am I doing explaining this? Watch the video right here. Yeah, right there. Watch the video. I made a whole video on it. Just watch it. Let the tension sit. Let it sit. Let us be uncomfortable. I mean, I wasn't uncomfortable because I don't fucking care. But the people that do care, let them be uncomfortable. Just let it sit. Let it marinate. Let it marinate. Let the dread, let the worry marinate. Let the people watching this be like, damn, I'm kind of worried about Osha. She might go to the dark side. I'm kind of scared for her. Like, let it sit. Let it sit, bro. I need some food. I'm starting to feel both of these controlled substances. You know, it's 4th of July tomorrow. It's the 4th of July tomorrow. America's birthday. It's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna grill. How are you guys doing? Are you guys doing good? I hope you're doing good. Okay, so this is when I realized that May and Sol's plotline just isn't fucking moving. It's just not. I mean, the entire episode, the story feels like it just comes to a standstill. But May and Sol's story is a special breed of slow, where it just feels like it's just not doing anything. Like, as a matter of fact, I think this was, for like a whole 5 minutes, I just didn't take any notes because nothing happened. Oh, excuse me. I think actually this is when something finally happened in May and Sol's storyline, where Sol finally realizes that May is not Osha. And it took this long for him to realize that. When Basil already figured it out, the Pip droid already figured it out, but he just figured it out at the end of the fucking episode. This is basically the end of the episode, by the way. So, basically what happens is that May and Sol have this conversation, and he reveals that he didn't tell the truth about what the fucking Brendok. He didn't tell the truth. Big fucking surprise. We knew this since episode 3 that someone didn't tell the truth there, right? And the power comes on before Sol can tell her the truth, and May storms off to the bridge, and I guess Basil told him that May is not Osha. I don't know, or something about that tipped him off. I don't know what the fuck caused Sol to realize that May was not Osha, but he stuns her, and then finally realizes that it's May and not Osha, and then the scene ends, and that's it. That scene was literally only there to confirm what we already knew. That fucking somebody lied about what happened on Brendok. We already confirmed that shit. We already knew that. So I guess we're going to find out what the fuck happened on Brendok in the next episode, I guess. Okay, so we go back to fucking Sith Asian Ezra Miller and Osha, and he's working on his fucking helmet. And Osha says, "What do you want?" And he says, "The power of two." He didn't say what Yoda said in The Phantom Menace about there are always two, not more, not less. You know, not that. He specifically said he used the same wording as Osha's mother, the power of two. So the only way he would know this verbiage is if someone was training him, i.e., Mother Coral might be the Sith Master behind him. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. Because she's got to be playing. She's got to be a player in this somehow. You know, like I said in the previous episode, they wouldn't have mentioned Osha's mothers if they weren't a player later in the series. You know. Whoa! Wait a minute. I forgot to mention something. May and Soul. After Soul knocks out May, Soul gets a transmission from Discount Nebula that she's on the way, stay there, don't move. I got your distress signal, right? Not only does this motherfucker not tell them that he just encountered a Sith for the first time in thousands of years, he fucking leaves. He fucking leaves. Why? That didn't make any sense. Why not stay? What reason did he have to leave? Does Jedi Master Discount Nebula not know what happened on Brendok? I'm so confused. I don't get it. Anyway, let's go back to Osha and Sith Asian Ezra Miller. This is when he finally confirms that the helmet is made of cortosis, which, as I said, where the fuck was that in the other 9 movies? And the thing is, we'll get to the defenses later, but this helmet existing just creates all issues. It creates a bunch of issues for all 9 movies, even the Disney ones. It creates a bunch of issues for all these movies. So then, he says, you should put it on because it not only does it block lightsaber hits, not only does it short lightsabers, but it also blocks out your senses, and it allows people to not. It makes it so that people can't read your mind and shit. Like, she's showing some apprehension on it, and he's like, "Oh, you only take in there what you bring in there, right?" Or some shit like that. And she's like, "Oh, I don't trust you." And she's like, and then Sith guy is like, "Oh, you shouldn't. That's good, but you need to learn how to trust yourself," which is really fucking weird. This is when I realized that something really weird is going on, where they make the Jedi come across as nonsensical and illogical, that their doctrines don't make any sense, while the Sith guy, his shit's supposed to make sense, and it don't feel right. So Discount Nebula and Jedi Padawan Twink are on this planet, and they somehow managed to find the dead bodies of all the Jedi when it took them forever to get there in the first place. Remember, they had to have a tracker take them there. They didn't just end up there. A tracker, Basil, the fucking gopher man, took them there. So how the fuck did Discount Nebula and fucking Padawan Twink get there? How did they find them? I'm honestly surprised they didn't see, fucking British X-23, she's still alive somehow. She's just critically injured. We put her in a bacta tank. She'll be fine. Like, fucking, I'm surprised they didn't fucking do that. And then they have the line, her wounds are bad, but she'll recover. Like, you know, they could have easily did that. I'm surprised they didn't. So then we get this moment where Padawan Twink is like, "Do you think Master Soul did this?" And then she's like, Discount Nebula is like, "That's a damning accusation. It must have been something different, something else." Which means she suspects it's the Sith too. Which, boy oh boy, wouldn't it be convenient if this just didn't make it back to the council? It'd be super convenient, wouldn't it? It'd be fucking, what a coinky-dink. Absolutely fucking crazy happenstance, right? Like, fucking all the people that are aware that the Sith are back just so happen to fucking die. Oops. Fuck. I mean, shit, man. Like, what are the fucking chances, bro? Like, shit, she got fucking suicided and shit. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened to her. She just dead. Fucking Master Soul, damn, fuck, man, he just died. Fucking head just popped open. Fucking crazy, I know, right? I mean, fucking, you know, all the people that knew about the Sith, man, they just disappeared. Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, there's only two options they have. Either break canon or have all the people that know that this is a Sith coincidentally die. And what's crazy is that Soul wouldn't even be considered a suspect in all these Jedi deaths if he would have just straight up told them, hey, I just encountered a Sith. Alright, so that's the end of the episode. Oh yeah, I forgot. Wait. Fucking. So we go back to Osha, which is supposed to come across as like a post-credit scene, but since Star Wars isn't known for post-credit scenes, they put it before the credits. And Osha decides to try on Smilo Ren's helmet, and we get a little bit of like a Darth Vader breathing thing in it. The episode ends, and it's boy, oh boy, Jesus Christ. None of this works. None of it works. So now it's blatantly obvious what the trajectory of most of the characters are. Osha is going to fall to the dark side. May will die a hero. Soul will probably also die. Discount Nebula will fall due to her secrecy and actions behind the High Council's back. Sith Agent Ezra Miller has to die, and we may or may not get confirmation of who his master is. That's basically what the next two episodes are going to be about. I'm pretty sure by either the end of episode 7 is going to tease who the master is, or it's going to show us who the master is. But the only problem is that there are a million different ways that could fuck this up. And that's episode 6. All right, let's wrap this up, man. Let's talk about some of this crazy shit that's been going on. So, first off, the fucking defenses behind this show are fucking ludicrous, dude. Like, okay, so when tasked with the criticism, how do the Jedi not sense May in the temple, right? People brought up, well, how come they didn't sense Palpatine? And there is actually a canon explanation for why Palpatine was not detected by the Jedi. Pre-Disney, by the way. Is that Palpatine used an incredibly hard technique or ability known as Force Concealment, which requires an insane amount of power because you are constantly subduing your Force presence. As we know, the Force connects all of us and binds us beyond matter. So it takes a lot of fucking energy to hide that, you know? To hide your essence. So that just shows you how fucking powerful Palpatine is. And then people said, so why can't May have Force Concealment? A, she's clearly not powerful enough to do it because Smilo Ren is more powerful than she is. As I said, power scaling. Smilo Ren is more powerful than May. She's fucking scared shitless of this dude, right? She is terrified of him. He can lock her body up using the Force, right? So clearly, he's more powerful than she is in the Force. I have to look back and see if he could use Force Concealment. It kind of seems like it because he's kind of hard to track compared to the other Jedi. Like, the Jedi can't seem to track him, which I'm okay with him using Force Concealment. If he seems like a pretty powerful Force user, he probably knows how to use Force Concealment. Then episode 6 happens where we get confirmation that May's not powerful enough to use Force Concealment. Remember that scene where May tries to sneak up on Soul and Soul senses her presence?
There is a much larger threat than we anticipated. Osha, I'm going to reset the transceiver.
Someone that is strong enough in the Force to use Force Concealment probably wouldn't have been caught trying to kill him. So yeah, Force Concealment theory out the fucking window. It's just bad writing, dude. And then we have the Ki-Adi-Mundi situation. Because holy fuck, that was just fucking crazy, dude. I don't know what the fuck y'all were thinking with that. So basically, recap. Star Wars Theory. He was making a video, or he was doing a watch party for episode 4? I think it was, episode 4. He was doing a watch party for episode 4. And fucking while he was watching it, these motherfuckers went to Wikipedia and changed Ki-Adi-Mundi's birth date while the episode was premiering. The episode wasn't even finished yet, and they changed it. Okay, so that's layer one, right? Things escalated on Twitter, as they always do, because people on Twitter are fucking retarded. And it got to the point, I'm going to skip a lot of the minutia. It got to the point where Star Wars Theory is threatening legal action because they're saying that he's sending people to Wikipedia and all these other YouTubers and telling them to send death threats, which I don't even know how you can even prove that. How can you prove that? Especially when, you know, in all of his videos he says be respectful. That's kind of weird for you to say, oh, he tells people to send death threats when fucking he's also says be respectful. And it's like, okay, yeah. When you do, I get what he's saying, because like when you say that he's sending people to send death threats, like that's a damning accusation. And he also has a business. That could fuck up his business. So if he suffers any damages, he can sue. Gotta be pretty careful around that, right? But bigger issue, or bigger contradiction is that these motherfuckers that are willing to change the age of Ki-Adi-Mundi during the premiere of the episode's not even done and they changed it, right? They're willing to change his shit mid-episode. They're willing to go on this crusade against Star Wars Theory and say he's like the most bigoted, worst like YouTuber on the planet and shit. And they're also willing to get into legal trouble with him. But then at the same time, when we have criticism of this show, it's like it's just a show about space wizards and aliens and shit. Why are you taking it so serious? And it's like, why are you taking it so serious? Like, you're trying to get into legal trouble with Star Wars Theory? You got to figure out which side of the fence you're on. Is it serious enough to get into legal trouble with Star Wars Theory, or is it not serious? Which one is it? Because a lot, not necessarily Disney Star Wars fans, but Acolyte fans, bro, there's something different, bro. There's something different. Where they are willing to say the most dumb fuck shit about this show to defend it. Or it's like, let people enjoy things. Like, this is one of the things that just, I hate hearing it. Where people say, just let people enjoy things. It's like, let people dislike things. How about that? If we're being logically consistent, if you like something, I'm allowed to dislike it. If you're allowed to like it, I'm allowed to dislike it. End of story. We can't have any more discussion about this. What's crazy is that a lot of people are saying, oh, this is like fucking, this show has the best Star Wars like lightsaber duel in decades. It's the best. And it's like, if you thought that was good, man, you're going to be amazed if you actually watch the prequels. Because the one good thing about the prequels is that, yeah, the dance, like the fights could come across a little bit more like dance than a fight. But man, the choreography was something else in the prequels. That was like the best part of the prequels. It genuinely comes across as if a lot of the people that defend this show are not paying attention to what the fuck is happening in this show. Like, it genuinely comes across that way when you see some of these ridiculous fucking arguments that these people make on Twitter. And at the end of the day, the reality is this shit is just cope. It's cope. Like, I had one interaction with a YouTuber, right? Where, yeah, I came off kind of wrong, honestly. I'm going to be real with you. I came off a little wrong in that interaction. Where I was throwing an accusation at him that he wasn't making. But then he responded to me. I'm not going to post the whole thread on here. But he responded to me and said that I do have valid criticisms. They're in my reviews. And I said, okay, I'll watch them. I watched them, and his criticisms came down to they need to stop making big ass movies and just cutting them up into episodes, and that the execution is weak. And just like basically all of his criticisms were just like, you know, trophy criticisms. criticisms to throw out there to say, oh, I do have criticism of this show. And then when you actually look at the criticisms, they're mealy-mouthed and kind of weak, Is that, oh, this execution was weak. They don't tell you what's weak about it. Like, what's the problem with it? This character motivation is a little weak. What the fuck does that mean? And that's really kind of the problem with people that support the Acolyte. Is that these criticism, like, that's the best I've seen of people that defend the Acolyte. Is that I have criticisms, but the criticisms are trophy criticisms. The worst I've seen is there are no criticisms. They're all made up. You're all just bigots. What are we doing here? Yeah, whatever. We got 2 more episodes of this dog shit. I've been recording for about an hour and 2 hours and 15 minutes. Holy shit, I'm going to be editing like crazy tomorrow. Wait, nope, we got to talk about one more thing. One thing I've noticed as a pattern is that nobody can ever defend this show without bringing up George Lucas Star Wars. Without talking about, how, like, my criticism, such as, how come they didn't sense May in the Jedi Temple? Well, how come they didn't sense Palpatine? We already have a canon explanation for that. Like the fire in space thing. Oh, explosions in space. What about that? And it's like, explosions are very different from fucking campfires in space. Every single time, I'm not even gonna say Disney Star Wars fans. Every single time Acolyte fans try to defend the Acolyte, it's always got to be through the veil of destroying George Lucas's stuff. They always have to tear down George Lucas's stuff in order to defend the Acolyte. It's the same ass backwards way of propping up a character by destroying the character that everyone loves. Such as propping up Ray Palpatine by destroying Luke Skywalker. Why? Why can't your character, your fuck ass show, why can't they stand on their own 2 feet? Why you gotta tear down the shit people like? It's because the reality is that these people don't have any respect for the thing that started this fucking franchise. That's the reality. And it's sad to see that this is, as I said with the 50 Shades of Gay segment earlier in this video, this is Star Wars' new audience. People that don't even like the original shit. They like making fun of the original content. It's recency bias where it's like, oh, it's new, so therefore it's good. George Lucas' stuff is old. It's not as good. Like, when talking about Ki-Adi-Mundi, it was like, you guys are going to bat for this guy? This guy looks goofy. And it's like, Ki-Adi-Mundi is actually a pretty cool character. Interesting backstory, too. I didn't know that, like, fucking, like, he's one of the few Jedi allowed to actually have children because his species has an incredibly low birth rate. I didn't know that, and that's actually really interesting. But that's the kind of fan that they're, like, courting, People that don't even like Star Wars, they're making fun of characters that Disney didn't even make. George Lucas made. The person that made Star Wars. The person whose idea it was to make Star Wars. They're making fun of his shit. And they say dumb, like, and another thing is that there's this other fucking defense that's just really fucking stupid. Oh my god. Is that fucking, they'll say, why are you just talking about it now? And it's like, because the show made it relevant? Like, what the fuck kind of stupid ass question is that? Like, why are you talking about Ki-Adi-Mundi now? He wasn't relevant. Like, you didn't talk about him before. Yeah, well, he wasn't made relevant until now. We wouldn't be talking, like, guess who we're not talking about right now? We're not talking about Obi-Wan Kenobi. Why? Because he's not in the fucking show. That doesn't even make sense. That argument doesn't make sense. When you really break down a lot of these arguments trying to defend the Acolyte, most of them don't make fucking sense. They don't. So, to fucking end this goddamn rant, this show's ridiculous. So, I guess we're gonna see what the fuck happens in episode 7 and 8 and see how this clusterfuck ends. So it's finally over. It's finally over. And boy, oh boy, you done did it now. How do you manage? Let me mute the computer. How do you manage for in an 8 episode season? How do you manage to make the last 2 episodes the worst in the entire season? I thought episode 3 was bad. Episode 7 is 3, but 6 times worse. All right, we'll get into it. Let me go down on my notes. Just like in 2 episodes, they ruined the last 2 like good characters. It all sucks. All of it sucks. Everything in this show sucks. Everything, all of it. But first, since this is such a special occasion, I've got a little thing here. I don't have a fancy like drink mixer, so I'm gonna just use like a protein shaker. I've got a little mixer here. It's for Cuban mojito. So let's get a little whiff of that. Yeah, smells like mojito. Just pour that in there. But it's not just some cheap like Costco, mojito, right? I got a little something special here. Havana Club, aged 3 years, straight from Cuba. Look at that right there. That's from Cuba. I went to Cuba and got this myself. Okay, so we're gonna celebrate with some aged 3 year rum. Okay. I rarely drink this because it's special, and I don't know when I'm gonna go back to Cuba and get some more. So I gotta hold out. And then I got these Carnival Cruise shot glasses, which are ginormous. Let's have some fun. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Oh yeah. Takes me back to 2018. But that's a story for another time. I want to talk about that. I was ooh-wee. Cruise of 18 was wild. Could be better. It's not a real mojito, it's a mojito. It's a drink that tastes like a mojito, and it's not perfect. Let's start with episode 7. All right. Okay, where do I even begin? Episode 7 starts a little bit before episode 3, the events of episode 3, right? So it's a flashback episode, which we'll get to it at the end of this episode. But this episode did not need to be like this. The new information that's provided in this episode didn't need to be an entire full episode. All right, this could have been a flashback within another episode, but we'll get to it. So the first thing I noticed is that the Jedi. Okay, so the Jedi land on this planet, Brendok, right? And they're trying to figure out why is this planet bad? It was destroyed and now it's got life on it. So what the fuck is going on, right? The first thing I know is that the Jedi Masters have armor under their robes, right? But it's not a full set of armor like the Clone Wars. It's just the greaves where the hands are. They just have armor on their hands and presumably on their forearm, But it's like, where's the rest of the armor? Why only here? Why only here? That doesn't make any sense. So after they've surveyed a little bit of the planet where the Wookiee Jedi has a metal detector for some reason, they sit at a campfire, and Master Forehead is a Padawan now. So he became a master in 16 years, which is, I guess that's something. Obi-Wan became a master pretty quickly, so that's something. Forehead guy is a Padawan here, and he's belly aching, like just bitching and moaning. He wants to go home, and because they've been on Brendok for weeks. But at the same time, Jedi Master Trinity and Soul have not told him, like they haven't explained to him why he's here, why this mission is so important until now, where they explain there might be a vergence in the Force here, a very powerful Force nexus or something, right? Because this planet was destroyed and now it's back. So something is crazy is going on with the Force here. Why they're just telling him this, I have no idea. But the fact that he doesn't understand why this is so important, is pretty crazy. So the next day, Soul takes his loud-ass speeder, rides through the forest, parks it, and then just so happens to stumble upon Osha and May under the Bunta tree, the yellow tree that they were under in episode 3 at the beginning. Just so happens to stumble upon them in this big-ass forest. What are the chances? Absolutely insane. So Soul follows them, like Mother Coral, like shows up and she's like, "What are you doing out here? Come back!" And Soul tails them all the way up into the mountain village, right? And then gets all the way inside, and he sees the two girls like using the Force against Mother Anastasia, right? And then on the way, like he's like, "I have got to report this to the other Jedi." And on the way out, he's just loud as fuck. Right, just loud. Just decides sneak mode disactivated or deactivated. Sneak mode deactivated, right? And then Mother Coral was like, "What was that noise?" And then she just walks off to check what that noise is, which was why there was that scene where she like looks around to see what the fuck was going on in the reactor. But I thought it was going to be a setup for her being the person behind the reactor going off. But oh boy, I was wrong. I was wrong about quite a few things. So Soul goes back to the Jedi and he's like, we gotta go talk to these witches because they got some crazy shit going on, right? They get to the elevator. They had the elevator that Mother Coral and the twins took the previous day, and they break in. They legitimately broke in, right? They spliced in, right? And they treat it as if it's kind of like a sneaking mission at first, and then when they get inside, they just walk around like they own the fucking place. So I don't even know what the fucking point of acting like you were sneaking around was. What was the point of that? If you were just gonna walk around like you own the goddamn place, what was the point? Like they effectively like don't show any sign of anxiety of being ambushed or like attacked or coming across a trap or some shit. They're just like, oh, we're just here. We're just big chilling, you know, being chilling. Like, what the fuck? So something interesting happens here is that if you recall in episode 3, Master Trinity was like, "Oh, we thought this planet was uninhabited," and then Anastasia is just like, "Oh, I highly doubt that you actually believe this place was uninhabited." But the reality is that no, they genuinely believed that this planet was uninhabited.
And there's no one here, and if we were going to find something, we probably would have found it by now.
So it's actually kind of interesting that the Jedi weren't lying when they said that. Now, something absolutely bizarre happens here, which is kind of the word of the series is just bizarre, right? Is that during this conversation, while Anastasia is having like a conversation with Trinity, she's like legitimately mind raping Padawan Forehead during this conversation. She like gets into his head and starts having a conversation with him in his own head, right? Using the Force, which is just some bona fide de facto dark side shit, okay? I don't know how you could like persuade me that wasn't a dark side move to get in his head and start like, you know, whispering all these shit in his ear and shit. So she starts going like, "Oh, I know what you desire. I know what you desire. I know what you want," right? And I was like, "Oh, okay." So Jedi Master Forehead or Jedi Padawan Forehead, he wanted some pussy. He wanted, you know, he wanted to get some of that snooky, you know, but he can't because he's a Jedi, so he can't get none of that side action, you know. But then she just straight up says, "You want to go home." That's it. He just wanted to go home. He didn't want no pussy. He didn't want to get married. He didn't want to love anybody. He just wants to go home. That's the carrot that she's dangling like on a string. Is you want to go home. That's it. You just want to go home. You've been gone for weeks. And you want to go back to Coruscant. That's it. That's the forbidden fruit, the forbidden desire that she's dangling on a string like a carrot for a rabbit. Like, you can't be serious. But the thing is that like he didn't relinquish this information willingly. She just kind of just pulled it out and just said, "Oh, so this is why you want this. This is what you want. You want to go home. I could give it to you." Like, we're just mind reading, like just straight up mind reading. But I said it perfectly here. Well, actually, I'm gonna save this for later because Padawan Forehead does some shit that like later in the episode that requires me saving this note for later. All right. So then Jedi Master Trinity says the stupid ass line. The stupid ass line about,
You cannot deny that Jedi have the right to test potential Padawans. With your permission, of course.
it showed up again, which means that at the bare minimum, someone had to see that line be delivered 4 times. 4 times. That line, they saw that line, they heard that line be delivered 4 times, and they let it stay in the fucking show. Okay, so this is where I saw the flaws in trying to make this entire flashback sequence an entire episode. Was that I realized that the only reason this mind rape thing is shoved into this conversation in this scene was because if it wasn't for this sequence of Anastasia trying to get into Master Forehead or Padawan Forehead's head, his forehead head, it would literally just be the scene we already saw in episode 3 just replayed again. So the only reason this entire conversation is here with Mother Anastasia and Forehead is so that we're not watching the same scene from episode 3, which we didn't even need this. We didn't need this. It makes, like I said, it makes Forehead look really fucking lame. But it's just, oh, you just want to go home, don't you? You want the little carrot on the stick? You want to go home? You want to go home? Don't you? Want to go home? You've been gone for a few weeks. You a little homesick, buddy? All right, so they go back to the ship, and they say, Master Trinity says the twins are too old to test, and it's so that's not a new rule. Kids being too old to be Padawans is not a new thing. So why even entertain the idea? And then Master Trinity says something fucking ridiculous,
Testing the twins is not something we can take seriously.
If testing the kids was not something you were going to seriously entertain, why even go along with it? Just say, you know what? Never mind. Then call the council and ask for further guidance as you send Wookiee Jedi to do recon and keep tabs on the witches. They have no intention of actually seriously testing the kids. So why even entertain it? Because what happens in the show is that she says, we're just stalling for time. We're going to test the kids to stall for time as we consult with the council on what to do. So why not just not test them? You're just wasting your time. So then Master Trinity just straight up says, oh, the Coven of Witches, they're strange. And it's just it just feels like that line was there just to justify Anastasia being oh, the world, the galaxy thinks we're strange. And it's not really a justification for her. It's more so just confirmation of what the weird shit we saw in episode 3.
You are on the brink of extinction.
The witches are strange. It's not prejudice. They're just weird bitches. They're weird. That howl like monkeys and shit under the dual full moons. There's 2 moons and they're howling under it like animals. And you want to tell me they're not fucking strange? I still cannot get over that. I'm so glad we didn't see that scene again in this episode. So then there's this moment where Trinity and Soul argue about, the kids, and Soul is oh, I feel like I have this connection to Osha, and then Trinity's oh, don't get attached to her just because you don't have a Padawan. And it's I don't think there's any evidence that Soul has been longing for a Padawan. That kind of just came out of nowhere. In all honesty, in this show, up until episode 8, Saul comes across as a guy that just wanted to do the right thing. In all honesty, in episode 8, he kind of comes across as a guy that just wants to do the right thing. He thought he was doing the right thing, which, speaking of which, we will get to. Master Torben saying we thought we were doing the right thing. No, we'll get to that. So then the next day, the witches show up with the girls and they get tested. This time they show May getting tested, right? And it shows Torben, Padawan Forehead, he asks May, can I take a blood sample? Right? But if you remember in episode 3, he just takes Osha's arm and just stabs her without asking. Why did you ask May but not Osha? That was weird.
I just need to take a sample of your blood. Is that okay?
Ow.
Okay, so this part is actually like a doozy, right? Is that May lies on the test, right? And like she was taught the it's genuinely hard to believe that this is what I saw, but she was told to lie on the test by her mothers, right? Or in the elderly lady or whatever the fuck. She was taught to lie on the test. Then she spills the fucking beans on how their coven of witches works and what the ascension is, and she just starts spilling all of the fucking tea, just explaining everything, when, mind you, in episode 3 she said the Jedi were evil.
The Jedi are bad. The Jedi are good.
So why are you explaining the ins and out of your coven?
Ascension must be very important to include a marking like that.
Mama says ascension means Osha and I will lead the coven. That's why I have a marking like Mama.
Even as a fucking kid, May is wildly inconsistent as a character. So a little bit of filmmaking happens that I think is, you know, it's worth pointing out. Is that when Osha gets tested, we get that scene of Soul saying, you must have the courage to say what you want, right? But this time, instead of it focusing on Soul and Osha, you get a close-up of Trinity and Master Forehead, or Padawan Forehead. I keep saying Master Forehead, but Padawan Forehead.
But you must have the courage to say what you want.
And I think that implies that Trinity does not approve of this approach, while Torben is just like, I wish my master gave a fuck about what I wanted, which I think that was interesting, but it doesn't go anywhere. So that it's kind of pointless to even like have that in the show if you're not going to go anywhere with it. Hold on, there's something here. I said very odd choice of comedy here. I'm just going to play the clip, whatever it was, but I just said Forehead really wants to go home, I guess. So there was a really weird comedy bit. I'll just have Isabella put it in here.
They say that we have interfered too much already.
Will they let us come home at least?
No.
So Soul is like, we got to take these girls because like are not living a kosher life, you know? It's not Kino. It's not really, you know, it's not really $1.50, you know? It's not really great, right? And Trinity actually has a really good point. You can't just uproot these girls' lives just because you don't agree with the way that they live, you know? Because at this point, the Jedi Council has went like, nah, don't mess with them girls. Just continue your mission. Don't fuck with them witches. They're weird, but they're not bothering anybody, right? And Soul is like, no, we gotta do something. And Trinity is right. It's like, just because they're weird and smell like cheese doesn't mean you fucking stop what they're doing and try to steal their children. You know, it's not right. This is when shit goes absolutely sideways. Like, shit just goes fucking like starboard, all right? I don't know how else to describe it. It 90 degrees. It just takes a hard left turn, right? Padawan Forehead takes a look at a data pad, and he's like, their M count, they don't say midichlorians, by the way. They just say, he says their M count is off the charts. This is proof that that this is a virgins in the Force and that they were born with the Force or some shit, right? And this absolute crackhead just bolts to his speeder, hops on. He says, those girls are our ticket home. If we can get them, if we could grab them, bring them to the council, we can go home.
Don't you see? We just need proof of a virgins, and those girls are the proof. This is our ticket home.
Let me repeat that. I'm not going to repeat it. I'm actually just going to summarize what just happened there. What the goal of Master or Padawan Forehead is. He is so ready to go home. He hates Jedi Master Wookiee's cooking so goddamn much that he's willing to abduct 2 children. What are we doing here? What are we doing? He is so homesick. He's about to kidnap 2 children. And that's what kicks off everything you're about to hear. I cannot believe that this is the birthing point of the absolutely just retarded shit you're about to hear. Okay? So at this point in Osha's perspective, May has already been taken away by Mother Coral. So we get what exactly happened after Mother Coral took May away. Like, May's like having a hissy fit, and then Mother Coral pulls her, and she basically said, actually, I'm just gonna play what she says.
You want to stop Osha from leaving? Then stop her.
So Mother Coral basically just sicks May on Osha. Just sicks her on Osha. She just says, you're angry, fucking use it. Go be a menace to society, basically. What the fuck kind of family am I watching, bro? And then, so the Jedi are mobilizing on the mountain fortress, and there is apparently a splinter faction of witches that don't want Osha to go with the Jedi, and they have like this absolutely tismy meltdown where they are screeching and hollering to the sky, and they're being led by a child. They're being led by like a 12-year-old May. I got nothing. I'm speechless. I don't really know how to... Like, there just becomes, like, tangent time. I gotta go on, like, a little tangent. There just comes a point where you just lose any and all, like, extravagant ways of describing how stupid something is. I can only be so creative about explaining how stupid something is. After a certain point, I'm just beyond words. And then the stupid shit we're going to get into in episode 8, I don't know what to tell. I'm just going to be real with you. I don't know if I can ever, I don't know if I can be held responsible for what comes out of my mouth when I get to episode 8. I'm going to be real with you. So Soul and, what's his name? Forehead, they get inside the coven's, stone fortress, and he can just, like, use the Force to sense conversations now, which at literally no other time in the show has he ever done this, when it's always been something the Jedi can do. It's just that for the other 6 fucking episodes, Soul doesn't do this until now. Why doesn't he do this more often? So then we get the scene of May saying that absolutely psychopathic shit about wanting to kill her sister, and then she starts the fire. But then some bullshit happens where we see May's perspective after she starts the fire. She starts freaking out and starts trying to put the fire out by stomping on it. And it's like, no. Now, wait a minute. If she actually did that, right? Why was this context never provided by her? Like, ever, whenever somebody accused her of starting a fire, why was this context never provided? Why did she never say, hey, wait a minute, I tried to stop that fire. I tried. It just got out of control. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to start that fire, but I tried to put it out. Like, it'd be simple if she just explained that. I tried to put out the fire. I started it, yeah, but I tried to put it out. I'm sorry. And as you're going to see in episode 8, that kind of like just behaving like a human habit that we as humans have a tendency to do, yeah, the writers don't understand that. So I just have a time code here. I have no idea what it is, but the note I put here was, oh, fuck off. So it must have pissed me off.
Someday those noble intentions you all have will destroy every Jedi in the galaxy.
Oh yeah, no, fuck off. Yeah, fuck off. Absolutely fuck off. So after this, May shows up, right, and she's crying, and instead of using her big girl words, she just says, help me. That could mean anything. Help you with what? Did you, like, have an accident? Like, what does that mean? Mother Coral just fucking decides to just attack Jedi Padawan Forehead. Then Forehead, who is a Padawan and has a yellow lightsaber, which just confirms the yellow lightsaber doesn't fucking mean anything. He like gets ready to attack, and then the most batshit insane part of the fucking show happens, where Mother Anastasia turns into a fucking force demon. Like, her mouth stretch out, she turns into all this black smoke and fucking like just looks all warped and disgusting looking. And then May starts disintegrating, and Soul reactively, you know, at the sight of a fucking force demon manifesting beside him, reasonably attacks, because I've never seen anything like that in Star Wars, so that's how I would have responded. I would have instantly said, oh, hell no. Can't let you live. You too disgusting and disturbing to live. I can't let you live. And then she fucking downright just gaslights Soul and says, I was going to let you go. I was going to let you take Osha. Like, no, you weren't. Lies. Absolute lies. Like, before she gets stabbed, she says this.
It was foolish to come back here, Jedi.
After she gets stabbed, she says this.
I was going to let Osha go.
So she gaslit the Jedi. She gaslit them. And then she's surprised she got stabbed. Oh boy. And then the worst part is that the show from here on out is going to pretend as if Soul did something wrong. And it's going to use every stupid trick in the book to try and force you to think that he did something wrong when he didn't. He didn't do anything wrong. Soul did nothing wrong. So May was standing there and saw her mom get stabbed, and she watched her die. And she runs up to her and starts crying over her dead body. And it's like, why did May never mention this? She never mentioned that Soul killed her mother. So that conversation her and Osha had in episode 5, why did she not drop the bomb and just say, hey, I know it's hard to believe me, but I watched Soul kill our parents. I watched Soul kill our mom. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Why did she never bring that up? Anyway, Mother Coral's actress was doing too much right here. Run! What the fuck was that? So there's this moment during the fight where like Mother Coral like stuns Soul, but it doesn't look like he's being stunned. So he just stands there and lets Mother Coral just keep hitting him. And it's like the timing is just too off, and he doesn't look like he's dazed enough for it to be believable that he's not responding because he's confused and dazed. So that's the fault of the directing, the choreography, and the acting. So then during the fight, Mother Coral turns into fucking smoke. She just turns into smoke. I got my chest meat out. She just turns into smoke, and like Torben is just like, my mind is fortified, and she's like, no, not you. And then we find out, oh, she took control of the Wookiee, the Jedi Wookiee. Oh, so we actually get to see the Jedi Wookiee fight. So I guess that's something cool. But we've introduced mind control. That could be a problem. And then second, throughout most of the fight, the Jedi Wookiee just uses the lightsaber like a bat. He's just doing like this over and over again. He's not really fighting. He's not using it doesn't seem like he's using a specific, style. He's just hitting people like he's holding a bat, But I'm not really a choreography guy, so maybe there is some Jedi, lightsaber stance that I'm not aware of where you just hit him like it's a bat. Maybe it's out there. I don't fucking know. Ask Star Wars Theory. So during the fight, like Jedi Master Wookiee just starts like bodying Padawan Forehead, and Padawan Forehead dead ass like holds his own way better than he really should have. He did a lot better than Jedi Knight Yord, where he stood his ground against a Jedi, not only a Jedi Master but a Wookiee. I don't know what these Padawans are on, but like British X-23 and Padawan Forehead, these are some of the most skilled Padawans I've ever seen. mind you, probably like no more than like a year ago, they weren't trusted to use they weren't trusted to use lightsabers because they'd probably cut their own dicks off. There's a bug on my mic. Get out of here. Get out of here, buddy. Alright, so Master Trinity shows up, and she just like places her hand on Jedi Master Wookiee's head and erases the mind control. And oh, I forgot. Master Wookiee hitting Torben in the face is the reason why he has that fucked up scar, which someone pointed out on Twitter that the scars don't actually, like the wounds don't match up. You know, they, like, as Disney has a tendency to move scars around and overall just be inconsistent about their placement as a lack of attention to detail. But he gets hit in the face by Jedi Master Wookiee, and that's why he has that scar on his face. But Master Trinity just places her hand on Jedi Wookiee's head, and I forgot to mention, there's like a whole room of witches all like doing this kumbaya thing where they're like swaying together and shit, and they're like humming and shit, like while they're fucking like, you know, burning incense and shit and being weird as they're controlling. I guess they're all controlling Jedi Master Wookiee, because then Trinity places her hand on his forehead and they all fucking just die. All like fucking 20 of them just flop to the floor dead. I have no idea what the fuck happened. Why did it require all 20-something of them to control this Wookiee? And why, when Trinity severed the connection, did all 25 of them fucking die? And then the show has the audacity to act like she did that shit on purpose. Like she knew that that 25 witches were connected to Wi-Fi and trying to use this dude like a Bluetooth controller. Like she was supposed to know. Like she was just supposed to know. This bug is really distracting me. Get out of here. I don't know where it came from. It just showed up. This is when we start getting into some very deceptive editing, right? Where in episode 3, if you recall, when May and Osha fell, Soul wasn't in the room. He was running into the room as they were falling. So when he in episode 7, he runs into the room and they're all the girls are already on the catwalks, and as they're about to fall, he uses the Force, and it's like, you weren't in episode 3. You weren't in the room. They deceptively like warped and edited things to make things like work for the story they wanted to tell, when in reality it doesn't line up with what was previously established. So not only that, Soul decides, instead of using the Force on these little girls that probably weigh like 45, 50 pounds, maybe 60 pounds at the most, he decides, I'm going to use the Force to hold up these metal catwalks. Why? Why not just use the Force on these much smaller, much lighter girls? What are you doing? I turned the mic off. Hold on. Yeah, my mic has like a tap to mute feature, so if I tap and then I'll tap it and you can hear what I'm saying, it's actually pretty cool. And then what's crazy is that in terms of like the deceptive editing, that scene of Soul entering the area with the catwalk that's broken, in episode 3 it's like really quick, but in episode 7 it's like twice or 3 times the length of the original scene in episode 3. So I'll have to, once I get into the editing room in the editor, I'm gonna like, you know, play them side by side and really give you like a hard number for how much longer the episode 7 scene is. So this is when they started to assassinate Soul's character, is that he's holding up the catwalks with the Force and he can't really do it. And instead of just quickly switching to the 2 girls using the Force, he decides, I'm just going to let May fall to her fucking death. Up until this episode, Soul was like the best character in this show. Why they decided to assassinate him, I have no fucking clue, but it gets worse. And so here is Here's the problem with making that scene twice as long in episode 7 than it was in episode 3, is that May and Osha were like yelling at each other while they're trying to use the Force to hold each other up. And because they doubled or tripled the length of the scene, it's like the catwalk stayed up for a very long time. So why are they just screaming at each other? They should have looked down and realized, oh, the catwalk's not falling. We need to get out of here. And then on top of that, Soul, instead of screaming, May, Osha, run, right? Instead of using his big boy words, he just strains like he's like trying to hold in a shit. And it's just like, it's manufactured. It's all bullshit to get to a conclusion that the writer and director wants. So then they go back to the ship. The Jedis go back to the ship, and Forehead apologizes or something, and it's like, yeah, this is basically your fault, bro. Like, this entire situation happened because you were homesick and your little tummy hurt. Like, fucking sad, just absolutely fucking ridiculous. And besides, I thought Jedi weren't supposed to have an attachment, so why does he have an attachment to Coruscant? So then Master Trinity says, we'll tell the council the truth. Trademark. Where she creates a cover story. When the reality is that, like, if you would have just told them what actually happened, they'd be like, damn, you were in the right. Nothing fucking happened. Shit. Kind of sucks you went through that, man. But you guys are cleared of all charges. Get the fuck out of here, right? Like, let me explain it, right? This is what they should have said to the Jedi Council, and they would have been absolved. So we went to this planet, right, where there's a coven of weird lesbian Force witches, and they were training in the arts of the occult and having rituals with the 2 moons, and they brought in a child into their coven, did some weird ritual on her, that she has a tattoo on her forehead, right? And then when we tried to confront them about it, one of them turned into a fucking Force demon, and I killed her because I ain't never seen no shit like that. So I had to kill her. That shit scared me. I'm sorry, but it was scary. And then they mind controlled Jedi Master Kelnaka, and he beat the shit out of my Padawan. But I tapped into his head, turned off the Wi-Fi, and the other witches that were connected, I didn't know they were connected to the Wi-Fi, so they died, and I didn't mean to kill them. Like, at that point, it's just like, well, yeah, that kind of sucks. Well, I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place. You know, like, if they would have just told the truth, I think they would have been fine, to be completely honest. But it is kind of shocking how the first thing these Jedi decide to do is always just straight up lie to the fucking council. Why is that always the first thing that you choose to do? So these are my after episode thoughts that I had. I said the editing in these 2 episodes were so fucking deceitful. Scenes from episode 3 are cut down scenes from episode 7, and the timing of everything gets warped to lead to a contrived conclusion. And then they really tried to push to make Saul look as unreasonable and illogical as possible. When he just comes, when you're a normal person, not in Hollywood, and not used to grooming people to have sex with your disgusting fucking boss, you're making someone that looks normal and looks like they're trying to do good. Oh yeah, he's fucked up and weird. These people in Hollywood don't understand how to write people anymore. It's weird. So I made spoiler alert, I made an incorrect prediction about Mother Coral being the Sith Master behind Khmer. She's not. I guess she really did just fucking die in this episode. We never saw her body. Okay. And then just the cherry on top of this. This is one of those moments I said earlier where I just don't have any words. I do not have any words. In the credit sequence, they play contemporary pop music. Like, I'm talking about like some shit you'd hear on the radio. What happened? What happened to Star Wars? Like, and it's easy to just say, oh yeah, George Lucas sold it to Disney and Kathleen Kennedy, this, that, yep. No, like, I need to know specifics. What happened to Star Wars? How did it get here? Where it is just objectively a female brand at this point. Next episode. All right. Finally. It's all about to end. I just saw this episode today, so this shit is fresh in my mind, bro. So the episode starts with back in the present day where Osha has Smilo Ren's helmet on, right? And while she's in there, she just has a fucking asthma attack and like uses the fucking force to see the future or some shit. And fucking Kamir, he gets the black eyes that Jedi Padawan Torben had in the previous episode, and they're not going to explain how the fuck that happened, where she saw the future and like just had like a premonition or some shit like Anakin had in episode 2, no, episode 3, my bad, where he saw Padme dying. So then fucking we go to Soul's ship. Soul has May like handcuffed on the bed, and he's talking to her. And I guess, you know, the previous episode was him explaining his side of the story to May, which that's not the person that needed to hear that side of the story. That was Osha that needed to hear that side of the story because May was fucking there, but whatever. Mind you, episode 7, did you notice that like the only new things that we learned in episode 7 was Soul killed Mother Anastasia, Torben was homesick, and Soul chose for Osha to die. Not Osha. Soul chose for May to die. That's all we learned in that episode. That was really relevant to anything else the fuck we saw. It was like, oh, it's a convergence in the Force. You guys were born from the Force. No fucking shit. We knew that since episode 3. That's not new information. Remember, I carried them. I created them. We knew this already. That's not new information. Do you like that? That looks like a drink. A very delicious like drink. It's got blue and pink. Blue and red. That's a nice color. I like that. It looks nice. So Soul has May strapped to this bed, and Soul let her keep the fucking pip droid. What is wrong with you people? Why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep having prisoners locked up, but they keep their fucking tech? Why do you keep letting them have their shit that allows them to escape? What is this? That's like letting a prisoner keep a lockpick. Why? Letting him keep and she gets free. Fucking. We'll get to that. I got another note here. Note says, May says that the Coven died because of the 4 Jedi, when the reality is that they all died because they mind-controlled a Wookiee, and Trinity cut the connection, and they all shitted and farted to death because of their Wi-Fi. It was nobody's fault but theirs for connecting to bad Wi-Fi. I told you episode 7 was really fucking bad. It makes everything, every conversation before and after that episode, it just makes it just absolutely just fucking hilarious in hindsight. And then Soul says his biggest regret is that he couldn't save both of them, but it's like, you chose to let May fall to her death. You chose that. I don't know what the fuck you're smoking, but you chose to let that kid die. What do you mean you couldn't? You could have. You just chose to let her die. And then somehow, like, fucking May, after May uses the pip droid to unlock herself, she fucking whips it out, and it's also a stun gun too, so she tases him, and he fucking, and it's like, how does this Jedi Master keep getting fucking ambushed by her? He keeps getting ambushed by this Bush League amateur. What the fuck is this? And then he's chasing her through the ship. He's chasing her through the ship. And we see a little glimpse of the little fucking gopher man. And oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What this gopher man does in the next scene had me wanting to scream at the top of my lungs, bro. I I've never been this upset about a TV show in my entire life, bro. Like, what I'm about to tell you in like 5 minutes is gonna blow your fucking mind, all right? After this, May looks at this little switch and she says, the escape pod, but it's in like this ridiculously obvious ADR. I don't know why the fuck it was there.
Escape ship.
So she hops in the escape pod and then she just leaves. And it's like, what the fuck is your plan here? You didn't disable the ship in any capacity. You didn't blow anything up. You didn't hurt Soul in any conceivable way. She just hops into the escape pod thing and then just tells Soul, see you in hell. And then she just leaves. And it's like, what do you mean, see you in hell? You didn't do anything. You just hopped in the escape pod and left.
See you in hell, Jedi.
What the fuck is that scene? What is that? So then May jumps into this escape pod and then flies towards Brendok, but then she can like actually fly it. Like, you know, usually escape pods, when you get like in Star Wars, when they get in escape pods, they kind of just like, they're just, you know, they're these pods like the name implies, and they just shoot out and they just go to the planet below. Usually they shoot out towards the planet so that the gravitational pull of the planet pulls the escape pod to the planet and keeps them out of the battle, right? This escape pod it's outfitted more like a fighter, where it's got like a steering wheel and a seat and like fucking, it's not really designed to have enough room for multiple people to get into escape. It's just one seat and some controls, and she flies it to like two different planets in the distance. Is this an escape pod or a fighter with no guns? What is this? So then May flies this escape pod into this ring that's around the planet, and she's like, oh, Saul's ship is too big, he won't follow us here. And it's like, bitch, he can just see you. He doesn't have to fly in there to see you. He can fly under you and look up and see you in the fucking ring of this planet. But because this show is written by absolute fucking cephalopod-brained idiots, Saul, of course, is going to fly into the ring like an idiot. Also, May puts herself in unnecessary danger to try and avoid him. And it, like the asteroids in this, you know, ring around the planet can completely just obliterate her if she hits one of them that's big enough. And then here's the part. Soul is chasing May, right? And Soul is about to like flip a switch. I think he's about to like shoot her or something, right? I don't know what he's about to do because it was never explained. He's just about to flip a switch, and then the fucking Gopher Man just decides to side with May, and he chews on some cables and stops Soul from doing whatever the fuck he was going to do. Why is the Gopher Man on May's side? Why? Oh my god. Oh my god. That made no sense. That made no sense, bro. Oh my god. This Gopher Man spent the past 4 episodes hunting down May and being the Jedi's ally. And he just turns on the Jedi and helps May for no discernible reason. Oh my god. This shit's making me loud. Why? I don't know how anybody in their right mind could write something like that. It just defies all logic. It defies literally everything we've known about this little retarded Gopher Man. Let's move on, because I'm starting to sweat, bro. Like as I wrote here, if I was Soul, I would have learned Force Choke real fucking quick, and I would have choked the shit out of that Gopher Man. Like, for real, I would have snapped his fucking neck with the Force, bro. Like, that was just... It's stupefying. I have no other words, bro. Anyway, we go back to Coruscant, and Jedi Padawan Twink is back, and I can't stand his voice. Get him the fuck out of here.
Senator Raincourt's here.
Jedi Padawan... fuck me. I can't take this anymore, man. Oh! Jedi Padawan Twink tells Discount Nebula that there's a senator waiting for her. She goes to meet the senator, and the senator's like, hey, man, there's a lot of shit going on, and I feel like you're not telling me the fucking truth. What the fuck is going on? And Discount Nebula, instead of obfuscating the truth and not telling him what the fuck is going on, she decides to tell him the fucking truth. Again, forgetting how to be fucking human. I mean, this character's not human, but behave in a very realistic and, lifelike manner. Instead of lying, she fucking told the truth about the fact that a bunch of Jedi fucking died, souls on the loose, and we don't know who the fuck killed them. Why would you tell him that? It's like an AI trying to figure out what the fuck humans think, how the fuck humans think. This shit is absurd. Like, it's an insult to writing. The craft of writing, it is an insult. My head, and like, I'm not even playing, it's not even a bit, I'm not even joking. My head fucking hurts, bro. Like, this shit is making my fucking head hurt. Like, for real. This is bad. Okay, so there is some information in episode 8 that this senator is giving to us in episode, like, that should have been, like, shit we heard, like, a long time ago. I'm just gonna have Isabella play it here.
You don't like me. You think my campaign for an external review of the Jedi is a personal vendetta.
Like, ignoring the ridiculous amounts of, like, blatant exposition, that was information we needed a long fucking time ago. Why are we just getting it in the last episode? And you know damn well we are not getting a second season of this bullshit. So then, the senator, like, has another one of these Reddit tier fucking rants about how the Jedi are not good and blah blah blah, and I'm tired of this deconstructionist bullshit, and I'm not entertaining it. I'm not talking about it. Get this shit the fuck out from my screen. I'm done with this shit. The Jedi are good guys. Shut the fuck up. So then Kamir and Osha leave the planet that they're on to go find May, and in the cave that Kamir was living in, you're not gonna believe who the fuck was just chilling in there. Who was just chilling in there. In the darkness, this decrepit fucking hand comes out and wraps its hand around the mountainside. And in the darkness, it's Darth fucking Plagueis. Darth Sidious's master. Just in the darkness, just in this random fucking loser's cave. And I have no idea what the implications of this is supposed to be. Was he Kamir's master? Was he, like, did Kamir know that he was in there? Like, what the fuck was that about? If I found out some stinky alien guy was just chilling in my fucking, like, I have a closet right there that has, like, my motorcycle and tool stuff in there, like my mechanic stuff. If I just found out there was a stinky old alien just standing in there just like fucking groping the side of the wall, I would... That man's getting shot, alright? I refuse to have some stinky old man just chilling in my fucking closet, bro. Like, that's not happening. And Kamir just never mentioned this old man just chilling in here. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's key jangling in the highest order that Darth Plagueis Darth Plagueis is just chilling in some random Asian dude's like cave. Like, what the fuck is this? That was my editing gun, just so we're clear. You know, it sits next to me while I'm editing. But there's just some divine, it is some divine comedy shit that fucking, like, Darth Plagueis' first canon appearance in like a live action Star Wars anything is in this retarded show. Absolutely, just wow. Wow. Amazing. Fucking fantastic. So then Soul lands on Brendok shortly after May crashes. and fucking my immediate thought was, you need to ask the Gopher Man why the fuck he did that. Why the fuck did he help May? You need to ask him. But no, of course Soul doesn't ask the Gopher Man why he just turned coat out of nowhere. He just doesn't fucking ask. Whatever. So he turns on the transceiver so that Jedi Master Discount Nebula knows his location, and as soon as he steps out of the ship, he just decides, I can sense where people are now. I can sense where people are, despite the fact that he never uses this. He only uses this twice in like the entire series. Why now he decides, oh, I can sense people with the Force now. Fuck you. And I don't even know what the fuck this line means right here, dude. Like, what is this line?
You anticipate a confrontation?
A resolution.
This shit is genuinely frustrating. Like, this shit is frustrating. Like, here's a little bit of trivia. The reason why I didn't decide to cover this the same way that I covered like Echo, another TV show, was because Echo was so fucking bad that I just got tired of dealing with it. And this show is worse than Echo. There was no fucking way I was finna make like a 4-hour long series of videos about this shit. Like, I'm not the Little Platoon. He's way more patient than I am with this shit. Like, I couldn't do it. I'm struggling with Age of Extinction right now. You think I'm gonna handle this with any more tact? Absolutely not. So then Osha and Kamir show up on Brendok, and they're in this really strange fighter that has 2 pilot seats. But then Osha turns off Kamir's power in his seat, and it's like, okay, 2 questions. 1, what kind of fighter allows you to turn off your co-pilot's power? 2, why would Kamir put her on the side that allows her to do that? Why is he not sitting on that side? Third of all, I just realized this. I didn't even put this in my notes. How the fuck did she know how to do that? How did she know, oh yeah, this fucking switch, boom, his power's off, fuck him. I'm driving now. Look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now. Like, fuck me, man. As I put in my notes here, everyone's got the fucking hardball today, man. This shit's crazy. Everyone's just a big sack of fucking idiot today. I don't know what the fuck they were on. I don't know what they were smoking when they wrote this episode, man. This shit was bizarre. So then Kamir and Osha get to the elevator to the old, witch coven shit. And Osha says just this really stupid fucking line. Like, listen to this line.
Getting this elevator operational is the only way in. Unless you want to climb.
The elevator is clearly not the only way in, so what the fuck was the point of this line? Yeah, he can climb. So what was the point of that line? It's not the only way in. So why say this is the only way in unless you want to climb, so it's not the only way in? Mean nothing words do anymore. Oh, fuck. Jesus. So then Soul walks to the destroyed reactor looking for May. Then he's like, oh, I guess she's not here. Then he walks away. And then May climbs up from the edge that Soul is just standing on, and she's huffing and puffing like the big bad wolf. And it's like, how does Soul not fucking hear her? How does Soul not hear all that fucking noise she's making? Like, her breaths are literally echoing all over the cave walls, and Soul doesn't hear it. So then we go back to Osha and Kamir, and she's like, damn, this shit's taking a while. And then she's like, and then he's like, see ya. And he just fades away, and it's just like, what the fuck? Like, he can just teleport now. But what this really is that this is the beginning of like the worst problem, like one of the biggest problems in this episode, and it's the fact that they were really lazy about how they wanted to like move people around. So we'll talk about it. Let's just get through this because there's a lot of shit I gotta talk about. So Kamir and Soul start fighting. I don't want to talk about it. I don't fucking care. Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Fight scenes, right? They don't fucking mean anything to me if I don't care about the characters. You could literally have the coolest, most like ejaculation-inducing fucking fight scene ever spawned by man. But if I don't care about the characters, it doesn't mean anything to me. So all this whiz-bang fucking like, oh, he could split his lightsaber in half and one's a dagger and then the other's a sword. Fucking, oh, Soul flew backwards and it's like the fucking Matrix and fucking, ooh, like fucking, none of that shit matters because I don't care about nobody in this show. So fucking, the fight gets to this point where Khmer, he throws both of his lightsabers. One's a dagger, one's an actual saber. And then he's rushing at Soul because he's about to punch him for some fucking reason. And Soul whips out this fucking area of effect move that repulses everything away from him. And it's like, might have been useful back in episode 5 in that forest fight. Maybe. Don't know why you whipped it out and used it now, but them's the breaks, kid. Them's the breaks. So then Osha and May meet each other in their old childhood room, and Amanda's acting is so bad. She's trying so hard in this scene.
All of this death. Everything that happened here. All because you didn't want me to become a Jedi.
Here's a bit of advice that I learned from a theater teacher I used to have way back in the day, is that the goal is not to express an emotion. The goal is to make the person you're acting against feel a certain way. So say, for instance, you want the person you're acting against or towards, you want them to feel like a piece of shit. Use that energy. Don't be like, I'm going to pretend I'm angry. No, you want it to be so that you want them to feel like a piece of shit. And that you channel that mindset through your acting. Amanda is doing the first thing where she's like, my cue is to be angry in this scene, so I'm going to be angry. And that's not how you act, according to my theater teacher. Man, that was almost 10 years ago, dude. That was a long time ago, bro. So then in this scene, May finally decides to tell Osha the truth that Soul killed their mother. And it's like, again, why did you wait this long to tell Osha the truth? Could have told her an episode. You could have told her that fucking 3 episodes ago. Why'd you wait until now? So then Osha and May get into a fight because Osha starts screaming like she's got the tism. And here's something that like female writers and actresses need to start getting through their heads. Anger does not always need to come through by screeching like a fucking banshee. Like, sometimes anger comes through in a silent simmer. It's silent, and you like, there are some times where you see a character and they're just dead silent, and you're like, oh, you know that man is pissed, right? And if you've ever read my books, you understand that's actually my favorite way to write an angry character, is just have them be silent. That's like my favorite way to write an angry character. But it's something you notice with Rey as well, is that like whenever she starts fighting and she's like trying to show you that she means business or she's angry or something, she just starts screeching. It's such a tismy response in a fight. Like you come across as the weird kid in like grade school that whenever they got into a fight, they just start screeching. Nah, bro, it's not it. It's not it at all. So then during both fights that are happening at the same time, which neither of them are really good, to be completely honest, but during the parallel fights, the ship that has Jedi Master Discount Nebula and a bunch of other Jedi on it, they're arriving, and once May and Osha see that they arrive, they both look up. There's conveniently a hole in the ceiling of their childhood room, and Osha looks up, and then she looks down, and May is just gone. And they're doing the shit again, where May left the room without Osha noticing somehow. She should have. This is when I noticed the problem, but I'm gonna get to it later, because it gets absolutely off the fucking wall insane with Khmer later in this episode. But this is the point where I kind of just said, what the fuck are any of these characters at this point? Like, what are these characters? What are they doing? Why are we watching these characters? And I saw a post on Twitter. that they pointed out that, like, we're going into the final episode of this series, and we don't know who the main character is. Who is the main character of this series? So then, during Soul and Kamir's fight, Soul somehow defeats Kamir. He slices his lightsaber in half, like samurai style, and fucking, like, he has him dead to rights, lightsaber to his neck. He's about to kill him. May somehow swoops in, disarms Soul, and has his lightsaber. How the fuck did she do that? So then Kamir's like, ah, yes, good, my apprentice. You have done well. Now strike him down. Like, oh, time out. Whoa. Episode 5, you basically renounced this woman and said, I'm a fucking killer because she betrayed me. Like, why are you suddenly giving her dark side lessons now?
Good, May. Feel your anger.
Like, you wanted her dead 3 episodes ago. Why are you coaching her like Darth Sidious now? Oh my god, I got a whole page of notes. Jesus. Then fucking May says, you know what? No, I'm not killing him. She tosses the lightsaber. It kind of breaks, by the way. Important for something that happens later. She tosses his lightsaber, and she's like, no, I think he should face the council and face the long arm of the law. It's like, bitch, you're going to prison too. What the fuck are you talking about? And then, as I said for the previous episode, anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together, they're gonna hear Soul's side of the story and be like, oh, well, yeah, that sounds like you did a good job. Okay, you're fine. We're gonna drop your charges. See you tomorrow. Like, and then Soul explains the nature of Osha and May's birth. He's like, oh, you two weren't born normally. You were born through the Force. And May sits there and acts like it's shocking. And it's like, anybody who understands human biology was not surprised by that. Oh, I had 2 moms. So then May's like, I want you to confess that you killed my mom. And Soul is like, yeah, I did. It's like, I thought I was doing the right thing, and fucking like, and like the show likes to pretend as if there isn't a mountain of context as to why he killed Anastasia. Like, as if the show just forgets she turned into a fucking Force demon, a Force specter that was about to eat her child. And I forgot, Leslie Headland actually said she believes, which is like, motherfucker, you run the show. What do you mean you believe? You made this shit. But she's like, she believes that Anastasia was converting herself and May into the Force. And it's like, so she was going to make her child and herself one with the Force, i.e., she was going to kill herself and her own fucking child. So Soul was right to kill Anastasia. She was going to commit a murder-suicide. So then, what's her name? Fucking Osha is like, why didn't you tell the council? And then Soul gives a completely incorrect answer.
If it was the right thing to do, why didn't you tell the Jedi?
Without May, there was no proof you were created in this way.
When the correct answer is, oh, Jedi Master Endara told us not to tell the council the truth. I wanted to tell the truth, but she told us not to. That's the correct answer. And then, fucking Osha, with Amanda's horrible acting, starts fucking telling him to stop talking. And he keeps trying to, like, tell her, like, the truth and how he's sorry. And then she starts force choking him.
Stop talking.
I gave the show props in episode 1 for Osha not being immediately proficient in the Force after being dormant for several, like, years, a decade and a half, basically. And then, no, she was dormant for about a decade, a little under a decade. And then she just whips out a fucking Force choke. So just fuck me, I guess. Just fuck me. Fuck me, I guess. I don't know. I gave you credit for something and you just decided to spit in my fucking face. But I think it's unmitigated bullshit that like fucking, oh, this is basically the origin of the Force choke, basically. Like, get the fuck out of here. And now with Soul's death, Osha killed Soul. Fucking with Soul's death, conveniently, the Council don't know that a Sith is out there waiting to attack. Conveniently. How fucking convenient that Soul, instead of telling the fucking Council in episode 6 that a Sith is back, he just leaves and doesn't tell him, and then he dies, and now the Jedi are at risk. So essentially, Order 66 happened because Soul was being a fucking idiot. That's really wild to think about. One random Jedi Master about 60-something years prior to the episodes of The Phantom Menace. His stupid fucking decisions are the reason why the Jedi faced a religious genocide. That's something to think about, isn't it? The show does something I actually want to talk about that's not completely negative. So Osha picks up, like, she had Soul's lightsaber, and her pure hatred, like, converted the kyber crystal within it from blue to red, which is the process of bleeding a kyber crystal, which is what makes a lightsaber red for the Sith, right? Star Wars Theory points out that it takes a lot more than that, but for this, just talking about the concept of Osha killing her master and then, like, turning his blue lightsaber red, that's a good concept, but it's a concept that deserves to be in a better fucking show. So then Discount Nebula shows up, and then she senses Kamir, and Kamir throws his helmet on real quick to stop her from sensing him, and she's like all anxious and shit, and it basically confirms that the theory that Kamir was, what's her name, Discount Nebula's fucking old Padawan, basically. Oh my god, I have so many notes. This shit is so ass. So then Kamir disappears again. She disappears. I'm gonna talk about it. This show is so fucking lazy about where characters are because they don't care to, like, figure out a way to logically move characters from one place to another. I want to bring up a metaphor that Mahler brought up at the beginning of his Last Jedi analysis, is that the director has a chessboard, right? And instead of playing the chess game logically and moving the pieces the way they're supposed to move, instead, the director of this show just moves the pieces wherever the fuck she wants them, regardless of if the pieces are supposed to move that way. That's what's happening in this episode every time a character just fucking disappears. They literally despawn only to respawn where they need to be. Fucking logic, physics, and logistics be damned. Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. And I wanted to, like, I was genuinely going to start coping and be like, oh, maybe he has forced teleport or some shit. But May can do it too. So, and don't even get me, oh, maybe she's powerful enough to do it. Clearly, Osha's more powerful in the Force than May is. Clearly. And then they go inside, the Jedi go inside the perimeter, and then Discount Nebula sees Soul is dead. So she sends only 2 Jedi to search the perimeter, and then the others go out to, like, I think she said 50 clicks outside to search, and it's like, why only 2 Jedi to search this big-ass fortress? Why only 2? Maybe 5? Especially if there's somebody in here that's strong enough to kill a Jedi, maybe. There's this scene when May and Osha get to the Bunta tree, the tree with the yellow shit on it. Fucking, they both apologize to each other, and Osha says, "I'm sorry, I didn't believe you," and then May says, "I'm sorry, I started that fire." And all I gotta say is, May, you're a fucking crackhead, dude. And then this is where we got into some territory that Echo started doing, like Echo did, where like these characters are kind of written less like sisters and more like lesbian lovers, where like instead of them acting like sisters, like May is holding Osha's face like she's about to kiss her and shit, and it's like, oh, are you guys gonna kiss or what? What the fuck is this? Like, why are they so fucking close? Like, can you guys write siblings like normal fucking siblings instead of with this gay undertone? Y'all did the same thing with Bonnie and Maya. It's really fucking weird. Like, it's a weird reoccurring trend that I've noticed. And then of course Kamir shows up. I guess he can just fucking teleport, because I didn't mention this, but he was watching Discount Nebula earlier, and then he just disappears, and then he reappears here, and then he's just like, oh, if I can find you this easily, then the Jedi sure can. And it's like, so you could just teleport, I guess. Fucking moving chess pieces, like I said. And then this sequence really just left a really bad taste in my mouth. Is that like, it really, like, so there's a sequence where May chooses to do this sacrifice where she's like, I'll stay and let the Jedi capture me so you two can escape. And then Kamir's like, I'll wipe your memory so that they can't find us. And it's really like displayed in this way that implies that the bad guys are the good guys. And I don't like it. It's really gross.
We'll explain what Soul did. They'll have to...
Even after everything, you put your faith in the Jedi. Osha, when they find out how powerful you are...
You will meet the same fate as our mother. What do we do? What do you want, Osha?
Because, mind you, Kamir slaughtered like a dozen people. May killed 3 people. And threatened to kill a lot more. Osha killed Soul, right? They're all fucking murderers. And they just get to... Like, Osha and Kamir just get to walk away free. And then we'll get to it later. May gets to basically walk away free because she gets her memories wiped, so she can't really be... Like, basically, it's an insanity plea where it's like she doesn't remember anything, so she can't be tried, right? Like, fucking... This show's fucking disgusting. And then this, I guess this is how they got out of the Sith conundrum, is that fucking Soul dies, so he can't tell anybody about the Sith, and then Kamir wipes May's memory, and fucking she just forgets everything she went through over the past fucking 16 years. Yes, literally, she forgets everything that happened over 16 years. And then fucking nobody knows that the Sith are back. Nobody knows that the Sith are back. That's just it. This show's fucking stupid, bro. Where did Kamir get those memory wiping powers? Where'd that come from? Now that you think about it, instead of killing all the Jedi, why didn't he just memory wipe all of them? So that they didn't see his fucking face. Put the helmet back on, memory wipe everyone, and then they didn't see your face and you could just leave. I forgot to mention, the fucking Osha ends up becoming the Acolyte because she was the one that ended up killing Soul without a weapon, right? That was the payoff for the whole kill a Jedi without a weapon, was that, you know, Osha would be the one to do it, and she trades place with May and becomes Kamir's apprentice, and she becomes the Acolyte, right? Because she's the one that killed a Jedi without a weapon. And then fucking like Osha's like, I want to say my goodbyes before you wipe her memory, and then she hugs May, and then now they actually give a shit about each other. Osha fucking hated May like a day ago. Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Like Osha and May, all the characters are a mess, but Osha and May are genuinely incorrigible. They are some of the worst characters I've come across in fiction in a long time. Like, I'm talking about, like, they are worse than Tessa from Age of Extinction, dude. They are so, like, ridiculously inconsistent, dude. They are really bad. Because, like Tessa in Age of Extinction, she's just a bitch, right? She's a horrible character, but she's not inconsistent. She's just consistently a bitch. Osha and May are inconsistent ass characters. Not inconsistent ass characters. No, inconsistent, ass characters. But there is one little neat moment where fucking Kamir, like, says, you want to be my my acolyte? All right, cool. Here's your lightsaber. And when she's handing the lightsaber to her, he has the business end pointing to himself to test to test Osha to see if she's really serious. And she grabs the lightsaber and doesn't kill him. She could have killed him, but didn't. So it shows that she's serious about it. So I guess that's a pretty neat little moment. But when this show is basically like dead on arrival, like, I can't, like, my praise doesn't really fucking mean anything at this point. So then May and Osha hug each other and they like do their little stupid ass rhyme from the 3rd episode, and fucking they're doing all this boo-hooing and shit, and it's like, I don't fucking care. Turn this shit off. Nobody fucking cares about these two stupid ass characters. They're trying so hard to make me care by having these characters loudly cry into the fucking boom mic and shit. Like, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. You're not getting a second season. This is where your story ends. Shut the fuck up. So then May gets taken to the Jedi Council. Not a council, the Jedi Temple. She goes into fucking, I guess Discount Nebula is kind of like the corrupt police chief. And she goes into like Discount Nebula's office. She has a fucking office. And she says, Master Soul did a terrible thing. No, he didn't. That shit was justified. But the reason why she said he did a terrible thing is because she's about to throw him under the fucking bus, bro. She just straight up says, oh yeah, no, Master Soul, like, a bunch of Jedi were killed, and it was Master Soul because he was trying to cover up what the fuck happened on Brendok, right? And then, like, she even, oh my god, this shit was disgusting when I realized it later on. She even goes to the point of, like, painting Soul as, like, a kitty diddler.
He justified every selfish step with the love he had for your sister.
They legitimately painted Soul as a man who likes playground citizens, if you catch what I'm saying. What the fuck happened to Star Wars, bro? Because the thing is that never did I think that Soul, like, yeah, he did say that he loved Osha, but never did I think that Soul loved Osha in that way, you know? Every time he showed care for Osha, I always thought it was like a father-daughter kind of thing, you know? Like a parental thing. Never did I think that. And the show just decided, we're going to paint it that way. I'm about to, like, here's what I'm going to do. When I finish this rant, I'm going to cook a steak. I'm going to eat it. And then I'm going to fucking sleep. The one character that, like, I kind of liked, they just decided we're just going to fucking fuck him up. We're going to assassinate him in the final 2 episodes. We're going to fuck him all the way up. This shit's a crying shame, dude. And then, of course, at the end, because they don't do post-credit scenes, fucking, they have Discount Nebula show up and walks into this room, and we get the back of Yoda's fucking head, and it's like, great, fantastic, we've now implicated Yoda in this mess. The motherfucker that confirmed in episode 3 he can sense when a bunch of people fucking die. So good luck trying to convince me that this motherfucker didn't know anything when he sensed when Order 66 happened. Good luck convincing me that Master Indara's death, Jedi Master Forehead, Jedi Master Kelnaka, Jedi Master Soul, and all the motherfuckers that died on that forest planet where the Wookiee Jedi was, good luck convincing me that Master Yoda didn't know any of that shit was going down at any point during these 8 episodes. How the fuck... Y'all really tried to ruin Yoda a second time. Y'all really tried to ruin Yoda a second time. First in The Last Jedi, and now in this show. Show's fucking disgusting, dude. It's disgusting. This show's just fucking disgusting. Like, it's a show that romanticizes its villains, and it shits all over its heroes. It's disgusting. These, the agenda behind the show is so fucking disgusting. It's so obvious. It's to paint the Jedi as corrupt cops that hide when their officers, do bad things, protect their bad officers, And then the people that are willing to stand up to it, and by any means necessary, they're the good guys. They're the real heroes. Despite the fact that they've killed more people than the Jedi ever have. In this show, at least, mind you, in this show. And then all the fucking scathing fucking Reddit tier fucking rants and screeds and tismy fucking bullshit about that the characters go on. We had not one, but two characters go on these Reddit tier rants about the Jedi and how they hate the fact that the Jedi stand for good and balance. The people behind the show are fucking disgusting. Figuratively and literally, in Leslie Headland's case, given her fucking resume. These goblins behind the show never need to touch pen and paper ever again. You should honestly be delegated to a warehouse job with FedEx for the rest of your fucking career after these 8 episodes of dog shit. Of absolute moose fecal matter, bro. I can't drink anymore, bro. I cannot drink to numb the fucking frustration I have for this fucking show. I can't drink anymore. I can't run away from this shit with alcohol anymore. The people defending the show always do the tried and true fucking, it's glub shitto. Fucking, look, it's Darth Plagueis. You guys need to do better because the show finally gave us Darth Plagueis. So I don't get why you guys don't love this show. It's got Darth Plagueis. It's got Yoda. It's got Ki-Adi-Mundi. It's got all the stuff you like. How come you don't like this show? It's so cool, man. This is it? This is enough for you to fucking clap like a fucking seal? The back of Yoda's head and some stinky old alien with his fucking crusty fingers on a rock in the shadows. Fucking Ki-Adi-Mundi showing up when he's fucking not supposed to be alive yet. I don't give a fuck what Wikipedia says. They changed that shit just to fit the show's narrative. Fuck you, Wikipedia. Unquestioningly following this fucking show when it doesn't make any goddamn sense. Fuck you. Fuck you. Don't care. I don't care. Fuck you. I'm not Star Wars Theory. I'm not finna fucking be at peace with you, bro. No, fuck you. No, just because the back of Yoda's head showed up and Darth Plagueis made his first live action appearance does not save this show from the bullshit that we just watched. Let's run down the list of characters and really just show you how shitty all of these characters are. Osha doesn't commit to a goddamn thing, and at the end of the show, she finally commits, but she commits to the fucking dark side. She can't commit to being a witch and honoring her family. She can't commit to being a Jedi and bringing balance and order to the galaxy, but she can commit to being a dark side cocksucker. Almost literally. Because she's fucking, I think it's confirmed that Leslie Headland said that it's a romance between her and Kamir. And then May is such a confused fucking character. I don't know why she's even in the show, because her motives flip and change and rearrange at a moment's notice. Where she's like, I'm gonna kill all the Jedi. I'm gonna turn myself into the Jedi. I'm gonna beat the shit out of Padawan, British X-23. I'm gonna run away from the dark side guy. And now I'm gonna kill Sol. And then I'm going to run away from Sol. Then I'm going to kill Sol. Then I'm going to fight Osha. Then I'm going to kill Sol. And then I'm going to sacrifice myself to the fucking Jedi at the end for my sister that's hated me since fucking the age of 12. Kamir, fucking edgelord supreme, worse than Shadow the Hedgehog. I don't even know what to say about him, dude. Just fucking, oh, I'm gonna kill everybody in this forest because they've seen my face. But I also have a memory wipe power that can erase everyone's fucking memories. I could just erase everyone's memories and walk the fuck away. I'm also gonna put this person that doesn't 100% trust me into the cockpit of my ship and put her on the side that can control the fucking power on my side of the ship. Master Trinity fucking escaping fucking accountability because fucking we can't let the Jedi Council know that we came across some witches and we accidentally fucking killed all of them. But in all honesty, it was in self-defense. But we can't tell them we killed them because, you know, we just can't. Fucking Wookiee, the Wookiee Jedi is literally the only character that comes out of this show unfucking scathed. I have nothing negative to say about him. He kind of just reminds me of a dog. And I just want to pet him. He seems cool, you know. Jedi Master Forehead, fucking, oh my goodness, dude. Fucking, this character was like, oh, I'm a Padawan. I haven't been to Coruscant in weeks. And then, I don't like Jedi Master Wookiee's cooking. I want to go home. I'm homesick and my tummy hurts. Oh, these two girls show that there's evidence that there's a virgins on the Force. Oh, fuck. I'm going to go kidnap two girls and take them to Coruscant. And then fucking in the future, I'm going to take a vow of silence and meditate for fucking 10 years. Somehow not needing to shit, piss, or eat for 10 years. And then fucking when the child I was going to fucking abduct shows up one day and offers a solution for me to fucking kill myself, I take it and I tell her, you know what I tell her? I thought we were doing the right thing. Motherfucker, you were homesick. There was nothing about, I thought we were doing the right thing. You didn't fucking care about doing the right thing. You were homesick. And that's why you wanted to kidnap two children, bro. And then Soul, fucking idiot boy, fucking just decided, oh, I'm not going to tell Osha the truth at all. I'm not going to tell her anything. Not only am I going to hide the truth from her for fucking 16 years, I'm also not going to tell her that somebody told me not to tell her the truth. I'm also not going to tell her that her mom turned into a fucking Force demon and I had to kill her because I didn't know what the fuck she was doing. I thought she was going to eat your sister. So I killed her to save your sister. I didn't know what was happening. I had 2 milliseconds to react, bro. Give me some fucking credit here. But nah, Saul just decides to be a fucking idiot. Oh, I knew that the Sith were back and I just didn't tell the fucking Jedi. Didn't tell the Council that the Sith are back. Fuck it. They'll be fine. I'm sure. It's not like the fucking Chancellor in 50 years is gonna secretly be a Sith, and we could have detected him if we just fucking knew that the Sith were back and we knew what to look for, you know. And then all the Jedi getting fucking killed, you know. That's just preposterous. Not gonna happen. Totally not gonna happen, bro. And then the fucking Gopher. I don't know how the fuck you ruined the Gopher. You ruined the Gopher, man. He just decides, I'm going to help May now. Out of nowhere. Fuck Soul. Where did that come from? And then fucking Discount Nebula, Master Venestra, she lacks all accountability just like Master Trinity, where she says, oh, yeah, no, this was totally my fuck up, but I'm going to bury it. I'm going to completely fucking bury it and not tell anyone. I'm going to lie to the fucking Senate to try and avoid getting investigated by the Senate. But no, you're still going to get investigated. Get the fuck out of here. Because a lot of Jedi fucking died on your watch, lady. And speaking of which, what the fuck is her position in the Jedi Order? What is her position? What is her position? Is she over, secret affairs? Or, is she the chief? What is she? What is her title? Her place in the Jedi Order is really confusing. And then there's Jedi Padawan Twink. Shut the fuck up. Yord. His beef with Osha was completely just abandoned. He gets his neck snapped like a Rice Krispie treat. Fucking completely out of the fucking equation after episode 5. They don't even mention his fucking name after episode 5, dude. Then British X-23 Jackie. I don't know what the fuck the point of her character was. She literally has no impact on the story after episode 5. After she dies, it's just like, oh. The biggest impact she has is that she knocked off Kamir's mask. That's it. Also, correction, I said she punched the mask. She hit it with the hilt of her lightsaber. That's actually what happened, but still. And then Ki-Adi-Mundi. Why the fuck was he even here? Like, a lot of people were coping on Twitter saying, oh, they used Ki-Adi-Mundi for a specific reason. They had to have used him for a specific reason because of the line, he's got to be here for some reason. He was here for no reason. He was just in episode 4 for no reason. They didn't bring him back for another, like, for any other, like, fucking, like, reason. He was just in episode 4 to be in episode 4 for... I ain't got no keys right now, but like he's just there to dangle some keys in your face. Oh, you remember Ki-Adi-Mundi? Oh, you remember him? Ooh, that he doesn't pay. There's no payoff to his inclusion in this show. I think that's it. They fucked up Yoda, like I said. Oh, the senator dude is just a mouthpiece for the writer and director's hatred for the Jedi, just like Kamir, and the fact that this show thinks it's gonna get a second season. Where we're gonna, I guess the second season, we're gonna find out about why Darth Plagueis was hiding in that fucking cave, like what happened between Vernestra and Kamir. But I'm done. I'm done with this show. My head legitimately fucking hurts talking about this show. Like my right eye, like this part of my face fucking hurts right now, and I'm done. How long have I talked? Almost 2 hours, dude. I'm done with this show. I'm done. Before I go, did I miss any characters? Let me think. Nope. No, that's all the characters. All right, folks. I'm done. I'm done. It's just depressing. Looking at this shit, knowing that this is what Star Wars is now, it's depressing. It's just wholly unacceptable what this shit is now. That this once great franchise that united generations, that had people like more hyped than like any other franchise, like had people camping out to see The Phantom Menace, is now this is what it is now. A show where it's more profitable to shit on it than to praise it. People don't even want to watch this shit anymore. They want to watch me shit on it. They want to watch Google. They don't want to watch the show. They want to watch people like me or Az or fucking like Star Wars Theory or Critical Drinker. They want to watch people shit on this show. They want to watch It's a Gundam shit on the show. They don't want to watch the show itself. They want to watch us shit on it for them. It's more entertaining to watch people freak the fuck out over this show. Watch me have a conniption and my eyes about to fucking explode on camera. They'd rather watch that than watch the show. I legitimately, and I mean this with all seriousness, I legitimately hope that Star Wars, just stops after this. That Star Wars is deemed a financial fucking failure and Lucasfilm just never makes any more Star Wars. I want Star Wars to be so much of a failure that they don't even think about touching it anymore. I fucking hate Star Wars now, dude. Like, I hate this shit. There hasn't been a single Star Wars project that I've liked since, I guess, Revenge of the Sith. Some episodes of Clone Wars are okay, but they're nowhere near as, engaging as Revenge of the Sith was. It's just depressing. It's genuinely just depressing. That this is what this great franchise has turned into. Alright, folks, I'm done. If you liked watching my face almost explode from the conniption I almost had, please like, comment, and subscribe. If you want to read a novel from... I'm tired. If you want to read a novel from an indie author, check out my sci-fi military series, Blur Havoc. Link in the description, or check me out on Amazon, or you could just Google my name. And if you'd like, you can support me through affiliate links in the description, or you can support me through Patreon or Subscribestar. If anything, a like and subscription is all I need. So, thank you all for watching. I'm going to take an ibuprofen and I'm going to go to sleep. Should have wore my fucking funeral attire, man. This shit's fucking depressing, dude. Let me just put that right down. Yeah. Just get a little comfortable here. Oh boy, every muscle in my body is sore right now, dude. Had a very productive week in the gym. Alright, so this is August 25th, 2024. If you're wondering why everything looks different, it's because I got a new desk. I don't know, something about this layout just isn't agreeing with me. I might have to move stuff around. So that's why everything looks different. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna have to move stuff around. Give me 1 second. I'm recording this like probably a week or so after the Acolyte was just canceled. I really gotta get used to this, man. I'm over here and then the camera's over here. It's kind of weird. I'm gonna play around with this layout, but I had a lot of thoughts about some of the stuff in the Acolyte, and rather the creative process. Let's just say the creative process behind the Acolyte. And I just had some thoughts. All right. So I have some notes here about some stuff that Leslie Headland said in some interviews and some articles that were out there. And as a creative myself, some of the stuff she said just really bothered me. So let's go ahead and break some of this down. Here's an interview that Leslie Headland had with the Mary Sue. It's like a 29-minute interview, and there's just some stuff in there that I wanted to talk about. It's not all like negative. I'm not going to criticize everything she says. There's a couple of things in here that I actually agree with. So first we have this clip.
And then their personalities are so distinct, because I think that's what happens with sisters as well, twins or not, is just you start to react to my sister and I, my closest in age sister and I are, we're like just over a year is between us, and we almost felt like twins sometimes because we always shared a room and all of that. So much of my personality is like in reaction to hers. So.
And she basically just admits that the sisters are self-inserts of her and her sister, which I'll get to it. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's something.
May cuts her hair, and I'm like, girl, you still got that thing on your forehead. You move your hair. And
you got. Like, they could just move your hair. They could just move, like, and they'd be like,
huh.
She's like, it's okay. It's interesting. It plays out very interestingly in the next episode.
So in that clip, Leslie Headland admits that it's a plot hole, that May has a tattoo on her forehead that immediately identifies her, yet Soul never sees it, and it's just happenstance that he didn't see the tattoo, right? And just because you point out, or you're like, actually, if you're aware of a plot hole or something that doesn't make sense in your script and you leave it in and you try to cope later on, it's not a good look. Not a good look at all.
I love a Wookiee. They're my favorite characters in all of Star Wars. And I was like, cool, this one's a Jedi. And then he died.
And it was like, bye, off screen death. The worst kind of death. Yeah.
So then she knows that off-screen deaths for characters are taboo, and they're not really, they're kind of frowned upon. People don't like them. But she left one in anyway, and I don't really understand that. It's kind of a goober decision,
So to me, it was not, preserving the surprise was not very important. Like, what was important to me was preserving the character design. That was the thing that I was very concerned about getting out, was, what Manny looked like once you saw him.
So this quote really baffled me. I was trying to find a way to interpret this quote without interpreting it the way I'm about to interpret it, where she says that keeping up Kamir's design, his character design, is more important than the reveal. I don't get what she means by that, other than she really cared about the way he looked over the reveal of who he is, which I don't know why you would care more about what the way a character looks rather than the writing behind the character, but okay. All right. That was her decision. She says something. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. She says something I don't actually disagree with here.
But again, I think like not, nodding your head to something and saying like, yeah, this is what's going to happen. Like Manny's reveal, it's like, this is probably what's going to happen. Again, it's not the tease as much as it's the execution. Like, do you know how we're going to do that? Not what are we going to do?
So I agree with her, that the reveal is not necessarily the key to a good story, having a shocking reveal, Sometimes the spoiler doesn't come from the reveal, it comes from the reaction to the reveal, which is something I wrote in one of my books, in Blur Havoc 3. That was kind of an approach I took with something in that book. I'm not going to talk about it. It's a spoiler, duh. But there was something in that book that, is not necessarily a spoiler, but the way the characters react to this reveal is a spoiler. And I'm more focused on writing something interesting there.
And I think with May and Soul, it's just, well, I'll just put it this way. I don't think Soul is, Soul's a very powerful Jedi. I don't think he's totally in the dark about who's on that ship with him. That's what I'll say.
That's not what you showed us. Soul was 100% in the dark in the show. Based on what we saw, he was 100% in the dark. So I don't know what you mean by that. It kind of comes across as cope, honestly.
There's so many things that people have sent me who work on the show, like so many fan theories that people have sent me that I'm like, yeah, that's exactly correct. Like, I'm not then going to like pivot and be like, no, that's not what happens. Like stuff that people have guessed stuff that I'm like, yeah, that's, if we get a season 2, that is exactly what happens. Yes, you are correct. But to me, I'm like, oh, that's because I did my job, not because I let the secret out. It's like, no, if you're engaging in the story and you're starting to see where it's going, and whether you're excited about that direction or not, that's not my business. That's not my business. But
I agree with what she says, that just because something is predictable or you can see it coming doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, And that's kind of the problem with a lot of TV shows and movies, is that they're so focused on trying not to be predictable that they become incoherent and they don't make any sense. And in all honesty, I would commend her for saying this, but then you look at what the fuck she made, the Acolyte, and you could tell she made certain decisions just to like be shocking and try not to be predictable. That's exactly what she did. She didn't follow her own advice.
You're gonna need to hand that blaster over.
Well, it's mine now.
Well, it's actually the property of the Jedi Order, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist that you hand it over.
That's it for the video. Very quick, but there's something I want to touch upon, and it's Leslie Headland's over-reliance on inspirations. I have a whole list of inspirations that she has quoted in the past here. We have Kamir being inspired by Drunken Cat from Come Drink With Me. She said the tone was inspired by Cowboy Bebop, which I don't know how you got to that, because Cowboy Bebop and the Acolyte are miles apart in terms of the tone. The tone is completely different. Then she says the opening scene from episode 1 is inspired by Breaking Bad, which don't know how you got that, but she did. Then she said Soul's fighting style was inspired by Chow Yun Fat from Crouching Tiger. I don't know how to pronounce that name. I'm sorry. I butchered it. Then she said the lesbian space witches, the Coven, their use of the Force was inspired by the monster from Crimson Peak. I haven't seen it, so I can't tell you if it's accurate or not. And another Crouching Tiger inspiration, the relationship between Khmer and Osha was inspired by, oh my goodness, Lo Xiao Hu and Jin Yu. I don't know. Like I said, I'm butchering the shit out of this. Then we all saw this one where she said the entire show was a mixture of Kill Bill and Frozen, which, looking back on it, I can kind of see the Kill Bill influence, but Frozen, don't know about that one. May and as we said earlier, May and Osha's relationship was inspired by her own, like Leslie's own relationship with her sister. And then Khmer and Soul's final fight was not only inspired by Duel of the Fates and The Matrix, but they wanted to top Duel of the Fates and The Matrix, which, spoiler alert, they did not. So let me go on a little tangent about inspirations, right? Inspirations are not a bad thing. Just because you were inspired by something doesn't make you like unoriginal or a hack or something, right? Like most things are inspired by other things, right? Like the Doomslayer, right? Okay, wait. Let me start from my own work, right? So, book Alastor, right? In Blur Havoc 3. He is different from Blur Havoc 1 and 2 for reasons I'm not going to get into right now because it's a spoiler. But he's different from Blur Havoc 1 and 2 Alastor. And the main inspiration for him in that book was the Doomslayer, right? And then you look at some interviews with Hugo Martin, and they said the Doomslayer was inspired by RoboCop, right? And then I'm sure you can find some article out there explaining to you what the inspiration of RoboCop was. Like, being inspired isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. It's not even not necessarily. It's just not a bad thing to be inspired by something. But the problem comes where you're inspired by something, but for the most superficial way. You know, in the most superficial way. Let's take a look at the Kill Bill comparison, right? I mean, yeah, you've got this one character who's on this quest for vengeance by killing like a list of people, right? But it's just surface level, you know? It's surface level inspiration. Like, I did a little bit of research on the Drunken Cat comparison with Khmer. It's surface level, where I read about this character, and the whole idea behind it is that Drunken Cat is this character that's kind of, he plays the fool. He plays the fool and pretends that he's nobody special, but then it's revealed that he's like this Shaolin master or something like that. And it's the most superficial, you know, where it's almost one-to-one, where Khmer plays the fool, but it's revealed he's the master all along, and it's one-to-one. It's not inspired, you're just copying. You're as Soulja Boy said, you're copying the whole fucking flow. Let me give you another example of how I was inspired. In Blur Havoc 2, when I was writing the romance between Alastor and Melanie, right? I was inspired by here's something shocking. I was inspired by the relationship between Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy in The Amazing Spider-Man 2 specifically that movie, because for all that movie's flaws, the one thing I can confidently say they got right was the chemistry between Andrew Garfield and Emma Stone. And hold that thought. I found the notes. I wrote these notes back in 2015. Sheesh. But I wrote some notes. As you could tell, it's not a lot, and it's in light mode. I hate light mode. Windows 11 is a mess, dude. But yeah, I wrote some notes on the romance between Spider-Man and Gwen Stacy. Like, let me read some of them, right? Like, because I wanted to emulate the same kind of dynamic with Alastor and Melanie that Gwen Stacy and Peter have in that movie, right? And what I wrote here is that actions speak louder than words. Like, Spider-Man will like joke around and say stuff, but when push comes to shove in that movie, he always does the thing that like really epitomizes his opinion on something or his stance on something, an obvious one here, actually give the characters screen time together. Because a lot of times you get romances where the characters spend zero time together, and then at the end of the movie they just kiss, and it's like, what the fuck was that about? And then to add on to that, I said make them have fun together, be cute together, let them be a couple on screen. Now here's an important one that I pulled out. Usually with roguish and selfish characters, the actions and comments of their significant other matter far more than anyone else. That's something that I pulled when I was paying attention to one scene, where usually Peter just lets things roll off of him, but whenever Gwen Stacy says something, he listens, he pays attention. The tone in which the character speaks says a lot when the character doesn't say much, right? Which is why sometimes less words is better. The character is most comfortable around their partner. Facts get hard to state when they go against what the character wants for the both of them. It was the scene, but I'm pretty sure it was the scene at the beginning of the movie where Peter wanted to, like, break up with Gwen because he couldn't stop seeing her father, her dead father everywhere. So he was telling the truth, is like, I can't be with you because I'm, like, breaking a promise that I made to your dad, right? So it was really hard for him to state the truth because it went against what his emotions wanted. He wanted to be with Gwen, but at the same time, he's breaking a promise. Now, this isn't necessarily for Spider-Man per se, but overall, like with roguish characters, I said when a mischievous character known for lack of commitment chooses a person to commit to, they commit deeply. Well, Spider-Man in that movie, he's not necessarily one that is against commitment, but he is one that when he commits to something, he commits aggressively and deeply. And that's something I pulled out of that. Although this is a very small, like, it's not even one page, although this is a small document, this shows you the kind of stuff you got to do as a writer. And I'll get into that later, but this is the stuff you got to do as a writer to pull out the meat from an inspiration. You can't just take an inspiration and just be like, yep, we're just going to do that. No, you got to understand what makes it work. You got to you take a watch, you open it, you look at the gears, inspect the gears, see how it works. Don't just copy it beat for beat. That was fascinating to read. I wrote that almost a decade ago, bro. Now, here's where I kind of summarize what I've noticed about Leslie Headland. She seems like, given her history, she seems like someone who has spent a lot of time around like screenwriters, filmmakers, directors, and she's been taking notes, sure, but she doesn't understand what she's like listening to. Like she has some advice here that's actually I genuinely agree with, but she doesn't seem to understand why that advice exists. You know? Like it's like, hello? Oh, got a text message. That just ruined my entire train of thought. Anyway, she has this information, like general tips and tricks, but she's missing one fundamental question. Why? Why do you do it this way? And as the saying goes, you got to learn you got to learn the rules before you can break the rules. And she doesn't understand why the rules are there. All right? Why is this writing tip here? As I say here, I'm jumping around a bit, but as I say here, I do not doubt Leslie loves film and storytelling, but it's clear from listening to these interviews and reading these articles that she is nowhere near as disciplined as she needs to be in order to write a well-crafted story. She, like, as we saw earlier, she knew of a plot hole in the show. She knew there was a plot hole and just let it be. She just let it be there. As a writer, your job is to iron out wrinkles like that, not to just leave them there and be like, it'll be fine, fuck it. Like, that's not your job. About the whole sister thing, right? There is nothing, I genuinely believe, controversial take, I genuinely believe there is nothing wrong with inserting parts of yourself into a story, right? You know, self-inserts don't really have a great reputation, but the thing is, side tangent, I notice I say the reality is a lot, and I'm trying to change that. So if you ever see me just stop and swallow my words and then say something else, that's probably what happened. But the thing is that you have to pay attention to the line. There is a line that you have to pay attention to so that you make sure you don't cross it and you don't blur it. And that's the difference between you over here and your character and story over there. Because that's something I have to do as a writer, because a lot of my characters are extensions of myself. Even the villains, a lot of the villains have little tidbits of me in there. And you have to like apply things to these characters that make sense for them. So, for example, there is a character I wrote. Her name is Leia Emery, right? She's like old enough to be my mom. That's kind of a plot point actually, but besides the point. Leia Emery is a character that has two little interesting tidbits about her that like are in relation to me. Is that one, she's on the ketogenic diet, which is a diet that I constantly return to. I made a joke about this on Twitter. It's a diet I constantly return to when I get out of shape, right? And then two, she does not like country music. That's the one genre of music I don't like, country music. I can't stand that music, dude. Insert stuff like that to characters that make sense, right? At the very least, insert it into characters where it doesn't conflict with information you know about this character. Like the ketogenic diet, it makes sense for a character like Leia because she's a character that there's... I'm going to get in a little bit into the storyline of these books, but she's a character that's on the run for a good chunk of the series, right? For the good chunk of the trilogy. She's on the run. She's a fugitive, right? So whenever she eats, she needs to eat something that keeps her satisfied for a very long time. And a little bit of nutrition here. You got to avoid things that spike your glycemic index, you know, your glycerin. You got to avoid stuff that spikes your glycerin. And the keto diet, very good for not spiking your glycerin, okay? Like, the thing is, when you spike your... I'm going to just explain this real quick. When you spike your glycerin, you actually end up spiking what is known as the hunger hormone, and it makes you hungry. And that's why when you eat stuff like Chick-fil-A, it makes you instantly want more. So... there you go. Now you know why you keep eating so fucking much. But the problem with Leslie Headland is that she has put too much of herself into these characters. She's put a lot, like with May and Osha, she puts a lot of herself into these two characters. And this is going to sound really fucking weird. But when you pay attention to how much attention each character gets, you'll realize that May is a self-insert for Leslie Headland. Did you notice that May is a much more developed, she's a much more developed and dynamic character than Osha throughout the entire series? She's the one that is willing to commit to things. She's the one willing to take action. She's the one willing to, like, she's the only character. So out of those two characters, she's the one that has a direction that she's going in. But Osha is just a blank slate. And she suddenly has a motive to, like, or she suddenly kills Soul at the end of the series for some reason, when she was a non-committal, like, blank slate, like, amoeba of a character, right? She just existed. But May is albeit she is a horribly written character, she's the one that has a lot more, like, color to her, right? It's very weird that you would make May your self-insert because she's a fucking psychopath, but there it is. And that's also why I think you got to avoid blurring that line between you and the character. Because a lot of times that line gets blurred in the Acolyte, where May starts doing things that don't really make sense for her character. Such as when she decides she's going to turn herself into the Jedi, and then she changes her mind. Why did she change her mind? What happened to turning into the Jedi? Nobody knows. Because she inserted herself into this character way too much. Making the character do things that she would do in the situation, and then remembers, oh wait, yeah, she's a character and she hates the Jedi. Like, it's incongruent. That's why you gotta be really careful about self-inserts. Be very careful. Maybe one day I'll explain why Book Alastor looks like me, but he's not a self-insert. Oh boy, that'll be a fun conversation. Okay, so let's talk about being a disciplined writer, because there's this like entire concept, this consensus for some reason, that writing requires no discipline. There are no rules. As long I saw a lot of these on my Deadpool video. A lot of comments like this on my Deadpool video, that sometimes the writing can just go out the window as long as it makes for a fun movie. No, the fuck it can't. Fun is one of those words that people like to act as if it is an objective term when it isn't. Your idea of fun is different from mine. Like I said in the Deadpool video, I thought Deadpool was fun and I enjoyed it. It was funny as hell, and you know, I had a great time. Still a horrible movie. Mahler, I actually listened to the entire EFAP on his opinion on it, and he hated that movie. He did not have any fun with that movie. So it's an entirely subjective, like, unit of measure, I guess. Fun units, right? To just be, like, it's a subjective thing. You can't, you know, objectively say, yeah, this is a fun movie. You can't say that. So the idea that you can sacrifice objective quality for something on the altar of a subjective concept such as fun, shut up, making all that noise. But that entire concept just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. You can't do that. It's like being a father of 4 and selling your SUV to get a motorcycle when that's your only vehicle. It doesn't make any sense. It objectively makes no sense. But as we saw in that interview, like, she just shrugs off at least 3 different fat plot holes, gigantic, fat, obese plot holes. She just shrugs them off. That is not discipline. It's not. Knowing that there is an issue and there's a big fat hole in your script and you just let it be there. That's not disciplined at all. And as I said before, you gotta know the rules, understand the rules, understand why they are there before you can break them. You can't break the rules if you don't understand why they're there. Some rules you really shouldn't break. You should bend them a little bit. For example, there is this idea of show don't tell, right? Now, something I noticed in a show like CSI. Go back and watch like a CSI episode, right? And you'll notice this. Whenever someone tells their alibi, there's a flashback, right? And it shows you what, like, it gives you a visual representation of what their alibi is, right? If you ever see a character give an alibi and you don't see a flashback, that's foreshadowing that something is not right, okay? That's a good example of breaking the rules for the sake of the story. You got to understand the rules before you can break them. Plain and simple. You got to break, and the thing is, you got to break the rules for a reason. You can't just break the rules just for the sake of it. You can't do that. And as I said before, a lot of times she breaks the rules for the sake of, like, trying to write an interesting story. Anyway, we're done. It's time to finally bury the Acolyte. It's over. Like, this is the nice little bow on top. We're just setting this little present to the side, and we're never gonna talk about this again. It's gonna be like that one time with your with your camp counselor that he told you not to talk about. It's gonna be like that. We're not gonna talk about it. Yeah. So, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And I got nothing else. See ya.